Hello and welcome to develop Java MVC web apps using Mybatis, Servlets and JSP. My name is Vinod and I'm going to be your instructor for the training. If you're a Java developer, then you must know about Servlets and JSP. You might hear people saying that Servlets and JSP are no longer in use, but that is not true. For newer projects, probably people may be preferring Spring or Spring Boot or Spring MVC. However, there are so many projects that were developed using Servlets and JSP in the past that it's really difficult to replace them with new frameworks. Having said that, fundamental idea behind any web applications is going to be Servlets and JSP. For example, if you're working with a Spring MVC or an Apache struts framework, behind the scene, they all depend on the Servlet API. And having a clear understanding of how servlets, JSP, and dynamic web applications in general work, understanding modern frameworks becomes much simpler and easier. So as the title says, the course basically talks about three different technologies: Mybatis, Servlets, and JSP. So in order to take up this course, you must have a basic understanding of core Java concepts. But other than that, there is no specific prerequisites here. If you know very basic HTML or CSS, that should be good enough. While we don't code anything in CSS by ourselves, so we will be using a framework called Bootstrap to style our application. In fact, when we are learning Servlets and JSP, we don't even want to talk about the CSS or any other frameworks. We only focus on the internal core aspects of Servlets and JSP. Including the project that we're going to create, the course is divided into around 13 different sections. And this is the first section where I'm introducing you to the course and what you're going to learn, what you're going to create. Apart from that, we'll also be discussing about the software setup on your computer. But the section number 2 is all about Apache Mybatis. And for those who don't know what is Apache Mybatis, is basically it's an SQL mapper. It associates an SQL command with a function in an interface and then dynamically creates a class writing all the code necessary to execute that SQL command and then get the values, convert that into an entity or domain object that you want. It's a really fantastic tool. Without having to write a single line of JDBC code, you will be doing everything that JDBC is supposed to do. While it's quite simple, it's very powerful as well. The section number 3 is about Servlets and JSP. So both of them are covered in the same section. We will be discussing about the overview of how Java web applications work, what is a WAR file and what is its structure, setting up of Apache Tomcat in Eclipse, creating a Maven web project, and understanding the Servlet APIs like the Servlet interface, GenericServlet class, and the HttpServlet class. Then we move on to creating our first Servlet class, handling the query string parameters, doing something like client-side redirection, server-side include and forwards, understand very important scopes called request, session, and application scope with practical examples. And then we move on to what's called Java server pages or JSPs. We will explore all possible JSP elements, specifically the JSP scripting elements. Now, if you're learning modern JSP, you don't have to really learn about the scripting elements. However, it is quite possible that you may be working on a maintenance project which requires older versions of JSP, and having a good knowledge on the scripting elements gives you an idea as why it should be avoided in the first place and should be replaced with JSTL and expression language, which we will learn by creating a small MVC application. Apart from that, we will also be covering cookies as well as filters. Once this section is over, then we get our hands dirty and create a phone book MVC application. While the project creation itself is divided into 8 to 9 different sections, instead of walking through different sections, I want to show you the demonstration of the product that we are going to create. Here is the home page of our application. So you visit localhost 8080/phonebook and your application comes up. Notice in the entire application, we don't access the JSPs directly here at all. And that's to follow the best practices. And throughout the course, we're going to follow the best practices in the industry so that our application is high performing and very stable. So as you can see, there are a few links over here. A user can register himself or herself. And if I click on register without typing anything, you can see that we get some error messages right away there itself. But let's say if I register a user called Kiran, let's say Kiran at example.com, this is going to be the username as well. And the password, I'm going to give it as secret and re-enter that as secret as well. If I click on this register, the password will be stored in a one-way encrypted fashion. So nobody will be able to access your password even from the database. So if I go to the database console over here, and if I say select star from users, you can see Kiran's password is being hashed and stored along with the other passwords also. So once I'm in the dashboard, you might have observed that the register and login links have gone, but instead I have a couple of others: add contact, view all contacts, and log out. So if I log out, you can see that the register and login comes back. Let's log in using Kiran at example.com. That's the email which is used as a user ID as well. And then the password is secret. Let's press enter. And you can see I'm taken to the dashboard. And while in the dashboard, I will be able to add a new contact or view all existing contacts. And since Kiran is the new user, there is no contacts over here. Let's go log off and log in with a different user. I'm going to go and type here Vinod at vinod.co. I'm going to click on login. And you can see that it takes me to the dashboard where it says, hello, Vinod Kumar. This is coming from the session data. Now I can click on view all contacts and I should be able to see all the contacts. Notice there is a default profile picture. In case if you have not specified the image URL, then automatically it's going to take a default avatar. While you are able to see different users, you should also be able to click on a particular user to view the details. And once you are viewing, you should be able to edit or delete. So if I click delete this button, you can see that it's going to say, this is going to permanently delete the record from our database, cannot be undone. So in order to confirm, I have to type this phrase, permanently delete, over here and then click on the delete, then it gets deleted permanently. Let's go back and click on the edit details. While you can see that the entire form is filled with the details of the person, if I make any changes over here, for example, the pin code is going to be, let's say, 88987. Click on save details. You can see that the pin code has been updated along with the rest of the details. We should be able to also add a new contact, and without typing anything, if I click on the save details button, you will see that there is some basic validation also has been taken care of. Apart from these options, you can also see in the footer, there is a change theme option where the user can choose different themes, and choosing a different theme will change the look and feel of the application. But it's not only for this, but if I go to view all contacts, now you can see every page has the exact same look and feel. And of course, I can change this. When I click on any others, it's going to take me to the home page again. But if I come back, you'll see that the theme has affected all the pages of our application. Apart from creating the application, we are also going to create a production build and then understand what is the process involved in deploying your application onto a Tomcat server. So the course is almost 10 hours long duration with lots of coding to be done. I'm super excited to present this course to you. I hope you like this course and enjoy learning as much as I enjoyed creating this course. So see you inside the course. So let's talk about the software requirement on your PC or laptop to get started with this course. So the number one software requirement is the JDK or JRE. We are using 1.8 version, but you're free to use other versions also. But if you're using 1.9 or above, the project structures may look a little different than what I'm using in my projects because I'm using 1.8. And the second one is the Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers. If you don't have any one of these two softwares, there's a link in the description. Please use that link and then download the same thing. Other software requirement for this course would be a web server and a DB server. Both of these we will install during the course of the training. For the database server, we are using H2 database engine, but if you have MySQL, you can use it without any problem as long as you know what is the driver class name, URL, username, and password. For the web server, we are going to be using Apache Tomcat 9. But if you want to use WebLogic or WebSphere or Glassfish, go ahead and use the same thing, but I will not be covering as part of the course here. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's get started with Mybatis. Mybatis is a Java persistent framework. that dynamically implements all the complex JDBC code that otherwise would have been written by a developer by mapping methods of an interface to appropriate SQL statements. For example, the method getAllCustomers, which is expected to return a list of customers, may be mapped to an SQL command select star from customers, and Mybatis will handle all the infrastructure code required for executing the given SQL command and converts the data in the result set into a list of customer objects. Let's understand the working of Mybatis using this illustration. Consider an entity class called customer that has the fields ID, name, city, email, and phone. Also consider an interface called CustomerDao, which provides CRUD and query operations. The parameters and or return types of the methods in this interface may include our entity class. We have to map each of these methods to appropriate SQL statements using appropriate annotations. And these annotations are provided by Mybatis. You can also map these methods to SQL statements using XML. For example, add customer method must be mapped to an SQL insert command using the @insert annotation, and get customer by ID method must be mapped to an SQL select statement using @select annotation. So our Java application uses or depends on this mapper interface CustomerDao, and to obtain an instance of this mapper interface, we use Mybatis as a factory. Mybatis reads the information about DB connectivity and the mapper interfaces from an XML config file, but this can be done programmatically as well. Now Mybatis will create a class on the fly during the runtime that implements our mapper interface, and then our application can get an instance of this class. The implementation class created by Mybatis uses JDBC to connect to the underlying database. Unlike ORM or object relation mapper like Hibernate or JPA, Mybatis does not need you to map the entity classes to the table or column names. It automatically detects the column names and transforms the record into an entity object. Mybatis lets you use all your database functionalities like stored procedures, views, queries of any complexity, and vendor proprietary features. It is often a good choice for legacy or denormalized databases, or to obtain full control of SQL execution in a Java application. Mybatis supports declarative data caching. A statement can be marked as cacheable, so any data retrieved from the database will be stored in a cache, and future executions of that statement will retrieve the cached data instead of hitting the database. Mybatis provides a default cache implementation based on Java HashMap and default connectors for integrating with OSCache, EHCache, Hazelcast, and Memcached. It provides an API to plug other cache implementations as well. I've already opened my Eclipse and I've created a brand new workspace called Training Workspace, which is on my desktop. And as you can see here that there is a create a Maven project and a couple of other options over here. We can also go to File, New, and you would see the similar options again. I will get started with a Maven project. Maven project allows us to create a project, add all the project dependencies, which are nothing but third-party jar files. To start with, we'll say create a simple project and skip archetype selection. Click on Next. Give the group ID, which is supposed to be your website in the reverse order. For example, in my case, I'm going to give it as co.vinod because my website is vinod.co. Artifact ID would be the name that identifies your project. Since we are here for learning Mybatis, I can say here Mybatis-demo. I'll select the packaging as jar for now because this is just an ordinary Java project, not a web project. You can change the versions as and when you make some changes eventually. I click the finish button to complete the project setup, and you can see that we have a brand new project which contains form.xml over here. Let's open the same. Increase the font size a bit by using Command+ on Mac and Control+ on Windows. We have to add here one section called dependencies. You can also halfway through press Control space. You'll see that you get a dependencies. For this project, let's add 3 dependencies. Number 1 is the Mybatis. Number two is the JDBC implementation jar. Since we are using H2 as our backend database, so we're going to add the H2 jar file over here. And number three is Lombok, which is an optional one, but it helps us simplifying the entity classes. So we're going to add the Lombok jar as well. So let's go to the Maven Central. In a browser, open mvnrepository.com and search for Mybatis. Press enter. The first one that we see here is org.mybatis, Mybatis. That's the one that we want. And let's select the latest version, which is 3.5.4. Under Maven, there is an XML. So click on that and it gets copied to your clipboard. Let's come back to Eclipse, paste it over here. We also want H2. Let's go back over to Maven Central, search for H2, press enter. Select the first one, which is com.h2 database. That's their website, h2database.com. And then you have the H2 here. Click on that. This time we don't want the latest one because we are connecting to a standalone server, and the version that works for standalone server is the 1.4.197. So make sure that you select this, not the latest one. And then again, copy the XML, come back over here, paste it. And the third one that we are looking for is the Lombok. So look for Lombok, press enter. And the first one is org.project Lombok, select that. Let's get the latest version, copy the Maven dependency XML, come back to project, paste it. Let's format this by pressing Command Shift F or Control Shift F on Windows and save it. And as soon as you save, on the right bottom corner you may see some activities. Since I already have these dependencies in my local repository, it was quick. If I expand this Maven dependencies over here, you would see that there is Mybatis, there is H2, there is Lombok. You can also see H2 jar file is little grayed out, and that's primarily because the scope, it says test, and we need to remove this because we don't want this only for testing purpose, but we also want to use it for our application. So I'm going to delete this by pressing Command D or Control D on Windows. The entire line gets deleted, save it, and you can see now it is no longer grayed. Let's full screen this pom.xml. One more thing that we want to add in the pom.xml is the Maven compiler plugin. This is required because if you look at the project properties and go to Java build path, you will see that under libraries, it says here J2SE 1.5, even though we have the 1.8 version. Now, one thing that I can do is I can double click this and then change this to Java SE 1.8 over here, and then click on finish to come out of that. So let me cancel this out. The problem is if I go back to my project explorer over here and then right click and say here Maven update project, this will actually reset that version to 1.5 once again. To avoid that, we may have to use a Maven compiler plugin that ensures that the version remains 1.8 even if you do a Maven update. So it's a good practice to add. So let's add that to our pom.xml. I'm going to make some room here after this version. I'll type here build. You can press Control space as well. And under build, we have something called plugins. So you can see that there is plugins. Inside the plugins, because it's plural, we have to add one plugin here. So that's the plugin. And the name of the plugin is nothing but the artifact ID is Maven-compiler-plugin. And this comes with something called configuration. Configuration is where you mention what is the source version as well as the target version. So I'm going to type here source is 1.8 as well as target is 1.8. Save it. Now if you do a Maven update project by right click and say Maven update project over here, click on OK. It takes a minute or less, and now you can see that its version should be 1.8. If I go to project properties and then go to Java build path libraries, you should see now it says Java SC 1.8. So this is a good practice to use. So always add this section to your pom.xml. That's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's see how to start H2 database server in the server mode. As you can see that there is a H2 -1.4.197.jar file over here. And the location is clearly visible. It is under my home directory. There is a folder called .m2. There is a repository /com/h2 database, and eventually there is a folder called h2 1.4.197, and inside that there'll be a jar file. You can copy this qualified name by right click on this jar file and then say copy qualified name. On Windows, you can navigate to this folder, double click that jar file. Whereas on Mac as well as Linux, you have to run this jar file as a Java application. You can do the same thing even on Windows as well, but Windows provides a simple option that you can just double click the jar file and it will run as a Java application. To run this as Java application on Mac as well as Linux, open a terminal and then type java -jar and then paste the location of the jar. So it's an absolute path, so you are able to run this from anywhere you want. I press enter and now you'll see that it will start the DB server, which is a Java program, as well as it opens a client program in a browser. I'm going to press enter and you'll see that it opens up localhost 8082 and by default it goes to login.jsp, where I have to specify the mode in which it should run as well as the details for the same. And by default, if you're running it for the first time, you will see generic h2 embedded, but we want to run this in a standalone server mode. So I'm going to select the drop down and then choose the generic h2 server. So once you have selected the server mode, now the options here will change. And the driver class name is org.h2.driver. There is no need to make any change over there. The JDBC URL here is jdbc:/h2:TCP. So that's the client and server protocols. And localhost, which is the location of the server, either IP address or name also can be given if it's a different computer. And then the location of a file called test.mv.db. In this case, it's there in the home directory. That's why the tilde are there. If I want to give a different DB name, I can change this to something else. Let me give it as training. Training.mv.db does not exist in my home directory, so because of which whatever the username and password I'll be giving will be considered as the new username and password. So let me give this as Vinod and password as secret. Let's click on the test connection to see if things are okay, and you see it is successful. And now since it is successfully able to connect, I can click on the connect and it will take me to the UI where I can work with SQL commands. If you want to disconnect, click on this icon, and if you want to connect back, visit localhost 8082, or if you have closed this particular browser and you don't remember the actual URL, you see on my top right corner over here there is an icon that says H2 database, where there are a few options. Open the H2 console, check the status, exit the server. So I click on the H2 console, it will come back on the browser again and it remembers the previous options, so it's already filled in. I click on connect and I'm able to get into my database. And what it has done is it has created a file called training.mv.db. So if I open a new Finder window, you can see that under my home directory, there is a file here called training.mv.db. If you don't want this database anymore, or if you want to take a backup of this, you just have to work with this particular file. And that's a binary file, so you won't be able to see the content of that in a text editor. So let's get rid of that. Let's create a table in this particular database to work with in our Java project. So I'm going to open a text editor called Visual Studio Code. You can use any text editor like Notepad. Let's say we want to create a table called customers. So we have to type create table customers, and inside the bracket you're going to define all the fields. The first field I want to give it as ID, which is an integer. It's also supposed to be primary key. Let's also make this as an auto incremented column. So I have to type here auto_increment. Let's add a name of the customer. It's going to be a varchar of, let's say, 100. We can also say it's a mandatory column. We wanted a city varchar of another 100, You can also type default in case if the user doesn't want to mention, it's going to be, let's say, Bangalore. Then we're going to type here email varchar of say 255, phone number of varchar 255. You can also add additional constraints such as this is supposed to be unique. Phone number is also supposed to be unique, so you don't want to add multiple customers with the same email or phone number. I believe for the sake of demonstration, this table is good enough. Let's copy this and then come down to this section here and paste it. We could have typed it directly over here, but I feel comfortable typing in a text editor. I'll click on the run button over here to see if I can run this command successfully, and you can see it has been successfully executed and there is a table customers created. So I can add a couple of records over here. Let's say insert into customers. If you want to specify only few fields, let's say name, email and phone is what I want to mention. So I type here name, email, phone, and then I type here values. I want to insert, let's say, 3 records. I can open a bracket for 1 record here. So let's say I give my name, Vinod, Vinod at vinod.co. And let's say I give a phone number like this. All of them are string types. Now this is first record. So I can now put a comma, open another bracket for the second record. Let's say this time I want to type Shyam. I'll type Shyam at example.com. Some dummy number, and then one more I want to enter here, let's say James at example.com, another very generic number and semicolon. So I'm going to copy this and replace this, click on the run option again, and it says that update count 3, that means 3 records have been inserted. I'm going to clear this. Click on customers over here, automatically a select star from customers come. I click on run and you can see that I'm able to see the content of the table. Now sometimes you may have a big SQL script file and you don't want to copy paste one command at a time, or you don't even want to copy and paste that in the text box over here. You want to run that directly from the actual script file. So what you can do is I'm going to save this as customers.sql. I press Command S. And it's asking me where to save. I'm going to go to my desktop. That's my workspace. So I have this training workspace. I'm going to remove this and type customers.sql. I'll save it. And now I want to run all the commands in this SQL file. Now to do that, I can go back to my text box over here and type the command run script from and then the location of that particular file, which is under my home directory. I can use tilde / on Windows you may want to start with C colon or D colon / and so on. Better copy the absolute path of that file and then paste. In my case, it's under home directory. Under desktop there is a folder called training-workspace, and inside that I have now customers.sql. And if I run this code now, I click on run, you'll see that it comes with an error saying that table customers already exist, because this is trying to create new table called customer, but I already have this one. So it's a good idea to include a drop command also over here. You can say drop table customers if exists. So indicating if the table already exists, you drop that, recreate that and add new values. And just to ensure that the actual command is successfully executed, let me add one more record over here. I'm going to add, say, for example, Rajesh and Rajesh at example.com. And let's add one more number over here. Save it and run this command, run script from so and so file. I click the run button again. And this time there is no error because customers table get deleted and then get recreated, and then the records got inserted over here. Let me clear this and then click on customers and see what other content we have. So you can see that there are 4 records as inserted by our customers.sql. One more thing to observe is that the ID is auto-generated as well as the city has been Bangalore automatically because of the default and auto increment. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's create an entity class representing the details of these columns. In this lecture, let's create an entity class representing this entire table. The fields of the class is going to represent the columns in this particular table as well. So let me get rid of this SQL script file. Come back to our Eclipse. Do not close this command prompt or terminal because it's the server. If you close this, that means the server is going to be stopped. So I'm going to just click on this button to minimize that and come back to Eclipse here. Notice we used a jar file here called Lombok jar file. Lombok jar provides some annotations to our application so that we can automatically generate constructors, getters, setters, and many other boilerplate code that is required for any entity class. For this to work, you have to run this jar file. So in Windows, you can simply go and double click this jar file from this particular location. On Mac and Linux, you have to copy the qualified file name and open a new terminal or probably another tab. So I have here shell, new tab, and in this tab, I'm going to give java -jar and then paste this one. Like I said, on Windows, just double click the jar file or open a command prompt, follow the same steps as I've done over here. So when I press enter, you can see that it's going to bring up a UI and it shows the list of all the compatible IDEs. I have here Eclipse that is listed automatically. If you're not seeing your Eclipse over here, and that's probably because you would have kept your Eclipse in a different location. First, find out where is your Eclipse and then go to that location here by clicking the specify location and select either the eclipse.exe file on Windows or eclipse.ini file on any OS. You can also see that in my case, there is a small icon over here that indicates Lombok has already been applied on this. But in any case, click on this install update and that has done the job. All it has done is it has updated the eclipse.ini with an entry saying that it has to use Lombok jar during compilation process. Now quit the installer. One thing that you may have to do now is you have to close Eclipse and open again. Now if you come down to Eclipse and under file, you can see that there is an option called restart. Do not use this because this doesn't help. This doesn't reload the eclipse.ini file. So you basically have to quit Eclipse and or basically exit Eclipse and then reopen the same. So I'm going to do the same thing once again. So open Eclipse and now it has opened. Let's go to our project. Let's create a new class under src main Java. Let's call it as customer. So new class. I'm going to call it as customer. So I'm going to give the package name as co.vinod.entity. It's a regular Java class, so there's nothing to be added over here. Click on finish. And what I want is I want a field here representing each of the columns. I have here ID, which is an integer, name, city, email, phone. They're all strings as far as Java is concerned. So I'm going to add those variables. So I'll type here private integer, or you can go with int as well. But the preference is a wrapper class rather than a primitive. I'll type it as ID, private string name, private string city, private string email, and one last is private string phone number. As soon as I save, you can see that there are a lot of warning messages here because these are all private variables. They either have to be used or they are supposed to be exposed. I have not done any of them, that's why it is giving an error. Let me also see the outline over here. So you can see that there is something called outline view and it shows the members of this particular class. Currently, I have only the variables. Typically, we will add a constructor, we will add a getters and setters and so on and so forth. So how do I add a constructor? You come down here, press Control space and then press enter. You can see we got a constructor. And then we go to source menu, generate getters and setters, and then select all of them, click on generate. If you want to add hash code and equals, again you go to the source menu, generate hash code and equals. If you want, I click on generate. So we got two more functions. We're going to have here source, generate toString, and say generate. You can see that we only wanted these fields representing the actual table, but we ended up in writing hundreds of lines of code over here, which are nothing but some boilerplate code. So this is where Lombok comes into picture. So I'm going to select all of these code and then delete that. So I just have these 5 variables over here, and I can simply come here and then add an annotation called @data, and this is coming from Lombok. So you can automatically import them by typing Command-Shift-O on Mac, Control-Shift-O on Windows and Linux. So when I do that, you can see it has imported, and as soon as I save, you can see there is a bunch of getters, there's a bunch of setters, there's an equals, there's a can equal, hash code, toString, and a default constructor. So my class looks very crisp and concise, but at the runtime, an object of this customer class will still have these functionalities. So Lombok adds all these during the compilation time. So in the resulting customer.class file, we already have all this stuff. So instead of data, if you want specific members in your class, for example, I want a no argument constructor, I can add here @noarg constructor, control space. You see I got a constructor. I can say I want a getters. So select this, you got all the getters, add a setter, and you got the setters as well. If you want a toString, you can add @toString. So either selectively add few members or use @data to add all of them. So let me get rid of the unused imports, save it. My entity class is now ready. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's configure Mybatis to connect to our H2 database server. In this lecture, let's see how to configure our Mybatis APIs to connect with our underlying database. For this, we have to create a configuration file, and typically the configuration files go under resources. So src main resources. So I'm going to right click and then say new. I need a file here, and I don't see a file option. So I click on other, and then there is a dialog box. Under general, you can see file, or you can just type your file and you can see it gets filtered. I see file under general anyways. I click on next, and the name of the file you can give anything you want. I'm going to give mybatis-config.xml. Press enter and go to the source section from here at the bottom. Paste this. So this is basically the boilerplate code that we have to give. It contains some very generic configuration information. The only thing that we have to focus is on this section over here, which says that there is a data source, which means there is a connection pool, and the connection pool represents connection objects from this particular database. The driver class name is okay here, org.h2.driver, that is fine. The URL says jdvc:/h2:tcp, that is fine, localhost is fine. ~/mybatis demo, but it's actually training is the name of the DB that we have. The username Vinod, password is secret, so this is all fine. So with this information, Mybatis will be able to communicate to the underlying database. However, we need to give one more set of information over here. After the environments over here, we have to give something called mappers, and then the list of mapper interfaces. So a mapper interface is an interface that maps a function to an SQL command. So I'm going to type here mapper class equals to core.vinod.dao.CustomerDao. We don't have this particular interface at this point in time. We want to create one. Once we have this interface, at the runtime, Mybatis will create an object of a dynamic class that implements this particular interface so that we can communicate with the database. At this time, we don't have this interface. In the next lecture, let's create an interface representing CustomerDao. In this lecture, let's create this CustomerDao interface. So I go to the Project Explorer, right click on this package, core.vinod.entity, and then say new interface. But the name of the package is no longer going to be entity, it's DAO. And then I'm going to type here CustomerDao. Press enter, and now we have this CustomerDao interface. A DAO interface typically has a bunch of CRUD operations and a bunch of queries. The CRUD operations are nothing but functions that represent insert, update, delete, and select statements. So C for create, retrieve, update, and D for delete. The names and signatures of this function can be anything of your choice. Ultimately, we will be mapping each of these functions to some SQL commands. Let's begin by creating a function to add a new customer. So I'm going to type here public void add customer. If you want, you can call it as create customer. Let's receive a customer object over here. Let's call it as customer. Put a semicolon because it's an interface. Also import customer by pressing Command Shift O or Control Shift O on Windows. Whenever we call this function, we are supposed to supply a customer object, and the customer object has these fields. It may not contain this ID because it's auto-generated. So we may have supplied name, city, email, or phone, and that information should be added to the customer's table. So this is where the SQL mapper comes into picture. We're going to type a SQL insert command and map that to this particular function. To do that, let's go and use an annotation from Mybatis called @insert. So I'm going to press Command Shift O, automatically imports. And this is going to take an SQL command as a parameter. And the command is going to be insert into customers. And since we don't want to supply ID, so we're going to leave that and then say name, city, email, and phone. Values, and then we have to give 4 different values. But the values must be picked up from this particular customer object. And the way you give is you say that customer has a field called a name, and we have to use that for the column name over here. So the way you do is you put a hash and in curly bracket you say name, and then for the city, hash city, likewise hash email, and then hash phone number. So Mybatis will now assume that this is a field inside this particular parameter you have supplied. We don't have to do any other thing. Similarly, it assumes that city, email, phone, they're all the respective fields coming from this particular customer object. Likewise, let's also add a get function. So I'm going to type here public customer, that's the return type, because we want Mybatis to give a customer object here. And the function name, let's call it as get customer by ID, and then we are going to supply an integer ID. Obviously, this has to be mapped with a select statement, and the annotation is @select, import it. And the select command says select star from customers, where ID equals to, once again, hash ID, just like the previous case. Notice here star represents all columns of a given record. And what Mybatis does is Mybatis is going to execute this statement using JDBC, gets the result set, and it knows that there's only one single record because we are using a primary key. And it gets that record, and from that record, it takes a column value and then creates a customer object, updates all the fields from that particular column. So if the column name is not matching the field name in the customer class, then that field will remain null. But in case if the columns match the fields, in our case, all the column names match the field name, then appropriate values will be copied to the customer object. And at the end of it, it's going to close all the resources, follow all the best practices, and then give me a customer object. Similarly, I want to write another function for updating a customer. So I'm going to type here public void update customer, simply supply a customer object. And the SQL command is mapped using the @update annotation. So update customers, set name equals to hash name, comma, city equals to hash city, comma, email equals to hash email, one more, phone equals to hash phone. But then you have to say where ID equals to hash ID. Save it. So this SQL command will be executed, but the values will be picked up from the given customer object. Notice Mybatis is going to handle all kinds of exceptions. For example, if you're trying to update a customer or insert a customer with a duplicate email or phone number, because we are given it as a unique constraint, so they will throw an SQL exception and Mybatis will automatically handle that and rethrow that as an unchecked exception for us. Similarly, we want to delete a customer, so we're going to type here public void delete customer, and then the parameter is nothing but the ID of that customer. We will be typing @delete, and then we'll say here delete from customers, where ID equals to #ID. Similarly, we also would like to write one or two queries. For example, let's say I want a list of all the customers. I can simply type here public list of customer. List is supposed to come from java.util package. So I'm going to type here get all customers, semicolon, command shift O to import the list. Make sure that it is java.util.list. And we'll also add here similar select statement. I say here select star from customers. Since we don't have a condition over here, it's going to get a multiple rows result set. And then for every row, it's going to create a customer and adds that to a list object and then returns the same thing. And again, list is an interface. We get an appropriate implementation decided by Mybatis. We'll also write one more query over here. So public list of customer, get customers by city. And let's say string city is what I want to supply. I'm going to copy this and paste over here. Add a where condition city equals to #city. Before we conclude this lecture, one important point that we can discuss over here is about this insert statement. And notice that the customer object that we would be supplying may contain only name, city, email, phone. So the ID for the customer is null, but it gets automatically generated because we do have auto_increment property for the ID. But when this function is finished execution, the customer object that we had given contains ID as null, but we want that ID to be automatically filled with the auto-generated ID. By default, this doesn't happen. We may have to add another annotation. If you are interested to copy the auto-generated ID to the customer object that we have supplied over here, then we type here @options. So as the name indicate, this is used for providing additional options. And one of the option is called use generated keys. It's a Boolean, so we have to say true. And then we also have to specify the key property over here. Property means the field name to which we want to pass the value. So the field in the customer is the key property, which is nothing but ID field, which is an integer. So with this now, every time I supply a customer without an ID to the add customer, and if the add customer is successfully executed, customer will now contain the auto-generated ID. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's write a program to check if all these functions work properly or not. Before we actually start writing a program to test these things, let's create a factory class that can provide me an object of this interface. Now remember, we are not going to write an implementation for this interface. Mybatis will give me an implementation dynamically. So first, let's go to our DAO package, right click and say new class. And let's call this as DaoFactory. So a factory is typically where something is manufactured. And in this case, the DaoFactory is supposed to produce objects of DAO types, and we have CustomerDao over here. This is also typically a final class because we don't want the factory class to be inherited from. So we click finish over here. We're also going to add a constructor, but that constructor is going to be private. Now the reason why we want to follow this approach is that there is no way you can now create an object of DaoFactory at all. Because in order for DaoFactory class to be instantiated, you have to have a public constructor, and I don't have one. Alternately, we could have inherited this and we could have instantiated a subclass, but we can't do that because we have a final class over here. Now typically all the factory classes or util classes are like this. You can take a look at java.lang.math for a similar approach. In this class, we're going to have a function that can return a customer DAO for us. So I'm going to write here public static customer DAO. Let's call it as get customer DAO. And inside this, we have to ask Mybatis to give a customer DAO instance and return the same thing. The very first thing that we have to do in order to talk to Mybatis is to create an input stream representing this particular XML file. We can use either a file input stream, or because the file is there in the class path, I can use something called resources.getResource as stream. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to type here resources.getResource as stream, and then the name of the file, which is nothing but mybatis-config.xml. So what this does is it's going to look in the class path for this particular file, and if it's found, it's going to open a file input stream and then return the same thing. So I'm going to type here some variable called is, and then since is is not created, it's giving me an error. I can press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows, and it says create a local variable is. Press Enter. You can see that it says it's an input stream or java.io.input stream. It says here that there is a possibility of an IO error like file not found exception, etc. So I'm going to simply say add throws declaration. Now I have the input stream representing my file. I can supply this to Mybatis. And when I supply this to Mybatis, I'm actually asking Mybatis to create an instance of something called SQL session factory. And as the name says, it creates an SQL session. So let's do that in the next step here. So I'm going to type here factory equals to new SQL session factory builder dot build, and then supply the input stream that we just now have, which is is. So this is going to create an instance of SQL session factory. Factory is not created as a variable, so it says create a local variable. I select that. We got an SQL session factory, and SQL session factory manufactures an object of SQL session. So I can now say here session equals to factory.open session. Again, session is not created, so press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows, create that variable. Now that we have this session object, we can ask the session object to give an instance of customer DAO. To do that, let's simply say here return session.getMapper, and then say that, hey, I want an instance for customer DAO. That's our actual mapper class. And this is where Mybatis is now going to create a class that implements this interface on the fly at the runtime, and then create an instance of the same, returns that over here. Now, once you have this particular function ready, you can call this function, get a customer DAO instance, and call any of the functions in the customer DAO, such as insert, update, delete, etc. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's make use of this object and call all these functions and test to see if these things work. Now that we have this DaoFactory class, which has a static function called getCustomerDAO, which returns a customer DAO instance, let us now write a program to test the functionality of this customer DAO interface. Now remember, the object of customer DAO is provided by Mybatis here. To begin with, let's test the add customer function. So let's right click on any package over here and then say new class. But since these are programs, I'm going to change the package name from DAO to programs. Let's call it as add new customer. We'll include a public static void main as well, and click finish and delete the auto generated to do. So we can say here customer DAO equals to DaoFactory dot get customer DAO. Let's import customer DAO as well. The checked exception that is being thrown, let us throw it away from the main function. And using the DAO instance, we can now call all the functions, and the one that we want to call is add customer. And the add customer or add new customer takes a parameter of customer type. Let's create a new variable of type customer. C1 equals to new customer. and then say c1.setName. Let's pass Satya as the name. c1.setCity. Let's say, for example, I want to type it as a different city than Bangalore. c1.setEmail, satya@example.com, and then c1.setPhone. We will supply some dummy number. And now we want to add this customer to the database table. To do that, I simply have to say dao.addCustomer and then type c1 as the parameter. If this is successfully executed, then a new record is added in the database. In the database table, there are 4 records. The 5th record would be the Satya's record. The primary key that is generated in the backend because of the auto_increment will now be automatically set to the ID of C1, and that's primarily because in the customer DAO we have added an options here saying the generated keys must be used and the key property in the object is ID. So that's the reason why it happens. Let's give it a try by printing the C1. So we have a toString in C1. So I'm going to type here sysout and then type C1. Let's save this and run the program. And you can see that it says customer ID is 5, name is Satya, city is Shimoga, email and phone number as given over here. However, if I go back to the backend and then select star from customer, if I execute it again, you will see that it is not adding the record. In case if I go back over here and let's try to run this again, you will see that it is successfully executed. However, this shouldn't have been executed also because email and phone number are duplicate values. But notice that the ID is getting incremented each time I run this. Now this is primarily because every time you execute this program, it opens a new connection. And through that connection, it tries to execute that command. At this time, there is no record for Satya, so there is no error. It inserts, but that happens only in the user session. And as soon as the program is exit, the user session gets closed without actually writing the data from the user session to the underlying table. So if I run this again, you will see that it still does the same thing. Now this is because we begin a transaction over here when we started executing the commands, but we never actually terminated the transaction. So the termination of the transaction can be done in 2 ways. Either you commit the transaction or you roll back the transaction. So by default, it's rolling back or not committing the transaction. And this can be handled in various ways. One of the simplest way that you can do is to say that, hey, every insert, update, delete I do is a separate transaction. As soon as I execute that command, do a commit. The other option is to say that, hey, I don't want to manage my transactions. I want to do add, update, delete in various occasions, but I want to define a transaction boundary. I want to begin a transaction, execute all my CRUD operations, and then do a commit or rollback. Now, this may have to be done by an external transaction manager. And this is what we do generally when we are using Spring. Mybatis has a support for Spring as well. However, if you want to handle those transactions, what you can do is you can go to the DaoFactory, where we have created an instance of session or SQL session. And when we use this factory.open session, we can supply a parameter here indicating whether the transaction have to be automatically committed or not. So I can simply type here true to indicate that it has to automatically commit the transaction. So I save this. Now, if I run this program again, notice behind the scene, the backend has maintained a seed that has already been 8. So now if I run this program, it is going to increment that seed becomes 9 and 9 becomes the new primary key. So I run this and now you can see that it says 9. We have been seeing such a result over here. However, if I go back to the backend this time and then select start from customers, you'll see that 9, Satya, Shimoga, and the email and phone number are here. Now, if I go back to the Eclipse and then rerun this, you'll see that it's going to give an error, not because of the ID, because ID is anyway auto-generated, but it's probably because of the email or phone number. So let's have a look at this. So it says unique index or primary key violation constraint _index_6 on email. So that is the reason why it's giving an error. If I change the email and then run it, then it will give an error for phone number. And of course, if I change both email and phone number, then there is no problem. So let's give it a try. So I'm going to go to the program again. Let's change the email from satya@example.com to, let's say, satya123@example.com. I save it, run this. This is going to be an error because phone number is duplicate now. Similar error, you can see that it says customer index 62 on customer's phone is the error. Of course, if I change this to something else, let's change this to 99, save it and run the same, you should now see that the record is successfully inserted as 12. So if I go back to the backend, run the SQL command here, you can see that it says 12 Satya has been added successfully. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's retrieve a record from this particular table. In this lecture, let's try to retrieve a record based on an ID. So let's go back to Eclipse and create a new program under the programs. Let's say a new class. Let's call it as retrieve customer by ID. Add a public static void main. Click finish. Get rid of the auto-generated to-do. And like in the previous case, we need the customer DAO. So I'm going to just copy this and then paste over here. It will automatically do the respective imports. We have to still throw the exception from the main. And now I can say DAO.get customer by ID of a number. Let's type here 2. And the return value of this, let's assign this to C1, where C1 has not been declared. Let's press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows to automatically create that variable of customer type. Now I can check here if C1 equals to null. That means there is no customer with that specific ID. Let's do one thing. Let's declare a variable called int ID equals to 2 and then supply that over here. So we can print that there is no customer for that ID. So I type here sysout no customer data for ID and the ID. But if it is found, then we're going to just print C1. So I'll type here sysout C1. Let's see if I can run this and get the output. So I'm going to run this. 2 is a valid ID, so we got the respective details. But if I type here, say 22 and run the same, it's supposed to tell that no customer data found for ID 22. So that's as simple as it goes. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's try to modify the details that we have retrieved from the database. Let me make a copy of this particular file, retrieve customer by ID. So I'm going to press Command C and then Command V. On Windows, Control C and Control V. It will say that, hey, there is a name conflict, but give it a different name. So I'm going to type here update customer data. I'll say OK. And now we have this new file here, update customer data. Let's open the same. And we have retrieved the customer record. Let's change this back to, let's say, for example, 3. So 3 is a valid customer. Let's check it out by running the code. So it is James, city is Bangalore. Let's say we want to change the value of city from Bangalore to Dallas. And since this is the one that is being printed, let's just go and change the customer's city by typing c1.set city to Dallas. And now we can change any other values also if we want. For example, I can say c1.set phone number is, let's say, for example, 555-234-1122. And now if I want to update this back to the database table, we simply have to say DAO.update customer C1. Notice the name and email remain the same, whatever that was there in C1 when we retrieved it. So we will now try to retrieve it and then print it again. So this is before updating and we want to print after updating. Maybe I can say here before updating plus C1, and a similar output I want to give, but I have to retrieve it once again, and then I have to say here after updating, this is the data. So let's change this to after updating. Save this. Let's go and run the same. So after updating, ID, name remain the same, city has been changed to Dallas, email remains the same, phone number has also been updated. But we also want to see if it has been updated in the backend also. Of course, this time, because in our DaoFactory, we already have said that it has to automatically commit the transactions. We should now see that James record should be changed from Bangalore to Dallas. Let's click on run button over here. And you can see it has been updated to Dallas and a new phone number over here. Among the CRUD operation, let's also try the delete operation. Although we generally don't delete a record permanently from a database table, this is called as hard delete. Instead, what we do is we add a column here indicating whether the record is active or inactive. Consider you have a database table called products and that are being showcased on a website. There may be some products which you don't want to sell anymore because they're not being manufactured or for whatever reason. You don't want to delete the product record, but instead you simply have to say the product is not going to be sold anymore. So you say it is discontinued or some kind of flag, so that in case if you're generating a report for an older date range, you still have the products, but for selling purposes, you don't want the product anymore. For showcasing on a website, you may say, give me all the products that have a value of discontinued equals to false. But for the reporting purposes, you can always say select star from products. So in this case, I want to show you how do you delete a record permanently. So let's say I want to delete this record number 9 because I have 2 Satya over here. So to do that, let's go back to our Eclipse, right click on the programs package, new Java class. Let's call it as delete customer. Press enter. Forgot to add the main function, so you can type main control space enter and we get the main function over here. And as always, we want the DaoFactory.getCustomerDao, that statement we need. So we're going to copy that and then paste over here. And of course, we also want to throw away the exceptions. Let's also say here dao.delete customer. So instead of deleting the customer directly, you can check if the customer exists or not, and then you can try deleting. But in this case, I just want to delete the record number 9 and then give a statement saying customer with ID 9 is deleted. Let's try to run this first time. Let's see what happens. And again, because of the auto commit, this record gets permanently deleted from the DB as well. And it says customer with ID 9 is deleted. So if I go back over here, run the select star from customers, you see that the record number 9 is gone. But what if I try to run this again? It's going to send the SQL delete statement. But of course, the update count is 0, not an exception. Let's see what happens over here. And you can see it still says customer with ID 9 is deleted. So this is the reason you may want to first check by saying C1 equals to dao.getCustomer by ID of 9. Maybe you can give a variable here called ID. Let's type int ID equals to 9. And this should be ID over here. And of course, this also should be ID. So I'm going to add here ID. This C1 has to be created as a variable of customer type. We did that. And I'm only going to delete by saying if C1 is equals to null, that means the record is not found. I can tell here that no data found for ID plus ID. But if it is found, then I want to do these 2 operations. I'm going to cut that from there and then paste it over here. So I save this, run the code once again. This time it will say no data found for ID 9. But if I change this to 12, you can see that the record number 12 exists. So this is not true. And it gets deleted and I get a message, do it again, then it will go to this section. So I'm going to run this. Customer with ID 12 is deleted. I run it again. This time it says no data found for ID 12. So this is a better way of handling delete operations. There are 2 more functions that we can test. Number 1 is the get all customers. And the second one is get customers by city. We have to supply a city value and then we get list of customers in both the cases. To do that, let's right click on programs package, new Java class, and let's call it as get all customers, add a public static void main, get rid of the auto-generated to-do, and then copy this and paste over here. This time we want to retrieve all the customers, so I can say here dao.get all customers. The return value, I will assign that to a variable called list, and since I have not declared that, I have to press command 1 and then press enter. I got a list of customers, and note that the list is automatically imported from java.util because that's the return data type of this function. And now we can check how many people are there. So we can say sysout there are list.size customers, and then we can start displaying one by one. Let's use a for loop for this, and I can say for c in list. Once again, c is not declared, it's an error. I go there and then press command 1. It says create a loop variable c, and it's done now. And then I can come down here and then print a message c.getName. Let's say, for example, is from c.getCity. Let's try to run this and see how the output looks like. And you can see it says there are 4 customers. We know this from Bangalore, Sham is from Bangalore, and so on and so forth. So this is how easy it is to get the list of all customers without having to write a single line of JDBC code. Let's make a copy of this particular file by clicking on that in the Explorer, Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V on Windows. Let's call it as get customers by city, and I don't need this all. And then say OK and open the same by double clicking that. And this time we want to get the list of all customers from a particular city. Let's declare a variable called city equals to whatever the name we want. Let's give it as Bangalore. And then instead of saying get all customers, we want to say get customers by city. And the city is the variable that we have created over here. And then I can change the output statements here saying there are so many customers from the city of whatever the variable that this represents. And since we are only getting from a particular city, we don't want to really print all these details because it's all going to be from the same city. We simply print the customer itself. So let's go and run this one and see how it's going to look like. I have given Bangalore, and you can see it says that there are 3 customers from Bangalore, and these are the 3 customers from Bangalore. Let's give it a try for, let's say, Dallas. There's 1 customer from Dallas. And if I type here a city that doesn't exist, let's say, for example, I give here Mysore, save this and run the program. And this time it says there are 0 customers from Mysore. And since this is a list of 0 size, and note that it's not null, it's returning a list, but the list is empty. The loop doesn't even go forward. So that's the reason we are not getting any error as well. So this is how you can get the data from the database table in the form of list of objects. And notice we didn't have to write a single line of JDBC code. All the hard work is done by Mybatis. We simply have to write an interface and appropriately map it with an SQL select statement. In this lecture, let's discuss about web applications in general and how do we do that in Java in specific. A web application is just another software application that can be accessible on the web, which is nothing but internet. And the internet is accessed via HTTP protocol or HTTPS. And hence this involves an HTTP client and an HTTP server. So the application runs on the server. We typically call that as a web server. And end users like you and I access the same using a HTTP client, typically a browser, but it can be any other applications like another Java or Python application. It's the client which always sends a request, and based on the request, the server sends some response, and the response is going to be processed by your browser. And that's the content what we see on the browser when we visit a website. Website is a very generic name given to a location on the server, which is given a unique name in the entire world, which is called a domain name. But on the website, you may have a static application or a dynamic application. A static application consists of a bunch of HTML, CSS, JavaScript files. They just lie around on the server. A client visits that and gets the content, and the complete content is processed on the client side. So the server doesn't add any value other than just storing those files. Here is an example that you can see. The website kvinod.com has a resource here called About. When I access that, this is the content we see. So if I right click somewhere and then say inspect and then go to network and then do a reload again, you can see that it comes back with few files from my website. Number one is this resource, and if you click on that, it's nothing but an HTML content. You can see there is a bunch of response headers, request headers, but if you click on this response here, this is the HTML file that I kept in the server. That's right here. You can see that under kvinod.com there is a folder here called About. So the folder About contains two files here. Number one is the index.html and the other one is vinod.jpg. If I click on index.html, it's nothing but the same content what our browser saw earlier. Let's close this. And if you carefully observe the response, there is a reference to a style sheet here coming from a website called bootswatch.com. And that is the bootstrap.min.css, what you see here as the second request, and then the third one. And the bootstrap itself has a reference to other files such as font files, and they are also being downloaded from the internet. There is one more here called favicon.ico, and it is not found in my website, hence that red color indicating an error. But the point is, when we access this website, all that happened was the client sends the request to an index.html. By default, index.html is the one that is fetched. You can see here it's not mentioning that, but it's the index.html. And then the references used in the index.html such as styles and JavaScript, they are all being retrieved along with images. And then everything else is being processed on the browser. So the server has no role other than just responding with that HTTP response. Whereas a dynamic web application, for example, is a little different because when the user visits the website, probably let's take an example of my website here, vinod.co. You can see that everybody sees the same content when they visit this particular page here. So to that extent, this is a static content. However, if I click on login here, then it's asking me what's the username and password and so on and so forth. But the moment I key in my username and password and then press enter, the content that I see here will be different than the content you may see when you log in. So here are some of the products that I have, and as a logged in user, you will have a different set of products. Similarly, if you visit a banking application like let's say icicbank.com, this page may be the same thing that you and I see, but the moment we log in, the content of the account would be totally different. And to facilitate this on the server side, you must have a program to do the same thing. And these programs can be written in different programming languages. Java is a very popular choice. And other than Java, you have the Microsoft .NET platform where you can use C# or VB.NET to code the server-side programs. There's a PHP, Python, and in the last decade, Node.js has also become very popular. And in this course, we are actually trying to do the same thing using Java. To make things easier, Java Community Process or JCP standardized the way a developer can develop web applications, because a web application has many requirements. These requirements can be considered as functional as well as non-functional. The functional requirements are requirements that are specific to a customer demand. For example, if I'm developing a banking application, there might be features like a user should log in, should be able to log out, view their account details, and so on and so forth. Whereas if I'm looking at a shopping cart application, the requirements are totally different. There may be customers, but the customers are free to register by themselves. They can have multiple accounts without having to pay for it. A customer may add items to their shopping cart or remove them, change the quantity, proceed to billing, add additional addresses, and so many things. Similarly, if I'm looking at a social media application, so the requirements are totally different. And these are all functional requirements. Non-functional requirements are typically common to all applications. For example, how to handle multiple users concurrently, how to secure the resources, how do I manage transactions, how do I convert the HTTP request information coming from the browser into a Java object. So a lot of requirements of an application can be categorized into non-functional requirements. JCP came up with something called Java EE or Java Enterprise Edition, in which they clearly separated functional and non-functional requirements. And JCP then made specifications for how to handle non-functional requirements, which are now called as containers. And in case of a web application, they are called web containers. And then how to address these functional requirements in the form of components that can be given to containers. So as a developer, I would be interested to create components that address the functional requirements and then deploy my components onto containers which are created by other software developers or organizations. For example, we have a web container called Tomcat, which is from an organization called Apache. Likewise, you have Oracle WebLogic, you have WebSphere from IBM, you have Glassfish from Sun Microsystem. Adobe has something called JRun. So there are many third-party web containers that are available on which I can deploy my components. And as far as Java web applications are concerned, there is only one kind of component that you can create, which is called servlet. A servlet is a Java class that follows certain guidelines, or you can say implements certain contract interface and then provides certain standard functions. So no matter how many servlets we have or what kind of servlets we have or what are the names of the servlets, a web container will only look into your classes and treat them as servlets and execute those standard contract functions. I may have additional functions in my class, but they are of no use to the container. So container always invokes the standard lifecycle functions of a servlet. So if I have to explain that in a nutshell, a request from the client is received by a container like Apache Tomcat, and then the container decides to invoke a function on a servlet which is coded by us as developers. And our function takes the parameters and other information sent by the client, which is given to me in the form of Java objects by the container, process them, give my response back to the container. Container will then give the response back to the client because that's the one that received the client request in the first place. So as a component developer, I don't have to worry about any of the non-functional requirements which are completely taken care by the web containers. And since all the web containers take care of the non-functional requirements, it becomes a choice for us to choose between different containers based on the performance or pricing or any other factors. So when we develop our Java-based web applications, we will have different files such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And as far as Java is concerned, we may have servlets, our entity classes or our business logic classes, our data access logic classes. There is also something called Java server pages, which are nothing but some HTML-like code, which eventually get converted into a servlet. We will discuss that in great detail later. But all these files exist in my computer, but we have to give them to a web container like Tomcat in a standard format, which is standardized by Java community process. We call this as a WAR file or a web archive. So it's nothing but a zip file that comprises of all the files in a standard folder structure. And this is standardized because now I can give this WAR file to any web container without having to worry about which is the web container that we are going to deploy on. So as a developer, when I'm developing a web application, I don't have to keep a specific web container in mind because my application is developed according to the standard set by Java EE, not by Apache or Oracle or IBM. So in the next lecture, let's discuss more about the web archive or the WAR file structure. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's discuss about WAR structure. WAR stands for Web Archive. Java community process standardizes the way you deploy a web application onto a web server. You have to combine all your project artifacts into a single zip file with an extension of .war and hand it over to the web server. The web server takes the WAR file that you gave and then makes it ready for production. And this whole process is called as deployment. While you can create the WAR file manually, most of the times it is the responsibility of the IDE that you are using, such as Eclipse, which gives you an option to simply run your project on a web server. And when you select that option, Eclipse automatically converts all your project files into a WAR file, copies that into an appropriate folder of Apache Tomcat. In its exploded format, a WAR file consists of a folder called webinf, which is very important. The webinf folder consists of a file called web.xml, which is also known as deployment descriptor. From Servlet version 2.5 onwards, using a web.xml has become optional. And starting from Servlet version 3.0, many of the features of the web.xml can be declared via annotations. Most common use of the web.xml is to define servlets and their mappings. Apart from that, you can also have information about listeners, filters, session timeout, and few security constraints. Alongside web.xml, there are typically two more folders over here. One is called classes, which consist of the class files representing servlets, filters, listeners, entity classes, DAO classes. Anything that you have coded will be part of the classes folder. The other one is the lib folder. The lib, as the name suggests, is a library. It consists of all the additional jars and zip files that your project might be referring to. If you're using XML files or property files, they all go to the classes folder. The rest of the files which are accessible to the browsers are kept under the root of your project directly, such as HTML files, CSS, JavaScript, or images, etc. You can also keep the JSP files inside the root of your applications. However, we don't want the end user to access the JSPs directly, especially when you're using an architecture called Model View Controller, which we will discuss in the subsequent lectures. In such cases, we keep the JSP files inside the webinf folder because webinf is a folder which is only meant for the server and not for the client, such as browsers. So if you keep a JSP file inside the webinf folder, the browsers can't make a request to that particular JSP file. So typically the way is that you make a request to a servlet, which is a Java program, and that servlet does some work and then dispatches the control to a JSP, and all these things are happening in the server side, and there is no problem in accessing the webinf folder. And then the content of the JSP will be processed on the server side, and an HTML response will be given back to the client. So this is the structure of WAR or web archive file. Even though most of the time we don't come across with this particular file, once your project is ready, this is the way you deploy an application to a server. In the next lecture, let's see how to set up Apache Tomcat on our Eclipse. In this lecture, let's see how to download Apache Tomcat 9 and then configure the same thing in Eclipse so that we can start and stop Tomcat from within Eclipse. To do so, let's open a browser and search for Apache Tomcat 9 download. And usually the first one is the correct one, so let's go over there. As you can see here that we have different binary distributions, and the one that we want is this core zip file. Let's click on that to download, and let me save it on desktop. It's around 11 MB. Once the download is complete, let's unzip the same thing. And then the zip file, we don't need it anymore, so I'm going to just delete the same thing. Let's go to Eclipse now. So I have already created a brand new workspace called Training Workspace, and this is on my desktop. And because we are in the Java EE perspective, we can see here Project Explorer. There's outline and task views on the right side. And at the bottom, we have markers, properties, servers, etc. And the servers is where we have to configure Apache Tomcat. Currently it says no servers are available. Click this link to create a new server. If you are not seeing this particular servers view, probably because you're not in the Java EE perspective, you can go to Window, Perspective, Open Perspective, Other. Make sure that you have selected Java EE, which is the default as you can see, and click on Open. And in case if you have closed it and you want to reopen the same thing, you can again go to Window, Show View, and you can see there is servers. And if you're not seeing that over here, you can go to Other and then search for servers. Now let's click on this link here that says no servers are available. Click this link to create a new server. And then it shows a bunch of servers that you can configure over here. Number one is the Apache. Let's expand that. Under Apache, you can see there are various Tomcats that are available, and the one that we downloaded is Apache Tomcat 9. Select that. Leave this to default. Click Next. The name is just a name that appears in this list over here. The Apache Tomcat installation directory is important. So if you give a wrong directory or if there is a spell mistake, then you will not be able to proceed further. Let's click on Browse. I have to go to my desktop where I have just unzipped the downloaded file. So I click on this Apache Tomcat 9, say Open. And now you see there is no error. There is a Next button, there is a Finish button. But in case if I make some small mistake, for example, if I type A here, you can see I get an error. The specified Tomcat installation directory does not exist, as well as Next and Finish button are disabled. So make sure that you have selected the right directory. Click the Next button. Here it's asking, is there any project that you want to deploy it on Tomcat? And since this is a brand new workspace, I don't have any projects. Even if I had projects, they have to be web projects. Then only it is possible to be deployed on Tomcat. I don't have any, so let's click Finish to come out of that. By default, this Apache Tomcat runs on 8080 port. However, if you want to change any of those settings, you can just double click this, and then a configuration file opens in the form of a GUI. As you can see, there are a few options that you may think of. Number one is the port number here. The HTTP 1.1 port number is 8080. So this is where you can change this to something else in case if you have something else running on 8080. Sometimes when you run your server, it might take more time than usual. If you ever come across with a timeout error, you can come here and then give a different number. Usually a bigger number like 10 times, like 450 and 150 is okay. Another point that you may probably would like to keep in mind is where exactly the server is going to run from. Now notice that my server is on desktop. However, you can see the location of the server is going to be your workspace. That means for all the projects that you're running, so they will be kept under workspace metadata folder. So original Tomcat installation directory is untouched. There is a second option. It says use the Tomcat installation, takes control of the actual Tomcat installation that's going on. That means any changes that you make over here will affect the one on the desktop. The third option is to use a custom location. It doesn't affect the Tomcat installation on desktop, as well as it doesn't affect the workspace. You may have to give your own location. So I'm going to just leave it to the workspace metadata folder. Another option that you can see here that says modules auto reload by default. That means whenever you save your files, the files get reloaded automatically within the server. And the options for publishing are never publish automatically. That means you may have to publish every time you make some change, but the default says automatically publish when resources change. That's what we want. So we save the files and it should automatically publish. And the third one says automatically publish at a build event. Eclipse decides when the build event takes place. Also, the publishing interval in seconds is 1. That means whenever you make some changes to the file and save, from that time to the next 1 second, it might actually publish. So that's what actually it says. So these are some of the settings that you might want to have a look at. Let's see if we can run our Tomcat server without any problem. So to do that, let's right click on this entry over here and then say start. When you run your Tomcat, within a couple of seconds, you will see that it comes up. If I go to the console here, it says that the server startup in 682 milliseconds, less than a second, as well as you can see that the starting the protocol handler HTTP-NIO-8080. So that's the indication of the port number. So if I go back to a browser and then open localhost 8080, you should now see that there is an error message that's coming from Apache Tomcat 9.0.34. The error message is because we don't have any projects deployed. However, this indicates that our configuration is successfully done and the server is up and running without a problem. Let's go back to Eclipse. Whenever you run a web project, the web project will be deployed onto this particular Tomcat. If restart is required, it's going to do that. But after that, it opens a browser within the Eclipse, visits the localhost 8080 / whatever the project's context root is there. However, if I want the external browser to be used instead of the internal browser, we can choose this option by going to Window, Web Browser, and then select Default System Web Browser. If you have multiple browsers installed after you install Eclipse, even they would be listed over here. If you want to add another browser manually on Windows, you can go to Window and there'll be a Preferences option at the bottom. On Mac OS, we have under Eclipse, Preferences, and then look for Browser. You'll see that there is a general web browser. There is only default system web browser. You can click on New and then specify the name of the browser and the location of the browser. At this time, I don't want to do any of these things, but if you have a browser and it's not listed, you can always give a name here and then select the location of the executable file and then click on OK to come out of this. In order to stop the server, you can right click on the server and you can click on Stop. Or if you have clicked on this, you see a stop button over here as well. These two options gracefully stop the server, but if you go to the console and then click on stop here, this is as if you exit the JVM without proper shutdown. Either way, the server is going to stop. So I'll click on this to terminate the JVM itself, and instantly it stops the server. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's create a new Maven web project and deploy the same thing on this particular server. In this lecture, let's see how to create a new Maven web project and deploy the same thing on this particular server. To do that, let's go to File, New Maven Project. As usual, let's click on the Create Simple Project by skipping the archetype selection. Click on Next. The group ID, I'm going to give it as co.vinod because my website is vinod.co. Artifact ID, let's give it as Servlet demo. Importantly, you need to give the packaging as var. var stands for web archive, so that's what we want to create. You can give name and description optionally, and if you have a parent project, we can give. We don't have any of those. Click on finish to come out of this. And as soon as you see that the project is created, you may also see an error. And if you click on that and go to the markers view over here, it will tell you what is the actual error. It says Maven Java EE configuration 1 problem. If I expand that, it says web.xml is missing, and then it says fail on missing web.xml or web.xml is turned on to true. So basically it says that your project must have a web.xml file, and we don't have one here. If you expand the SRC, you will see that there is a main. Expand that, you will see Java resources web app. So inside this web app, it expects a webinf/web.xml file, and we don't have one. That's why it is giving an error. We'll fix this problem in a minute. But before that, there is another problem that we have to address, which is the version of Java that Maven project has taken. So if I go to project properties and then look into Java build path, libraries, you'll see that the GRE system library it has taken J2SE 1.5. I can change this in two ways. The number one way is if I double click and then choose Java SE 1.8, click on finish, and then apply and close. That would actually do the job. However, each time I do a Maven update, the version will be reset to 1.5. Now to avoid that problem, let's go to pom.xml, add a Maven compiler plugin over here. So I'm going to just increase the font size a bit and then add here a section called build. Inside the build, we're going to add plugins, and the plugins is plural. That means it's going to contain one or more plugins. So I'm going to add one plugin right now for Maven compiler plugin. artifact ID that we have to use is Maven compiler plugin, and this has got a configuration, and the configuration has two options. Number one, we say source 1.8, and then the target is 1.8. Let's save this and do a Maven update by right click on the project, Maven update project. I click on OK, and now if I go to project properties and then under Java build path libraries, we can see that it has updated to Java SC 1.8 automatically. Let's cancel this and let's add the web.xml file by right click on our project. There is a Java EE tools, and it says here generate deployment descriptor stub, which is nothing but the web.xml. Let's click on that. You can see that it has generated a folder called webinf, and inside that folder we have a file called web.xml. Let's also create a home page for our project by adding an index.html under web app. You can either right click on web app or you can right click on the project and then say new HTML file. You can see that automatically web app folder is selected. Let's type index as the name. .html will be automatically taken. I can click on next. It has automatically chosen the HTML5 template. Let's click finish, and we do have a very simple HTML file. Let's change this to Servlet and JSP demo. Let's add a h1. Same thing, Servlet JSP demo, probably HR, and I'm going to give here a paragraph that says created by my name /p. So I'm going to save this. Note that our server is not started, it has been stopped here, and there is no projects listed under this particular Tomcat. What I have to do now is to right click on this project and then say run as run on server. Since I'm doing this for the first time, Eclipse is going to prompt which server you want to use. I have only one, so that is automatically selected over here. And we can enable this tick mark that says always use this server when running this project, because I'm not going to add any more servers over here. Click on next. Notice that it has automatically taken the project servlet-demo over here. I click on finish, and now it is going to create a war file out of my project and then deploys onto the Tomcat's work directory, which happens to be in our workspace itself. Let's click on finish. And now you can see it has opened the URL within Eclipse itself. In the previous lecture, I showed where that option is there to change this from internal browser to an external browser. I did not choose that. So I go to Window and then say web browser. I select default system web browser. I close this now and then right click on the project, run as, run on server. This time you will see that it opens in the default browser, which happens to be Chrome in my case. If you want to see where exactly the project has been deployed, we can go to a new Finder window or Windows Explorer in case of Microsoft Windows, and go to desktop. This is my training workspace. You can see that there are two projects over here. Number one is the servers project that actually came up when we configured Tomcat. And there is a second one, which is called Servlet demo, which is the web project I created just now. There are other folders here, which are actually invisible right now. They're all hidden folders. To get into the hidden folder, what I'll do is I'll copy this path and then open a new terminal and then cd into that location. And if you see here ls minus l, I see only those two, but if I say ls minus la, you'll see that there is a folder called metadata. So I will get into that metadata folder. Under that, there is a folder called plugins. Again, it's a hidden folder, so it will start with a dot. So I'll go into the plugins folder. And now I will say open that location. So you will see that it comes up with a window consisting of all the files. Let's have a look at that now. So you can see under training workspace, there's a .metadata, .plugins. And I have to now look into the plugin that is responsible for the web servers, which is org.eclipse.wst.server core. So if I select that, you will see that there is an entry called tmp0. So if you're configuring multiple servers, you will see folders like tmp0, tmp1, tmp2, etc. I click on this tmp0 now. You can see that there is a bunch of folders that represent like work folders of your project. So here is the WTP web apps. This WTP web apps consist of your projects that you have deployed. So if I click on that, you should see that there is a folder called Servlet demo, which is nothing but the exploded version of the WAR file. So if I click here, you'll see that there is an index.html, meta.inf, web.inf, and then you have web.xml. You also have classes that actually doesn't contain anything, but if you have a Java class, that compiled version of that would be over here. Similarly, if you have added any additional jars, there'll be automatically another folder called lib here consisting of all the jar files. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's create our first servlet class. Servlet is the core of any Java web applications. As a developer, you and I create a class which is qualified as a servlet, and then a web container like Apache Tomcat will instantiate and manage its lifecycle. In order for a class to qualify as a servlet, it must implement the servlet interface from Java x.servlet package. This interface has 5 method signatures: init, service, destroy, which are considered as lifecycle methods, and 2 additional functions which are getters called getServletInfo and getServletConfig. When your application is deployed onto a web container such as Apache Tomcat, it reads all the information about the application either from the web.xml or from annotations of all the classes found in the class path. If the web container comes across a servlet class, it creates an object of the same and then calls its init method. The init method receives an instance of servletConfig containing some config information about the servlet, such as init parameters. In our servlet, we have to store this config object as a member variable and then return the same via the getServletConfig method. This method is usually required by the web container, and we may never use it at all. Once the servlet is instantiated and initialized, it is ready to serve any HTTP client requests, and these requests are handled by the service lifecycle method. So whenever a client makes a request to a particular servlet, the web container creates objects of servlet request and servlet response and passes them to the service method of our servlet object. This is where we have to handle the client request and produce an appropriate HTTP response. The third lifecycle method, which is called destroy, gets executed by the web container when the servlet is being removed from the container, which generally happens when the application is being shut down. The getServletInfo method is expected to return a string representing a small piece of information about the servlet, which is usually used by admin consoles to display information about all the servlets that have been loaded into the container. The Servlet API provides a class called GenericServlet, which implements the servlet interface. The GenericServlet class implements all the methods from the servlet interface except the service method. So instead of our class implementing all methods of the servlet interface, by extending the GenericServlet class, now our class may have to implement only the service method, which is abstract. The rest of the contract methods from servlet interface have some appropriate and meaningful code in the GenericServlet class. The Servlet API also provides a class called HttpServlet, which inherits from GenericServlet. This class implements the contract service method as well. Apart from the contract service method, it also provides different variants of the service method. Notice the do functions, which intend to handle the corresponding HTTP methods. For example, the doGet method is invoked when the client makes an HTTP GET request, and the doPost is invoked when the client makes HTTP POST request. So the most common approach to create a servlet class is to extend the HttpServlet class and override one of the do methods as per our requirement. When a client makes a request, the web container invokes the contract service method on our servlet object, which then converts the parameters into their HTTP versions and invoke another service method provided by the HttpServlet class. This second service method checks the HTTP method used by the client, such as get or post, and then invokes the corresponding do method, such as do get or do post. So in our servlet class, we must override a specific do function in order to handle a specific HTTP method. Otherwise, the web container responds with an error code 405, indicating the servlet does not handle such a request. Here is an example of a typical servlet class. The service method, in this case the doGet method, has two parameters supplied by the web container. The first one is HttpServlet request, which has access to everything that the client has sent. This includes the request parameters, headers, cookies, etc. The second parameter is of type HTTP response, which has access to an output stream so that we can write our HTML response to the client. So using a request, we can read all inputs from the user, and using response, we can give our HTML content to the client. Before writing any content to the client, we must set the MIME type of our output. MIME is an acronym for Multipurpose Internet Mail Extension, which only describes what kind of data that we are giving. Is it HTML, is it a CSV, or is it a binary data like a PDF, etc. Here is how you can set the MIME type. You call the setContentType function on the response object and supply the appropriate MIME type. Using the HttpServlet response object, we can get an output stream which may be a character stream or a binary stream. Most of the time we want to write a text content, so in order to get a character output stream, we can simply call response.getWriter function, which returns an instance of printWriter. We can use any of the print or println or printf methods provided by the printWriter to generate our response. Make sure you close the writer object, otherwise the client may not get the actual HTML content because these are all buffered output streams. In the next lecture, let's create our first servlet class. In this lecture, let's create our first servlet class by creating a new class that inherits from HttpServlet superclass. To do so, let's right click on our project and then say new class. We can as well go and say new servlet, but this actually brings up a wizard and does things automatically. Since we want to learn the entire process, so let's go to new class and then do it manually. The first thing is the package that you want to give. So the package name, I'm going to give it as co.vinod.web. And then give the name of the class hello servlet. You can mention what is the super class either over here, or you can click on the browse button and then type here HttpServlet. As you can see, it's not listing out the HttpServlet over here. And the reason for that is we have to add additional jar files for this particular project. So for the time being, I'm going to click on cancel and cancel that from here. Now we can add additional jars in two ways. Number one, we can go to the pom.xml and add the servlet API, whatever the version that we want. We can get that from mvnrepository.com and then add that. The other way to do is by using the jars provided by Tomcat. Since we have already downloaded the Tomcat and then Tomcat provides the jars required by our project, we can simply go to project, properties, and then in the libraries under the Java build path, add library, server runtime. In the next dialog box, we can choose the Apache Tomcat 9.0 here. So that's the one that contains all the jars. Click on finish. And you will see that now Apache Tomcat libraries have been added to our project. So if I scroll down over here, you should see there is Servlet API jar. Let's click on apply and close. And now if I go right click on the project, new class, and then I type here co.vinod.web, and the name of the class is going to be hello servlet. And if I click on browse and say here HttpServlet, you can see now there is java x.servlet.http package and there is an abstract class called HttpServlet. Let's select that, say OK, and then click finish. So we got ourselves a new servlet class. The warning says that this class is an implementation of serializable And a serializable class must have a serial version UID. So I select the default one and get rid of this comment. And let's also override a function called doGet. To override a method, you can press Control space and then start typing the letters of the function that you want to override. I want to override doGet, so I select that and press enter. Alternately, we could go to source, override implement methods, and then choose from the abstract HttpServlet which function do you want to override. And doGet, of course, since we have already written that, it's not listed over here. So I don't want this to do and the default implementation. We want to write our own logic over here. And all I want in this servlet is to produce a hello message. And to write a message, I need an output stream object, which we can obtain from the response object. So I can say here out equals to resp.getWriter, or you can also say get output stream if you want to write some binary data. So I'll say get writer, and out is not created as a variable, so I'll have to press command 1. On Windows, you press control 1 and then create the local variable. You can see it automatically imports the appropriate print writer from java.io package. Now that I have this, I can now start writing out.print statement or println and then type here whatever that I want to output. So I just want to output a single line, which is nothing but h1 hello world. Let's put a /h1 semicolon and then I say out.close. If you want to mention the MIME type, you have to do before obtaining the output stream. So I'll have to do that over here. I'll say resp.setContentType and then type here text/HTML. Now this is the one that instructs the browser how to handle this particular output. So let's save this. Now that we have created a class that is supposed to be a servlet class, we know that this is a servlet, but Apache Tomcat is not aware of this particular class. In order for Apache Tomcat to be aware of this, we have to add an annotation or an entry in the web.xml. So first let's go to the web.xml and make an entry, and then we will remove that entry and then add an annotation. First I go to web.xml. Let's go to the source over here. And let's come down after this welcome file list and then add here one entry for servlet. So I'm going to type here less than servlet. I press control space and you can see that there is a servlet over here. This element defines a servlet. So this is where we do all the configuration related to the servlet. We need to give mandatorily a name and mention what is the name of the class. So I'm going to go give here servlet name. Let's give it as S1. It's supposed to be a unique name among other servlets. And the second one is the servlet class, and the name of the class is the fully qualified class name, which is nothing but co.vinod.web.helloservlet. So you can use command and mouse over on that to see if you get a hyperlink. If you don't see a hyperlink, that means you might have made some spell mistake. On Windows, use control and then use the mouse or cursor on this one. So these are the two minimum entries that you require. There are other configuration you can do also. So with this information, Tomcat will instantiate this servlet class when required. But in order for a user to access this, we have to give a URL mapping, and that is done using a separate tag over here, which is called servlet mapping. And we need to map to this particular servlet. So now we're going to refer to this servlet with this name called S1. And then we say here what is the URL pattern for the same. The URL pattern must start with a // and then specify some URL name. So this is something that you have to decide what you want to give. I would simply give it as hello. And now our servlet configuration is ready. Let's format this XML by pressing Command-Shift-F or Control-Shift-F on Windows and save the file. Now, since the file is saved and Tomcat is still running, you can see that it says started, restart. So Tomcat is indicating to you that it has to be restarted. Let's do one thing. Let's go right click our project and then say run as run on server. since there is some change happened, so Tomcat will identify that and then it will prompt you that do you want to restart the server? So I'll say yes, I want to restart the server, but I also want Tomcat to remember my decision, which means whenever there is a change and you're trying to run the project, if Tomcat decides to start, it will automatically restart the server. So we're going to click on OK, and now you will see that Tomcat is restarted. It's going to go to the home page, but my URL is hello, so I already have a slash here. I have to type here hello and then press enter. You can see that we got our output that we produced from the servlet. So if I right click on this page and then say view page source, you will see the only line that I printed, which is h1 hello world. But typically a HTML file should have HTML head, body, etc. But if I right click on this again and then say inspect, you will see that the browser has taken the responsibility of adding HTML head, body, and inside the body we have the hello world. So generally it's not a good practice to leave it to the browser to add all this stuff. So we have to produce the required HTML output. But as you might probably notice that writing an HTML code in this way is very, very difficult. And that is where JSPs come into picture. We will see JSPs after a few lectures. But for now, let's produce the output in this way. Now that we have seen how to configure a servlet in a web.xml, let's get rid of this section, save it. Now Tomcat is not aware of any servlet called hello servlet. It just exists in your build path, but Tomcat is not going to do anything about this. Whatever the configuration we did in web.xml, if you want to do that over here using annotation, you can just come down to the class and then add here @web servlet. That has got few elements. If you press Control space over here, you will see that there are a lot of elements. And the default is nothing but an array of strings, which is nothing but the URL patterns itself. So if you don't have any other additional parameters to be given, you simply have to give either a string or an array of string. So since I want to just give one single value, I can say here /hello. This time let's give it as /hello-world. Save it. Once again, let's right click on our project and then say run on server. You'll see that the Tomcat is restarting by itself and then comes to the home page. If I type here /hello, it will be a 404, which means the resource is not found. But if I type here hello-world, press enter, you can see that you get the same output as the previous one. So from now onwards, we will be using the annotation method of configuring a servlet instead of XML. But wherever XML configuration is required, I will come back and explain the same thing also. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's see how to pass parameters from the HTML file and then process the same thing over here. In this lecture, let's see how we can pass parameters from a HTML form and then receive the same thing in a servlet, process the same thing, produce an output. To do so, first let's add an HTML file which is going to be under web apps. So you can right click the web apps folder, new HTML file, and the file name I'm going to give it as table.html. Click on finish. We got a default HTML template. Let's go and change the title as query parameters demo. Let's also give the same thing as our h1, and also let's add a HR. We want to write a form over here because we want to be able to pass on the value to the servlet, and the forms will have action equals to the URL pattern corresponding to the servlet. Now I don't have a servlet yet, so I'll leave this blank for now and then add here something like enter a number. I'll add a text box, input type equals to text. Name is important, so let's give it as num. If you are giving ID, IDs are of no use for the server side code. So IDs are only going to be useful within the front end, which is typically handled by JavaScript. Let's close the bracket and then we'll add a submit button by typing button/button and then say here print table. So we want to print the multiplication table for the given number. Let's save this and write a servlet that can handle or receive this particular num. So let's right click on the package core.vinod.web and then say new servlet. Let's give a name of the class as table servlet. So that's the name of the class. Super class automatically has been taken as HttpServlet. In the next step of the wizard, it is asking what is the name to be given. So name, previously if you remember we gave S1. I'm going to leave this as it is. The URL mappings though, general practice is you use a lowercase and a hyphen format if you want multiple words. So in this case, I should have given it as table-servlet. I'll simply say here table. So to do that, you just have to double click this and then type /table. Click on OK. In the next step, I have to choose whether or not I need constructors. I don't need constructors. Do I need any of the lifecycle methods, which I don't need? I need doGet. I don't need doPost. So the only thing that I want is the doGet function. I click on finish and now you see we have a servlet with the default settings over here. So I'll get rid of the comments in both these places as well as over here. You must have observed that there is no @web servlet annotation over here, and that's primarily because Eclipse has added that entry in the web.xml, so we don't want that. So I'm going to open the web.xml, get rid of the servlet and servlet mapping corresponding to the same and save it, and then come back over here and add @web servlet, and the URL pattern I want is /table. Let's import it, save it, and now we have our servlet ready. Since /table is the URL pattern for this particular servlet, we go to the table.html and then say form action equals to ./table. This is how you invoke the servlet from the client. So the client makes a request to /table and Tomcat then will pass the control to this particular servlet. And because we're going to make a GET request, it's going to come over to the doGet function. The parameter names are request and response. Now all the details sent from the client will be available over here in the request, and the output that we want to produce should be produced to the response object. Let's first get the data from the user. So this is where we say request.get parameter, and the parameter is a string. And we give num as the parameter. Parameters are nothing but the name of the text box, checkboxes, radio buttons, select drop downs, etc. So as you can see, I've given a name called num. So this is the parameter that we want to retrieve, which comes as a string. Even though the user might have entered a number, it will still come here as a string because we are dealing with a HTTP, which is nothing but the hypertext transfer protocol. So everything is transferred as text. So I'm going to assign this to a variable called input, which is going to be of type string. And now that I have this input, I can now convert this into a number. Let's assume that the user is supposed to enter an integer. So I'm going to type here int num equals to integer.parseInt of input. Now that we have the int num, we now have to produce an output that represents the multiplication table. So before producing the output, let's set the MIME type to HTML. So response.setContentType and then type here text/HTML. Now we can produce the output. So to produce the output, we need a writer. So we say out equals to response.getWriter. Let's create that variable as printWriter. And now I'm going to use a for loop where for int I equals to 1, I less than or equals to 10, I plus plus, and then we want to print out the multiplication table for num inside a loop. So I can say here out.println, or I can use a printf also, and the format here is %d x %d equals to %d, and then of course I need a break. So to produce a break, you can simply type here br. Remember, these are all going to be written as HTML. So HTML doesn't care about the new line characters. So you can't just say /n. And the arguments or parameters for these %d symbols are nothing but num and then I and then num times I. Now our output is ready. It's printed in a loop. Once it is over, we can always say out.close to close the output stream. If you want to also give a message before printing all this, you can say here out.println h3 table for plus num, and then probably something like this. Let's save this. And now let's go run the table.html this time. So I'm going to right click on the table.html, run as on server. If you run your project, then you have to navigate to table.html. So I'm running the table.html directly. So we got the output of that. It says enter a number, print the table. I'm going to type here, say 12, click on print table. It says here table for 12, and then I got the table for 12. So if you observe here, the URL has a question mark followed by name value pairs. So this is called query string parameters. Anything after the question mark is called as a query string parameters, and they come with a name value pairs. So this is how you handle request parameters using a servlet. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's see some problems that this particular servlet may cause and how to handle the same. In the previous lecture, we saw how to handle query string parameters, but this particular program has some flaws. Let's say, for example, if I remove this question mark num equals to 12, press enter, you can see that we got an error code 500 internal server error. It says number format exception null. Now the reason for that is, since there is no query string parameter here, the function request.get parameter of num returned a null. So that's not an error. It simply returned null over here. And integer.parseInt of null is the one that is causing a problem. So that's line number 20 over here. You can see that it says tableServlet.java line number 20 is the one that threw this particular exception. Similarly, there is a possibility of an error in case if I have supplied a num, but it's a non-numeric value like ASD, you get a similar error, number format exception for input string ASD. So to handle this, let's go back to our code. This is where input may probably null. So we check here, if input equals to null, we can produce an output saying that, hey, the input cannot be null. But most probably this is happening because the user is trying to access a servlet directly without the HTML file. Alternately, we can redirect the user back to the table.html. Now this can be done in two ways. The number one method is called client-side redirection. The way you do is you say here response.send redirect and then say where do you want to go. Now this can be an absolute path or a relative path, which means I can redirect the user to a different website altogether, or I can redirect the user to a location within my application. For example, if I type here /table.html, it will assume that this is a relative path. / is not really required. It will assume that this is a relative path because it didn't start with a / or http://. So it will assume that this is a relative path. It visits the same website again, but this time it's going to go for a table.html. Now this function does not take the control out of this function, so you still have to say return so that we don't want to process these statements anymore. So if input is null, the user will be redirected to the table.html. However, what happens if there is a problem over here? For example, the user has entered ASDF, so the parameter is found, it is not null, so this is skipped, but eventually this will cause a problem. So we can handle that by printing the message directly to the user saying that, hey, you can only input integers and not anything else. So that has to be done after we get the output stream. So I'm going to cut this and paste over here. Let's select this section and then say right click, surround with try catch block. So if there is no error processing this function, then it is a valid number and we proceed by printing the multiplication table for the same. But if there is an exception for this particular statement, it's number format exception, so it's being caught over here. And all I'm going to do is to type a out.println h3 invalid input, only integers are allowed. Let's put a /h3 semicolon over here. Let's go to the servers, and you can see the server says restart. Let's click on this icon to restart. So server is now ready. Let's go back to our application. Let's go try once again. So we go to the table.html and we have a number. Let's type here, say 12. We are able to print the table, no problem. But if I go back here and type ASD and click on print table, comes back and says invalid input, only integers are allowed. And in case if I remove this question mark num equals to ASD and press enter, you will see that it is redirected to the HTML file. You can also see that the change in the URL. I'm actually removing this .html and then press enter. It is actually doing a redirection. Let's right click on inspect. That takes me to the developer tools. Let's go to the network and make sure that you have selected all over here. And I'm going to select table and then press enter. And when I do that, you can see that it says you visited table. So if I click on this table, it says under headers, let's go to the response headers. It says here the location is table.html. So because there is a location as well as the 302 status code, so it is automatically redirecting the user to this particular HTML file, so the table.html. So it is a client-side redirection because you're asking the client, which is nothing but the browser, to redirect to that particular location. And you will always see a change in the address whenever you see a client redirection. So we have handled all erroneous situation in this case. So whether you type a non-numerical value or you visit the servlet directly, both of them have been handled properly. Let's go back to Eclipse. So this is how you do client redirection in a servlet application. Let's take another scenario. I'm going to enter a valid number. Let's say 34, click on print table, and I'll see the table for 34. But in order for me to try another number, I have to click the back button of the browser. Similarly, if I type here some alphanumeric value, click on print table, I get an error. But if I want to try a valid number, I have to click the back button of the browser to go back. How about including this HTML content in the result, whatever that comes, whether it's an error message or whether it's a proper multiplication table? We would like this HTML content to be part of this. One way to do is using out.println statement. Maybe right over here, we can say out.println and then the content of all these. So there are 18 lines, or at least minimum of these many lines. I have to include that over here. And there are two problems with this. Number one, we are actually writing a lot of HTML inside a servlet. Number two, we could reuse this HTML inside a servlet. So there are two solutions. The second one is the better one, where I can include another resource. So in this case, the resource I want to include is a HTML file. The resource that you want to include may be an HTML file, maybe another servlet, or maybe a JSP. So since we want to include the table.html, let's see how that can be done. To do that, you create a variable of an interface called request dispatcher. So like the name says, its job is to dispatch to another request. So let's call it as rd equals to request, the object that we have received over here, dot get request dispatcher to a URL. The URL has to be a relative path. It cannot be an absolute path. So whatever you give will be considered as part of your application. So it cannot be a third-party website application. So what we have to give here is probably ./table.html or simply table.html, and that's a request dispatcher. We didn't create that variable rd, so we have to create that by pressing Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows. Press enter. You got a request dispatcher. The request dispatcher can do one of two things. Number one, it can include the content of that right in this particular place at line number 32 and then proceed to this section. Alternately, we can also say, hey, I don't want to produce any output here. I just want to forward to this particular table.html. So the two options. In this case, the most appropriate one is to include the content. So to include the content, we're going to say rd.include. You also see that there is a function called forward. Both of them have exact same parameters that takes the parameters that we received. So remember, the request and response parameters are coming from Apache Tomcat. We are using that to produce our output. We pass the same thing to the request dispatcher. So we'll supply your request and response. That means the included resource in this case is the HTML, but if that happens to be another servlet, it has access to everything in the request object as well as the response object. Since it is the same response object what we have got over here, the table.html is also written to the same response. And then response is given back to us and we are continuing to print our values to the same response. Once the function is finished including the content of table.html, the same response is now being written with more content over here. So let's save this, restart our Tomcat. Then go back to the page here. Let's try first a valid number. Let's type here 23, click on print table. You'll see now the HTML file is written first and then the table for 23. If I type here some DFG and press print table, you'll see that it says invalid input, only integers are allowed. So here the HTML file is included. If I go back over here and then change the function to forward, this is an inappropriate function over here because now the response is being initialized over here. So we got the output stream here. We have set the content type and now that response is given to the RD or request dispatcher that actually clears anything written before that. That means in case if something has been written before forwarding, that will be cleared from the output buffer. And then once table.html is included, the output stream is also closed. So whatever that you're writing will not be written at all. So if I go back to the browser, let's say I type in some number, click on print table, you will see that the actual table is not printed. So the control goes to this section, but output stream has already been closed. So the out.println or printf has no effect. So forward is of no use in this scenario, but most of the time when we are working with MVC applications or model view controller application, this is what we do in a servlet. So we do forwards more than include. For this demo, let's bring back the include function again. Go to the servers, restart the server, and then check it out once again. Let's type in a valid number 55, print table, we got it. Some alphanumeric value, print table, we got an error as well. So this is how you can use request dispatcher to include a resource or forward to a different resource. In this lecture, let's have a look at different scopes that are available in a servlet application. Consider this scenario. S1 and S2 are two servlets. The client makes a request to S1 and the request is received by Tomcat. This is where Tomcat creates two objects of servlet request and servlet response types and then passes that as arguments to the service function of your servlet S1. Now the service function can be doGet or doPost or other variants. All of them have the same signature and they will receive the request and response created by Tomcat. Imagine S1 is supposed to do some business logic, making use of the data sent by the client, and all those data is available in the request object. S1 performs some logic and then arrives at some result. Now that result is supposed to be shared to S2 and S2 will now take the result produced by S1 and is supposed to format that into an HTML and then give the output back to the client. In practice, this S2 would be a JSP, but for the time being, let's assume S2 is a servlet. So the question is, we know how to forward the control from S1 to S2, so that is using the request dispatcher. We discussed that in the previous lectures. However, we also want to store the result calculated in S1 so that S2 has access to the same thing. Now this is where we talk about scopes, and request is one such scope. So there are three scopes: request, session, and application. Now request is a scope with minimum lifetime. The request is created when Tomcat receives the actual HTTP request from the client, and the request scope is either destroyed or recycled when the response is given back to the client. So the way you can store some data in the request is by using the function called setAttribute. And in S2, we can retrieve the data stored in request object by calling the function called request.getAttribute. There are other functions, get attribute names, remove attribute. To understand how this works, let's take an example. Let's create an HTML file under our web app folder. So that's under src, main, web app. So let's right click on web app, new HTML file, and let's give a name calculator.html. Let's change the title and let's give a h1. Let's call it as simple calculator. Let's add here a form and action equals to, let's call it as simple dash calculator. We can also say method equals to get or post. Get is the default. Let's give two text boxes. Input type equals to text. Name is important. Let's give it as num1, and let's also give a placeholder saying enter number 1. We'll also give a break, and I'm going to copy this and paste because I want exactly same text box, but this is num2 and enter number 2. Let's add 4 buttons for 4 different operations. Let's say input type equals to submit, name equals to operator, value equals to add. I'm going to copy and paste 3 more times. For all other buttons, I'm going to type here subtract. Let's call this as multiply and divide. When you click on any of these buttons after filling in these 2 text boxes, the form gets submitted to this resource, which is supposed to be a servlet, and the servlet will have access to 3 request parameters. Number 1 is num1 with the value entered in the text box, num2 and its corresponding value, and operator is the 3rd parameter with the value of the button that you clicked. We don't have a servlet corresponding to this action. Let's create one. Let's right click on core.vinod.web package and then say new class. I'm going to call this as simple calculator servlet. Also add a super class as HttpServlet. I can press Control space over here and you will see that there is a HttpServlet as a class, and then click on finish to get a default template over here. And as in the previous cases, let's also add serial version UID, the default one. Let's get rid of this comment and also override the method doGet because we are submitting the form using the get method. So let's go here, let's press Control space and start typing DOG and you get the doGet function signature. The parameter names have come as REQ and RESP. So let's get rid of this comment and the super.doGet. And this is where I have to receive all those 3 parameters. Let's assume that this particular servlet is only supposed to generate the actual result based on whether the user has entered proper numbers, what is the operator that the user has selected, but not responsible for producing the output to the user. But for producing the output back to the browser, let's create another servlet. So we calculate the result over here, forward the request to the next servlet because we want to understand how the request scope works. Let's full screen the editor. First, let's declare a couple of variables to represent the request parameters. So I'm going to say here string input1 equals to request.getParameter of num1. The same thing we need for second one also. So let's call it as input2 and that's num2. The third one, let's call it as OP for operator. But remember the button's name is operator. So I'm going to copy and paste the same thing for request parameter. So we have received 3 parameters provided if you are submitting the form. But if the user has visited the servlet directly, then these will be null. So if any one of them is null, I want the user to be redirected to the calculator.html. So I'm going to say here if input1 equals to null, or input2 equals to null or op equals to null, then we will say response.send redirect to /calculator.html. Of course, we also have to say return, because if this is successful, we don't want to do the rest of the code that we're going to write over here. But if the inputs are available, let's add a try catch, because the input may be non-numeric values also. So I'm going to say try catch. And inside the try block, let's create a couple of variables representing the numerical version of input1 and input2. Let's call it as double d1 equals to double dot parse double of input1. Likewise, d2 is a second number represented by this input2. And in case if any of these two cause a problem because the user didn't enter a numeric value, that will throw an exception, and we're going to go over here. Let's declare another variable to represent the result. Let's call it as result itself. Let's assign a default value of 0, although this value gets changed because we are now calculating based on the operator. So I'm going to say here switch op, and switch can be used with string from Java 1.7 onwards. So I'm going to say here case add. So I have to say result equals to d1 plus d2 and then a break statement. I'm going to copy this and paste it 3 more times, one for each of them. So I'm going to select here subtract, and the result is going to be obviously minus d1 minus d2, and this is going to be multiply, and this is the asterisk or star, and one last is divide. The result is d1 divided by d2. Of course, I don't need a break because that's the last one, but let's still give that. In case if the operator is not one of them, then I can throw an exception. So I'll say here default, throw new, probably I can say exception itself, and then say here invalid operator. Now this only happens if you are not coming to this particular servlet via the HTML form, but you are typing directly on the address bar saying operator equals to XYZ. Since an exception is thrown here and then we are catching, whatever the action that we take here will be the action for that as well, which is nothing but redirecting to the calculator.html. So once we got our result, let's store that in the request scope and then forward that to another servlet to print the same. So let's create here a request dispatcher. Let's say rd equals to request.getRequestDispatcher. Let's say the path here is called print-result. That is the URL of our servlet, which is supposed to print the result. Let's also press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows to auto-generate that variable. So we got that rd, and we'll simply say rd.forward request and response. And notice whatever the request we received here, which is created by Tomcat, is the same thing that we are passing over here, which means if I store something in the request, the print result also will have access to the same thing. So that's the whole idea here. So we call request as a scope because it stores some data on behalf of one servlet so that it can be accessed in another servlet. So the way you store is you say request.setAttribute and give it a name so print result can go and query by that name. So let's say, for example, I'm going to call it as result. This could be anything different than the variable name, but general practice is you give the same thing. Now you see that I'm storing whatever the calculated result in the request scope with this key, which can be anything you want. And then print result will now receive the same request, and inside the request it can find this result. And that's what we want to do next. One more thing, when there is an exception, let's redirect the user to calculator.html. So I'm going to copy this and then paste here. So since that's the last line, I don't have to do return from here. One thing you should observe here is that we never use the response.getWriter or response.setContentType. And that's because this is accepting the responsibility of only the business logic, but the presentation logic is going to be in this servlet. Typically, it's going to be JSP, but for the time being, let's do the same thing using a servlet. One last thing about this servlet is we have to map this servlet class with a URL. The URL is simple calculator, so this is the action. So when I submit this particular form, it is supposed to reach to this, and that is done by using annotation web servlet and give the name as /simplecalculator. That's the URL pattern. Now Tomcat knows that whenever you submit this particular form, it is supposed to go to simple calculator, and simple calculator is nothing but this servlet instance. Let's create another servlet which is supposed to get this data and then print that to the user. So let's also call it as print result. So I'm going to right click on my package here and then say new class. Let's call it as print result servlet, and then select the super class from here as HttpServlet. Let's click finish. As usual, let's add a default serial version UID. Get rid of this comment. Let's also give this as the URL pattern for this particular servlet. I've copied that, so I'm going to type here @webservlet /print result, and then come here and add the doGet function. So I'm going to press Control space, type DOGE, and then we got the doGet. Let's get rid of this section. So the request we receive here is nothing but the request that was passed over here. So this is the location where we supplied the request response to the request dispatcher. Request dispatcher will now send the same thing over here. This time it is not coming from Tomcat, it is coming from the request dispatcher. Since this has been stored with an attribute, we can now go and say, hey, give me that attribute. So I can say here request.getAttribute, and the name of the attribute is nothing but the result. The return value of this particular function you can see is object. It is very generic because this API is not aware of the data type that has been stored, so everything is considered as an object. So you have to receive that as an object. Let's call it as object obj, and then I can say if obj not equals to null, I'm going to convert that into a double because I know that it's a double value. So I'll say here if obj is not equals to null, then we'll say double result equals to double dot parse double of obj.toString. That actually converts that string value into a double. Now that we have this, let's say we want to print the result. First of all, let's go to the beginning and then say response.setContentType, and the content type is going to be text/HTML. We also probably might want to include the HTML, and if you want to do that, let's say rd equals to request.getRequestDispatcher./calculator.html. Let's create the variable rd of type request dispatcher by pressing Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows, and then we can say here rd.include, and then we say request and response. So this is where we are including the actual HTML. Now I want to print the result. To print the result, we need the output variable. So let's say out equals to response.getWriter. Out needs to be created. Again, Command 1 or Control 1. And then we got the print writer. The HTML is included over here. And now I can display the result over here by typing out.println, maybe a paragraph, a result of, if you want to know what operation was it, you can always say here request.getParameter of OP. Remember, the request is nothing but the same request that we received over here. There is this request.getParameter operator, so the same operator we can also access that. So this is supposed to be operator, and then I say here operation is, and then I type here result, and let's also do out.close. So now our servlet is ready. Basically, this servlet is not doing any business logic. Its focus is only on the presentation, whereas this one is doing all the business logic. Of course, the application itself is very simple. Let's not focus on the application logic over here, but know that this particular servlet is doing the business logic and this is taking care of the presentation logic. So let's try running this particular servlet now. So I'm going to right click on this and then say run as run on server. So Tomcat is getting restarted and it's going to open in a new browser. And incidentally, it came as servlet / and the complete class name. And that's not the one that we wanted anyways. So I wanted actually to go to this URL. So if I go to this URL, it is going to redirect to the calculator.html. That's what we want to see. So if I paste it and press enter, you can see that it is going to the calculator.html. So it's saying 404. I think it must be a spell mistake. Let's go and have a look at that. And you can see that the name of my file is wrong. So I'm going to go and change that. So the actual file is here. This is the file. I'm going to press F2 for renaming, and let's go change the spelling over here. So this is a misplaced A. I click on OK. So now this should be OK. Let's go back to the browser and then refresh the same thing, or for that matter, if I type simple calculator and press enter, and now you can see we got the simple calculator. I type in a number. Let's type 12 and 34. I click on add. I'm supposed to get the result right below this saying that result of add operation is so and so. So you can see that it says result of add operation is 46.0. So we got the result. Similarly, if I type here some alphanumeric value, it's simply going to redirect back over here. Nothing happens over here. But you can see that I'm actually calculating the result in one servlet, but the output is coming from another servlet, right? It's still going to the simple calculator, but the actual output is coming from print result servlet. If I access this print result directly, you will see that it's actually going to include this, but because object is null, there is no output over here. So whatever the result it has calculated right now as 57, that is lost because it was in the request scope. So you can see that there is no result. So the servlet request and servlet response objects which were created when we submitted the form are lost when the actual response has come back to the user. So because of which, if I make a fresh request to print result directly, I'm not seeing the actual result that we got previously. In case if you want to maintain data across multiple requests by the same user, then we would like to make use of something called HTTP session. And in the next lecture, let's address the same. In order to maintain user data across multiple user visits, in other words, multiple user requests, we make use of an object of an interface called HTTP session. So it is an interface, but the actual object is created by Tomcat or whichever the web server that you are using. So they are supposed to give me an object of HTTP session. To understand the same thing, let's take an example where as a user, I want to enter a name of my friend, and that has to be stored in the server, and I should be able to enter another name, and that also should be stored in the server, and this should continuously happen, and I should also be able to view the names that I've already added. So let's get started. Let's create an HTML first. Let's call it as addName.html. So I'm going to create a new HTML file here. I'll call it as addName.html. I click on finish to come out of this. Let's also add here a title as HTTP session demo. Let me give the same thing as h1 over here, and then probably a HR, a horizontal rule, and then a form where action equals to, let's call it as add-name. That's all I want to give. It could be add name servlet or whatever. And the method also can be anything, but let's give it as get for now. We don't have to really worry about the post at this time. Let's add a text label over here. We'll say enter a friend's name, and we give a text box input, type equals to text, name equals to, let's type it as friend_name. You can give any other name if you feel like. I think this should be good enough for this. Let's close this, and then I'm going to provide a button for submit. I'll say button/button. By default, button acts like a submit button. And then here I'm going to type here add name. That's all I want to give, nothing else. We can also provide a hyperlink over here to view all the names that I've already entered. So I'm going to type here, let's say a div, and inside the div I want to provide a ahref equals to, and then I'll type here view names plural because there may be multiple names, or 0 also, and I'm going to type here view names, save it. So let's take a look at how this is going to look like. I'm going to right click, run as on server. So I can type in a name and then click on this button to add the name. I can also click on this to view the names, but of course both these servlets don't exist at this point in time. So it's only going to produce errors. So let's go back to Eclipse and create a servlet which has this add dash name as the URL pattern. So let's go back to our package, right click, new class, and this is going to be called as add name servlet. This is also going to have HttpServlet as the super class. It comes over here. So that's the first one. Say OK, click on finish. And first thing first, let's add the @web servlet. And then the pattern is add dash name. That's what we have given. Let's also add a default serial version UID. Get rid of the comment. And then we want to add the doGet function by pressing Control space DOG, and we get the doGet function over here. And let's get rid of these two lines as well. So the first thing that we want to do here is to get the name entered by the user. So that's what we want to get that from this request object. And if you remember, so the text box has a name called friend_name. That's the parameter. Once again, we can always say string, let's say friend name equals to request.getParameter of friend_name. In case if this is null or even an empty string, for example, if the user has not filled in any value over here, for example, without filling, if I click on this button, I don't want that to be accepted as a valid name. So I don't want blank names to be added into my collection. So I can always check here if friend name is equals to null, or you can say friend name dot length, maybe after trimming. If the length happens to be 0, then we will simply redirect that back to the HTML. So we know how this works. Let me full screen this. I'm going to say resp.send redirect to /add_name.html. That's where it's supposed to go back to. And then I'll say return, because we don't have anything else to do after redirection. But if the name is a valid name that the user has entered, doesn't matter what it is, but it is entered. Now we want to store that in the scope. For a given user, there may be a session, there may not be a session. By default, there is no session object created automatically. But if you have one, we want to retrieve that. And if I don't have one, I want to create a new one. So this is where request.getSession function helps us. You can see there are two variants. The first one doesn't take any parameter. This checks whether the user is associated with a session or not. If the answer is no, then a new session is written over here. But if the user is already associated with a session, then the existing session object will be retrieved and will be given to me. The second one is, of course, allows us to say, hey, if the user is not associated with a session, no need to create a new one. So we can say here false. So let's assign this to a variable called session, and we're going to press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows to get this object. So we now have a session. This may be a brand new session, or it may be an already existing session. So assuming that you are visiting this particular servlet for the first time, so obviously this is a brand new session. But imagine I'm typing in a second name and third name and fourth name. Every time I'm clicking on this add name, I'm coming back over here. So the second time this session already exists, and I want to check, hey, do I have a collection of names already in that? So let's declare a variable representing the list of names. I'm going to say list of string called names equals to session.getAttribute of, let's call it as name list. Now notice that this is going to be an error. Of course, the first error is because I've not imported this. I'm going to import this from the util package. But the second error is because the return value of this get attribute is an object. It's a super type, and I'm trying to forcefully assign to a subtype. So this downcasting has to be explicit. So I have to press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows and add the cast. So again, let's assume that you're submitting for the first time. Obviously, when you receive it for the first time, this is a brand new session object which doesn't contain any attributes at all. So when you say, give me the attribute called name list, it only returns null, and we have assigned null to this. So this is the condition that indicates that you're visiting this for the first time. So I'll say here, if names equals to null, then I'll say names equals to new array list. Let's import it from java.util. And now I'm going to store the name entered by the user in this names. So I'll type here names.add, and then I'll type here friend name. and that's the first name that I'm adding. And now I'm going to store this in the session as an attribute. So I'll say session.set attribute called name list, and then I'll say here names. So which means if you are visiting this particular servlet for the first time, we are now creating a new array list and storing the same thing in the session scope. And also the new array list contains the first name that I've added. However, if you are visiting it for the second time onwards, then this is no longer a new session object. And the session object already contains the name list because in the first attempt, we ourselves stored the name list as an attribute. So obviously, in the second request onwards, that is the one that is going to be retrieved. So it is not null. So now I have a choice here. So I can say else. So that means it's the second request onwards. Names represents the array list that already exists. I'm simply going to type names.add and then I say friend name. Now, if you observe carefully, this names.add friend name is a common factor here. So which means I don't have to really put that conditionally. I can put that separately over here and get rid of that from this place. So if it's a first request, we are creating a brand new array list and storing it in the session. But if it's a second request onwards, we have already got the old array list and then we are simply adding the name in both the cases. So once the name has been added to the array list and kept in the session scope, we'll simply tell the user that, hey, your name has been successfully added. So let's go and do the same thing. I'm going to type here resp.set content type of text/HTML. That's a good practice to be followed all the times. And then I'll say here out equals to resp.getWriter, and out needs to be created as a print writer. Also, I'm going to include the add name.html here. So I'm going to say request.getRequestDispatcher add name.html, and straight away I can say .include. I'm doing a statement chaining over here, request and then response. So this ensures that the add name HTML is included, and then we'll also give a message here saying h3 and the name given by the user, which is friend name, is added to your friend list. Let's also close the output stream. So let's go to add name.html, right click, run on server. And let's go to the browser. We got this form over here. I'm going to type in a name. Let's say I'm going to type here Sham. I click on add name. When I click on add name, it goes to the add name servlet. Because it's the first request, a brand new session is created. Because the brand new session doesn't contain an array list, a new array list is created. Sham is stored in the array list is stored in the session. Then I come back over here. So it says here Sham added to your friend list. If I simply click on this, you can see that it's simply redirecting back to the add name HTML. It's not giving any error. Let's add one more name. Let's say, for example, James. Click on add name. So it says James added. Let's say here John. Add name John added to your friend list. So at this time, 3 names have been added to the array list and the array list is kept in the session scope. I don't have a servlet to view the names yet, but let's go and create the same thing. So I'm going to go back to my package over here. So let's call this as view names servlet. So I create a new class, view names servlet. Let's add a super class of HttpServlet. Click on finish. Let's give a web servlet annotation. And the web servlet annotation has to have a URL pattern, which is nothing but what we have given here as view-names. So let's give the same thing over here. Add default serial version UID. Get rid of this comment. Let's also override the doGet. This time I'll go to source menu, override implement methods, and then I select here doGet. That's the one that I want. Let's override the same thing, get rid of these 2 code. And the only thing that this is supposed to do is to retrieve the session object, and from the session object it is supposed to get the array list, and from the array list it's supposed to iterate over all the names and then print it in the form of probably bulleted text. So let's give a variable called session equals to request.getSession and then say control1 or command1 on Mac OS, and we got the HTTP session variable. From here, we're going to get the list of names, which is nothing but list of string. Let's call it as names this time, equals to session.get attribute. And we have to give the same attribute that we stored over here, which is called name list. So because this is the attribute that is present in the session scope, and the same thing we have to give, because if you give something else, then it will say it is not found and it's going to return null. And the list needs to be imported from java.util. And of course, I have to do a cast. Let's add a cast over here. This is where I can check if names is null. I simply have to tell that, hey, you don't have any names in your list. So I'm going to say if names equals to null because it's not present. You can also say if names equals to null or names.size equals to 0. For example, you have a session, you have a name list, but there are no names in that. So there's no point in looping over. So we can always check here if names equals to null or names.size equals to 0, then I can probably produce an output that says there are no names in your collection. Before that, let's add here resp.setContentType and then text/HTML, that's the MIME type. And then we say here out equals to resp.getWriter, and then out is supposed to be created of type printWriter. Let's give a message over here, out.println, maybe h3. I'll say there are no names in your friend list. Let's say /h3. But if names exist and its size is not equals to 0, obviously it's greater than 0, we want to display a message, here are the friends. So I'll say here out.println, maybe h3, I'll say these are your friends, and probably /h3. Let's give a loop here for string name in names, because names is a list, I can iterate over like that. And then I type here out.println, probably li plus name plus /li. Li has to be inside a ul or ol, so I'm going to go give here out.println, let's say ul, unordered list, and the same thing after this but with a slash. Once you produce the output, let's also say out.close. Save this, maybe restart Apache Tomcat manually. Go back to the browser and let's see if we can view our names over here. You can see it says these are your friends. I forgot to include the addnames.html. That part I can copy from here. So we do have that over here. I copy and then paste probably right after this. Save it. Restart Tomcat once more. I think it's automatically reloaded this time. I'm going to go back over here, click on view names, and now you can see it prints right inside that. So if I open a new window, probably a new incognito window, and then probably copy this URL. Let's say I'm going to copy this URL and then go back to that incognito window, paste it and press enter. And you can see that it says there are no names in your friend list because this browser is considered as a different user. Whatever the names I add here are maintained in the session for this particular user. So there are 2 users, 2 sessions. If there are 200 users, there will be 200 sessions. So I'm going to add a different name here. Let's say, for example, Ramesh. I press enter, it is added. Let's also add here, say Ravi, press enter. I'm going to add one more, let's say Kiran, and press enter. We have 3 names over here. You can see these are the 3 different names, and the names here are still the same thing. So if I add one more name, for example, let's say Kishore, press enter. You can see that the names are different in both the browsers because they are different clients altogether. So this is how HTTP session works. The data maintained by the HTTP session is available for multiple user visits via multiple requests. One of the biggest challenge faced here is that as the number of users grow, for example, if you have 2 users, you have 2 session objects, 200 users, you have 200 session objects. But imagine applications like Facebook where there are millions of users currently logged into Facebook server, you can't probably expect to have millions of session objects on the server side. So in the modern applications, we generally avoid using sessions. But for small to medium scale application, this is how you maintain user data across multiple visits. In this lecture, let's have a look at another scope called as application scope. This is the same example as the previous one. We are continuing with the same example. So here we have one browser window that is open. Currently it is showing that these are the names that are available. And I have another incognito window where I have 3 more names here. So any name that I add over here, for example, if I type Jane Doe and then click on add name, you can see that view names shows that Jane Doe over here, but not here. And that's because these 2 browser windows are acting as 2 different clients. They have their respective session objects and not a shared scope. Sometimes you may have a situation where the data has to be stored in a scope that is accessible to all the clients, so that any client manipulating the data in that particular scope reflects on the other client also. So this is called application scope. And the application scope is represented by an object of an interface called servlet context. By default, when your web container like Tomcat starts, for every application that it mounts, it will have one servlet context object readily created, which means at this point in time, we already have a servlet context object. We just have to get a reference to that and start using the same. So let's go back to our application here. So we have the add name HTML. Submitting the name goes to add name servlet, and this is where we are obtaining the session object and then storing the data over here. Apart from storing the names in the session scope, let's also store the same thing in the application scope. Like I said earlier, application scope is represented by an object of servlet context. Let's get the same thing. So I'm going to go right here. Let's declare a variable called as context equals to. We need to call a function that is coming from HttpServlet, which in turn receives the same thing from its superclass called GenericServlet. So we already have a function called getServletContext. You can see that it's coming from GenericServlet over here. So we don't have to refer to by using any variable like request. It's already available to us via inheritance. So I have to create this variable called context. Command 1 or control 1 will do that. Create a local variable. We got this. Once again, we are going to get an array list from that particular scope. But if you are visiting this servlet for the first time, again, that's going to be null. So it's pretty much the same thing. I can actually copy this part and then assign that to a variable here. Let's call it as context names equals to, instead of session, it's called context.getAttribute. Notice the functions like getAttribute, setAttribute, getAttribute names, remove attribute, all those things remain the same thing. So I have to create a variable of list type. So I'm going to press command 1 again, create that local variable. Once again, this would be null, probably like this. I can store the same thing over there. So I'm going to say if context names equals to null, that means you are visiting it for the first time. I'm going to assign context names equals to new array list, just like the previous one, of string type, and then store the same thing in the application scope. So I'm going to say here context.setAttribute. Let's give the name as name list because that's what I was looking for first. So because it was not there, I'm going to store that over here. And the value I want to store is the context names, just like what we did with respect to session. And just like how I added the friend name to names, we're going to add that over here. So we'll say here context names dot add, and then we'll say friend name. So if you carefully observe, this is exactly what we have done here, but the object here is the application scope. A bit of change to the view name servlet also. In addition to displaying the name list from the session, let's also display all the names that are present in the application scope. Once again, I'm going to say here context equals to get servlet context. The context is supposed to be created of type servlet context. And I can say here from the context, I have to get the name list. I'll say context.getAttribute called name list. We'll assign this to a list of string. We'll call it as context names, just like the previous example. We have to forcefully cast it. And then I'll check here if context names not equals to null. Let's loop over and print the same thing. So this time I want to give a message out.println, probably h3, friend names added by all users slash h3. And now I want to give a out.println ul. Let's loop over string name in context names, out.println, this time li plus name plus slash li. Notice the name here is not a problem because it's a scoped variable within the for loop. It doesn't conflict with this variable. So I'm going to come back and say out.println slash ul. So in addition to the names entered by a particular user, we are also going to see the names entered by all users. Let's go back to the browser. Let's close all instance of Chrome so that we don't have any session data here. So I'm going to close Chrome. I'm going to open a new instance of Chrome and another instance of Safari. So two different browsers here. Let's arrange that one next to each other. I'm going to visit here the URL, which is nothing but localhost 8080 slash servletdemo slash add name.html. That's the URL that we have to visit. I'm going to visit the same thing over here also. So we have two different browsers, two different clients. Let's add a couple of names over here. So I'm going to add here, say Vinay, press enter. Let's add here Ramesh, press enter. Let's say Harish, press enter. So three different names. I click here. It says here these are your friends and friend names added by all users. That includes myself as well. And I'm going to go here and then type in a name here. Let's say James, press enter. John Doe and press enter. One more. Let's say Jane Doe, enter. If I click on view names over here, you can see that not only I see the names just now I entered, but I also see the names entered by the other user. The same thing happens over here. When I click on this, you can see this grew further because it is representing names entered by all users. And the data is stored in a location that is accessible to all the clients. However, this particular data is kept in scopes which are accessible only to the respective clients. So to summarize, there is a request scope, that is the scope with the smallest lifetime. So you visit a servlet, the servlet can store data in the request scope and then go to another servlet that can access the data. But when the servlet gives the response back to the user, the data stored in the request is destroyed along with the request object. However, session object is a little different because the session object is maintained on the server side for certain duration, and the clients can visit any servlets and all the servlets have access to that particular session object. So one user, one session. Whereas the application scope is something different because there is only a single application scope object and all the users have access to the same application scope. So most of the time application scope is used for retrieving some read-only kind of data, so which is stored in one place and everybody can have access to. Session, on the other hand, is used for maintaining the user interaction data within a client session. Now that we have a fair idea of how servlets work, in this lecture, let's discuss about an alternate to Servlet, which is called JSP or Java Server Pages, which eventually becomes a servlet. According to the Java EE specifications, a web container must provide a servlet called as a JSP servlet. A name of this can be different. This is preloaded onto the web container and already has a mapping to star.jsp, which means any request to a JSP file that you make will be received by this particular JSP servlet. For example, if you make a request to hello.jsp, this servlet receives the request and then tries to locate an object that is mapped to hello.jsp. And if you are making the request for the first time, it's obvious that you don't have any such servlet on the container. But then the JSP servlet will look for a file called hello.jsp. Typically that will be kept in the root of your web applications. And this JSP file gets translated into a Java source code. This phase is called as translation phase. It is possible that your JSP may have some syntax errors and the translation may fail. In case if there is a translation error, that is reported to JSP servlet as an exception, and the JSP servlet will give the error code 500 back to the client. But if the translation is successful, you have a Java source code in hand, and that Java source code gets compiled into a bytecode. This is called compilation phase. Now during the compilation phase also it is possible that you may have some syntactical errors in Java source code. If compilation fails for whatever the reason, this also is reported to the JSP servlet as an exception, and JSP servlet will give the error code 500 back to the client with a complete stack trace. But if the compilation is successful, this class is now considered as a servlet, and that gets instantiated and loaded into the VM. Also, this servlet is mapped to the file name. So in our case, it's going to be hello.jsp. After the successful loading of this servlet into the VM, the container invokes its lifecycle function, which is called JSP init. Once the init is done, the servlet object is now ready for serving the client. Now that the JSP servlet finds an instance of a servlet that is mapped to hello.jsp, all it does is it invokes the appropriate service method. In the case of a JSP, it's called _JSP service, and this contains all the HTML content or the Java content that you would have written in your JSP, and the HTML content is written to the response. The JSP servlet will take that response, give it back to the client. So from now onwards, any client making a request to the hello.jsp, the JSP servlet can find an instance of servlet that is mapped to hello.jsp. However, it is possible that you may make some changes in your source code, but when you save your source code, the timestamp on the JSP is newer compared to the timestamp of the .class file. So every time a request comes to the JSP servlet for hello.jsp, before it can pass on the control to _JSP service function, it will also check whether JSP has a newer timestamp than the class. If the answer is yes, then this particular instance, which is already loaded in the container, has to be removed. And because the servlet is being removed, the lifecycle method JSP destroy will be called, and then the servlet instance is removed from the container. And after that, the process of translation, compilation, creating an instance, loading into the VM, calling the JSP init, and then calling the _JSP service, all of them happen in the same way as it happened in the first case. So this is how Java server pages work. Now, since JSP is a plain text file, we write all our HTML code directly without having to embed them using out.println statements like we do it in servlets. However, we write the Java code using some special brackets. We generally call them as scriptlets and declarations. We will discuss about the same in the subsequent lectures. So while a servlet has Java code and we embed HTML in it, JSP is like an HTML code where we are embedding Java. In ideal scenarios, servlet should not contain any HTML code, JSP should not contain any Java code. And this is achieved using what's called model view controller pattern, which we will discuss again in the subsequent lectures. In the next lecture, let's have a look at our first JSP file. In this lecture, let's have a look at how JSPs work. For this, I'm going to right click on my web app folder or the servlet demo project. So I can right click here and then say new JSP file. Notice it's going to go and select the web app automatically. Let's give the name as hello.jsp. If you click next here, it's going to ask you to choose a template, and you see it says JSP with HTML5 markup. That's the one that I want. I click finish. As you can observe, it's nothing but an HTML file, but with a little different syntax over here. And this part is optional right now, so I can even get rid of this and it will still work. There's no need to make any changes here. Let's just go and type here hello JSP, and I'm going to give the same thing as h1. Paste it. Let's put a horizontal rule and then probably a paragraph developed by Vinod /p. Let's save this and run this by right click on this, run as run on server. So when I do this, you can see it's going to come up on the browser. As expected, there is a h1, hr and paragraph. If I right click here and then say view page source, you may observe that the special syntax what we had in our JSP is no longer available over there. So this part is gone. So which means it's not the same file like HTML file. So the HTML file will be sent to the client as is, and there is no processing done on the server. However, for JSP, this is a little different. So you can see that the JSP is a modified version of my source code. So behind the scene, what's happening is that this file is getting converted into a Java source code, and then the Java source code gets converted into a Java class file, and then an instance of the Java class gets loaded into the VM, which is nothing but a servlet. Now, if you want to have a look into the source code generated, let's go to a new Finder window or Windows Explorer in case of Windows. So I go over to my desktop where my project location is there, training workspace, and this is the location where we have a .metadata, which is invisible because it's a hidden folder. To access the same, so I'm going to open a new terminal over here, and then I'm going to say here cd space. I'm going to drag and drop that over here, so we get this cd into this. And if you see here, ls minus la will show me that there's something called metadata also. I'm going to go into cd metadata. That has a plugins folder, and that contains all the plugins that your Eclipse is currently configured with. So I'm going to now say open dot. That brings up another Finder window here, and you can see training workspace has a hidden folder metadata now and the dot plugins. And the plugin that is responsible for your server is this org Eclipse WST server core. And inside that we have this TMP0. We saw this earlier when we introduced servlets in the beginning. And these are the temporary folders where your applications are deployed. So the WTP web apps is where your application is currently deployed. So this is where you see your actual JSP file here, hello JSP, and all the Java classes corresponding to your servlets will be there inside the classes as exploded package. So this is the actual var file, but that's an exploded format. However, the JSP files what you have get converted into a Java and then into a .class file in a temporary work folder, which is over here. So I'm going to click on this work folder, and you can see there's a Catalina. So let me reduce the width of this. Click on Catalina localhost. You can see there's one folder for your current project also, but this doesn't contain all your WebINF, WebXML, your HTML, none of those exist over here because this is a temporary work area for JSPs to be converted into Java. So notice that there is a package-like folder structure here. You can say arg.apache.jsp. and then you see hello_jsp.java. Also, there's a class file over here. Let me open the same in Visual Studio Code. You can see that it's nothing but a regular Java class, and the class name here is called hello_JSP that inherits from something called HttpJSP base. So if I go to Eclipse back over here and go to navigate, open type hierarchy and type the name HttpJSP base, you'll see that this particular class is a subclass of HttpServlet, which is also a subclass of GenericServlet. So in other words, the class that is created here, hello_JSP, indirectly inherits from HttpServlet and becomes a servlet by itself. So in other words, an object of this is nothing but a servlet object. You can also see that there are few variables over here, and there is a static block adding some imports over here. So if I scroll down further, you will see a couple of lifecycle functions over here, but they are of different variants, _JSP init and _JSP destroy. And this is the one which is the service function of your resultant servlet. So the _JSP service. You can see the argument request is of type HttpServlet request, HttpServlet response. Those are the two argument types. It has exactly the same signature as your do get or do post. So if I scroll down over here, inside this you can see some variables have been declared over here. So the request, response, page context, session, application, config, out, and page, all these are called implicit objects. So that's because, remember, currently this particular page is created by Apache Tomcat, but if you are using some other server like WebLogic, for example, the names of the classes, the names of the packages, the names of all these variables may differ. However, the variable names like request, response, and all these variables, they will remain the same thing because they are standardized by Java community process, and hence they are called implicit objects, which means irrespective of which server you're going to use, These variables you can always use in your JSPs. Let's go some more down over here. And now this is the location where the entire HTML part that we have written over here, this part, is now converted into a series of out.write, including the blank lines as you can see over here. This is the one that we would have written in our servlets, but instead of writing in our servlet, which is a Java class, we are writing in a HTML-like code, which is much simpler. So if I want to add, for example, a styling, or if I want to create a table, it is very easy to create over here instead of creating it in a Java program. And that's exactly what this JSP engine is doing. It takes our HTML-like code, but eventually converts that into a Java class like this. So if I make some change over here, for example, let's say I'm going to say Vinod Kumar Kayartaya and save this. If I go back to the browser and reload that over here, I see the change, but the actual change is reflected over even here. Also, you can see it's changed instantly. So as soon as we refresh the browser made a request. Now the JSP engine realizes that the object that is currently in the JVM is a stale object. So it's going to transform your JSP to a new Java, and then it compiles that into a new .class file. It discards the old object in the memory, and then it will reload a new object that is made out of this particular class. Just to show you how to use one of these implicit objects, let's go back over here and add a HTML form. Let's say form action equals to an empty string this time, because if you are not giving anything when you submit, it will be submitted back to the same JSP file. So we will receive that once again, and I'm going to type here enter your name, and then a text box here, input type equals to text, name equals to, let's say, your underscore name, and let's close the bracket and then provide a button for submit. Let's give the caption as submit itself. Now if you type in something and press enter, the same JSP receives the request, and here I can process the form that's being submitted. To do that, let's open a special bracket over here, and this is called scriptlet, and we will discuss that in the subsequent lectures. But this is where you can write a regular Java code. So your JSP engine will transform everything here into a series of out.println, and this also will be converted into a series of out.print or out.write statements. But this will be untouched because this is considered as Java. So your actual code would be kept here as is. So let's go and type something over here. We're going to say string name equals to request.getParameter, and then the parameter is nothing but your underscore name. That's the name of the text box. Notice request is one of the implicit objects, so the object is declared right here. So because our code is going to be embedded right here, we have access to this out as well as this request as well as the other implicit objects I explained. So I'm going to come back over here. So request.getParameter of your name. I'm going to say if name not equals to null, because for the first time when you visit this page, this name is null. So I don't have to do anything. But if name is not equal to null, I can simply type here out.println. Probably I can say here h3 hello and the name of the person that we are giving. So with an exclamation, probably /h3. Notice we are doing exactly the thing that we did earlier with a servlet, but this also can be simplified further. We will do that in the subsequent videos. So I'm going to save this, go back to the browser. If I refresh over here, you can see it says enter your name. I'm going to type here, say for example, Vinod. I click on submit. You can see it says hello Vinod. Let's go and have a look at the resultant Java code that's generated for this. As I mentioned earlier, all these statements should be converted into a series of out.write statements, but this will be untouched and will be kept as is. You can go and have a look at that over here. So this is the code that exists before that scriptlet, and notice the code in the scriptlet is untouched and it's kept as it is. So it looks like it's a continuation of this code over here. So there was some series of out.write and then there is another out.println statement. It doesn't make much difference to this code at all. In the next lecture, let's discuss about the JSP elements, one of which we already saw, which is called scriptlet. In this lecture, let's have a look at various elements in the JSP file. Number one is the static content. These are the lines of code you would have written for HTML, CSS, JavaScript within your JSP. And all the lines will be converted into a series of out.write statements inside the resulting Java code. So they will not be processed in the server side. Instead, they will be sent back to the client and the browser will handle the same. But the most important ones are the scripting elements, which allow us to write Java code inside a JSP. There are three types of scripting elements: scriptlets, declarations, and expressions. A scriptlet is a code inside a special bracket which starts from <% and ends with %. The Java code you write here will become part of the service function of the resulting Java code. Hence, it has access to all the implicit objects. The implicit objects are a bunch of standard Java objects such as request, response, out, session, etc. Inside the scriptlet, you can declare variables, you can use if conditions, you can use for loops, etc. But you cannot write additional functions or classes because it is as if you are writing a function or a class inside a service function, so which is why it is not allowed. The second scripting element is the declarations block, which is also a Java code written inside a special bracket. The bracket starts with a %! And it ends with a % symbol. But the Java code you write here becomes part of the resulting Java class and not part of the service function, which means you cannot write for loop or if conditions directly, because then it looks like you're writing a for loop or an if condition directly inside the class. So declaration block is generally preferred to use when you want to declare a member variable or a function or a nested class or a static block. Since the code you write in the declaration block is not part of the service function, you don't have access to any of the implicit objects inside the declaration block. The most common use cases are to write lifecycle functions such as JSP init and JSP destroy. The third scripting element is called expressions. And then expressions is also a substitute for some code that goes into the service function. Expressions are generally used for printing the value of a variable or a return value of a function, or if you have some expressions and you want to print that on the HTML, you can use the expressions. Now, expression have a simple syntax, <% equals, and then you give the expression, then close the bracket using %. Expressions have access to all the implicit objects because they are part of the service function. Apart from the scripting elements, which is the major part of your JSP, you have something called directives. Now, if you're from C programming background, you know something called as a preprocessor directive, which tell the compiler before actually it starts the compilation. Likewise, the directives instruct the JSP translator before it can begin the translation of the JSP into Java. They can affect the actual source code of the JSP itself. So a directive basically has the syntax of <@ followed by name of the directive and then a bunch of attributes in the form of key value pairs. The most commonly used directives are page, include, and taglib. A page basically controls the appearance of the page. For example, if you want to import some packages other than java.lang, additionally, you can control the page encoding, whether a session object is required or not. In case if there was an exception in a JSP page, where it should be redirected to, all those things are controlled using the page. But the most common use of the page directive is for importing classes from other packages. The include directive is used for including any text file within your application, while the page directive can be given anywhere in the JSP file. The include directive, because it includes the content of the other files, the placement of include is very important. Because the inclusion of other files happen even before the actual translation begins, many of the occasions this is called as a static include. And the third most commonly used directive is the taglib directive. As the name suggests, it represents tag library. The tags we are talking about here are nothing but the JSP tags, which are not the HTML tags, so they can't be processed by the browser. So the tags are going to be processed in the JSP engine itself. But in order to refer to any tags provided by third party, we have to use this taglib directive. So general syntax is you say taglib and then URI equals to give a namespace representing all the tags, and then a prefix to refer to the tags. So the next JSP element is called JSP actions. They're actually called actions because they perform some actions, but behind the scene, they're nothing but JSP tags. There are two types: standard actions, which are standardized by Java community process, and the second one is custom actions. Now, the standard actions, you don't have to include any additional jar files or any tag libraries. You can simply start using the JSP standard tags using the JSP as the prefix. Most of the times, we don't have any real requirements of this in the modern JSP. Custom actions are actions or JSP tags created by developers. Hence, it's called custom because we are customizing our own actions. These allow us to create a Java class and use the Java class as a tag. In the initial days of JSP, a framework called Apache struts provided a lot of tags which are meant for programming purposes. For example, if you want a for loop, instead of writing a scriptlet and write a for loop, you can actually use a JSP tag. They look like HTML tags. So you use a tag to repeat over a collection. During those days, Apache struts became very popular, and in the next version of JSP, which is JSP 2.0, they introduced a bunch of tags called JSTL. Because we are writing applications on Apache Tomcat 9, which supports JSP 2.0, your JSP can also have expression language, or EL for short, and then JSTL. So these are the additional two elements of a JSP, which completely replace writing of scriptlets, declarations, expressions within our JSP. An expression language has a very simple syntax of $ and a curly bracket. And as the name suggests, you write some expressions there. For example, accessing the value of a variable, or probably property of an object, or ternary operator like question mark colon combination. JSTL is the JSP standard tag library, which allows us to do a lot of things using JSP tags, which otherwise we would have done using scriptlets, declarations, and expressions. In the subsequent lectures, we will have a detailed look into expression language as well as JSTL. In this lecture, let's understand the use of scripting elements in JSP. For this, let's create a JSP that can read the data from this database table and then display the same in HTML format. So the first thing is we have to add the relevant jars in our pom.xml. So we need the h2 jar. So I'm going to open the pom.xml, add a dependencies section. And inside that, I want to add the h2 dependency. So the h2 dependency, I can get that from MVN repository or Maven Central. Look for h2, the first one. But we're going to take the 1.4.197 version. I'm going to copy that, come back to pom.xml, paste it, save it. We also have to remove the scope, or we have to say scope is provided. And let's close the pom.xml. So we have our dependencies ready. Let's create a JSP called customerlist.jsp. I'm going to right click on web app, new JSP file. I'll call it as customerlist.jsp. Press enter, change the title to customer list. Also add a similar h1 and probably HR. Let's also add a paragraph powered by JSP. And this is where we want to display the list of customers in an HTML table format. Let's add a table, probably border equals to 1. And then we say here there is a T head, which is the table heading, may consist of one row with maybe 4 or 5 columns with TH. Let's give it as ID. And then we will add a TH for name, another one for city, another one for email, and one more for phone number. After the T head, we're going to add a T body, and the T body is where we want a row for every row in this particular table. So I have 4 rows here. I need 4 TRs over here. But the 4 TRs we want here should be dynamically created using a loop, and the loop should loop over a Java result set. And that's where we have to now work with JDBC. I'm not going to work with Mybatis here. I'm going to work with JDBC. So let's full screen this. The first and foremost thing is that we have to open a connection when this page is loaded, and when this page is unloaded, we want the connection to be closed. So if I want to open a connection only once, it has to be done using a JSP init lifecycle function. And the JSP init lifecycle function can be added using a declaration block. So let's go to probably the beginning section over here. It can be done anywhere, it doesn't matter. The declaration block is like scriptlet but with an exclamation symbol. Now this part can be used for creating a member variable for the class or member functions. So lifecycle functions become member functions. You can use this for static variables, or if you want to create inner classes, you can use that. So you can't use implicit objects over here like out or request, because out, request and other implicit objects are part of the service function, and this is outside of the service function. So let's write the JSP init, public void JSP init. There is no arguments for this particular function, and one more function, public void JSP destroy. Now these two functions need to have access to the same variable connection. So I'm going to declare a member variable connection con and not initialized. Now you can see that the connection has to be imported. So this is going to be a little trickier one, because I can't write the import statement inside this, because this is a declaration block and the code here becomes part of your Java class, and inside the class you can't write the import statement. So the import statement have to be outside of the class, and that's why we can't really do an import here. Now the way you can do is you can use the page directive to add the necessary imports. Now one thing you can't do here is by pressing Command Shift O or Control Shift O, you can't organize imports. You cannot move the cursor and say, hey, import that here. That is also not possible. But one thing you can do is you can go to the end of this and then press Control space, and then it says import from java.sql package. So I'm going to press enter, and you can see that it has added a new page directive with import equals to java.sql.connection, and that connection needs to be initialized over here. For this, I'm going to say class.forName, and the name of the driver is arg.h2.driver. That's the driver class name. This throws a checked exception, and you can see the IntelliSense doesn't help here. You may not be able to throw an exception from here because it is a standard function. You can't do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this and put a try catch block manually and then paste inside that. I'm not going to handle that exception because there is nothing to be done over here if the class not found exception is thrown. But for the time being, I'm going to say here ex.print stack trace, but this will be printed on the Java console, not on the browser. So I'm going to save this. So let's go here and then do the initialization of con, which is nothing but con equals to driver manager. Press Control space and then say driver manager needs to be imported from java.sql. It adds a separate page directive. Then I'll say get connection, and I need to supply URL, username and password. So let's do the same thing. I'm going to create here string URL equals to the URL that is required to connect to H2 database, which is jdbc:/h2:tcp:/localhost/tilde/training, and that's the name of the DB that I have. And then string user equals to Vinod, and string password equals to secret. Now we have opened the connection, and we can close the same thing when this particular JSP is being destroyed. Once again, I require a try catch block. I'm going to copy this whole stuff and then paste here, and then all I'm going to do is to say con.close, because con.close throws a checked exception. We have to handle that. So if I run this for the time being, even though it doesn't produce an output, it opens up HTML content in a browser, but I'm more interested in the resultant Java file. So if I go back over here, you can see that there is a customer_002 dist_JSP Java. So the name is totally automatically generated, so we don't have to worry about the name. So I'm going to right click, open with Visual Studio Code. And this time you can see right inside the class I have got my variable connection, JSP init and JSP destroy. But if I remove the exclamation mark from here, save this and then refresh this, I do get an error over here, and that's primarily because you see that inside the class the variables don't exist. But if I scroll down over here inside the JSP service function, you can see that it has created a variable. That's fine, that's not a problem, but you can't write a function inside a function. So that's the reason why we're getting an error. So we go back, undo this, save this. Now there is no error. Of course I can refresh that and I got some output. So we have opened the connection and at the end that connection gets closed. But this is where I need to actually use that connection, create a prepared statement, execute the query, and then handle that result set. So to do so, let's come here and add a scriptlet. And I'm using a scriptlet here because this is where I want to make use of the out.println statements, and out is an implicit object. I have access to implicit objects only inside a scriptlet. Let's go and declare that statement in the form of prepared statement. Let's also put a try catch block over here, and the catch block is simply going to say exception ex and ex.print stack trace, nothing else. And inside the try block I'm going to create the prepared statement stmt equals to con.prepare statement of select star from customers. Let's put a semicolon. Prepared statement needs to be imported. I'm going to press Control space at the end. You can see that it's imported over here. Let's save this. And now we need to create the result set. I'm going to say result set Control space rs equals to stmt dot execute query. So I executed the SQL statement right here. And let's type while rs dot next. So looping over the result set. This is where I need to print tr. Now instead of using out.println to print the tr/tr, td/td and all those things, what I'm going to do is I'm going to terminate this scriptlet by closing the scriptlet. So this part is closed over here, and then the rest of the section I'm going to open using another scriptlet here. So you can see complete scriptlet is now divided into two parts. So this part is Java, this part is Java, but this part here is a HTML section. So I can straight away now say tr/tr, just like the one that we did over here. And inside the tr, I'm going to have 5 td/td statements like this. And the td is supposed to display the data from the result set. So rs.getInt of 1 or id. So instead of printing using out.println, we're going to prefer to use expression. So I'm going to say percentage equals to rs.getInt of either 1 if I'm sure about the column position. Otherwise, I can say id. And for the second one, we're going to use percentage equals to rs.getString of name. And the same thing I'm going to copy and paste for the remaining ones, but changing the respective column names. This is going to be city, this is going to be email, and the last one is going to be phone. So our JSP is ready. Let's go back to the browser, refresh the page, and you can see that we got the output on the browser. Let's go back to Eclipse. This is an expression. This is a short form for out.print of the whole thing that we are given. So if I go back to the code here, the generated one, if you scroll down, you can see that wherever there is a td, it says out.print rs.getString. So this is what we gave inside the expression, but that's been converted into a series of out.print statements. So to summarize, we have here page directive, which allows us to do imports. Now import is the only attribute in the page directive that can be repeatedly used. All others are used only one time. The declaration block begins with a less than percentage exclamation. The code you write inside a declaration block are either member variables or member functions, static blocks, or nested classes. Similarly, if you come down over here, there is a scriptlet. The scriptlet is nothing but a piece of Java code that will be kept as it is in the resulting Java source code. This is an expression which is an equivalent or a short form for out.print statements. That's all in this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's create a JSP custom tag, which is also known as JSP custom action. To understand the same, let's first create a JSP and try to use a tag which is not a regular HTML tag, and then we'll convert that into a JSP custom tag. So let's right click on web app, new JSP file. Let's call it as custom tags demo. Press enter. Let's change the title to custom tags demo, and the same thing, let's also give it to the heading, and let's give a HR. Let's say we want to display current date and time. For that, let's use a tag called date, and this date tag is not an HTML tag. You can see straight away we're getting a warning, and the warning very clearly says unknown tag called date. But what we want to do is to make sure that this date tag prints current date and time. So let's save this and then right click on the file, run on server. So Tomcat is restarting and it's going to open in a new tab. As you can see, we didn't see any output here. But if I right click and then say view page source, you'll see that the tag date is printed here as is. The reason for that is the JSP engine understands that this is something special to JSP. So this gets processed on the server side. That's why you don't see that over here. However, all these lines of code, including the one called date here, they get converted into a series of out.write statements. And eventually the same thing is given back to the browser, and the browser is trying to process that. Browser doesn't know what to do with this because this is not a W3C standard tag, and it's just printing as is, and there is no output produced here. But what we want to do is we don't want this date tag to be printed over here because this is not meant for DOM. Instead, what we want is some Java code corresponding to this should be executed on the server side, and then the result of that should be printed over here. Let's take a look at the Java code corresponding to this particular JSP file, which is there on my desktop. This is my training workspace. There's a .metadata.plugins, WST server core, TMP0, work, and now that's where you will see your current project, which is Servlet demo, org, Apache, JSP, and you will see all your files, and this is the one that is printing the HTML on the browser. So I'm going to right click and then say open with Visual Studio Code. So if you scroll down to the location where you have a series of out.write statement, that includes even the date slash also. So that is the reason why we are getting this particular output. But instead we have to tell the JSP engine that, hey, this is not a HTML tag like the other ones. This is something special to the JSP, and there is a class corresponding to this particular tag. We want that class to be instantiated and be processed. So first, let's create a class representing this particular tag and then link this particular tag to the actual tag class. So let's go to our package here, code.vinod.web. Let's right click and then say new class, and let's give the class name as date tag. So this class, which is supposed to be a handler for the tag class, we call it as a tag handler class, must implement an interface called tag or extend a class called tag support. So let's go to the browse and then say here tag support. You can see that it comes from Java X Servlet JSP tag ext. Let's click OK and then say finish. Let's add the default serial version UID because tag support implements serializable and your class becomes serializable automatically. And now we need to override one of few functions that this class has. So if you want to check what are the functions, you can go to the source menu, override implement methods. And here you can see the tag support class has got many functions. Few of them are very important and they get automatically called. For example, you can see that there is a function here called doStartTag. This gets automatically called whenever JSP engine encounters an open tag corresponding to this particular class, which is the date tag that we have used. Similarly, there is a function called doEndTag. This gets executed when it encounters the closing tag. In our case, we are using a open and close tag together because we are using it like a empty tag. So both of them get executed in succession. But what we want to do is to override this function, the doStartTag. so that we want to print something when the tag is open. So let's click OK, and we got this function. Let's get rid of this to do. Let's keep the return value as super.doStar tag because it's supposed to return an int value, and we don't have to worry about this at this point in time. We just want to include our code so that we can print something on the JSP. So whatever we print here, that print statement will reflect over here. So this is the open tag plus closing tag. So let's go back over here. Now to print something, we need a JSP writer. So we can say here out equals to, and this class has an inherited member called as page context, which provides a function called get out, which gives you the JSP writer. Let's create the same thing by pressing Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows. Now we have the out, which is nothing but the same out which is actually printing all these values. And inside the Java class corresponding to this date tag, now the out we have access to, and we can print anything we want, which is nothing but new date.toString, and the date should be imported from java.util. Let's do the same thing. One thing you should also see here that we are overriding this function and it can only throw JSP exception, whereas this is going to throw IO exception. So if you move the cursor on this, it says the only option you have is surround with try catch. Let's do that. Let's not do anything except printing the stack trace. Let's save this. Now we have our JSP tag class ready. This is called tag handler, but we have to tell the JSP engine that, hey, whenever there is a tag called date being used, it must use an instance of this class and call the appropriate lifecycle function. To do that, we need to create an XML file. We typically call this as a taglib descriptor, and it must be found either in the webinf folder or must be in the class path. So let's right click on this webinf and then say new file, and the file name can be anything, but general rule is that the extension should be .tld for taglib descriptor. Let's give the name as my custom tags.tld. Press enter. This is a regular text file. I'm going to paste a template code here, which consists of the bare minimum requirement of any TLD file. The first part, of course, is the processing instruction that says what is the version of XML, what is the encoding. The second set here is the doc type declaration, which describe the taglib and its child elements, which is the root of our XML file here. The complete description can be found in this DTD file, but we don't have to worry about that. So the taglib has minimum 2 version information here. This is the taglib version, which says 1.0, and the JSP version, which says 1.2. The rest of them are all customizable. For example, we need to give a short name which becomes a prefix to the tags that we are using over here. For example, in order to distinguish between the HTML tags and the JSP tags, we may have to specify some prefix. The prefix can be totally your choice. You can give here anything you want. For example, I can type here VND, which is a short form for Vinod. And I can go here, I can specify the same thing even here as well. Now this could be something different as well as something else can be given over here. We'll have a look into this part in a bit later. This is only going to be a suggestion to the user of my tag library saying that, hey, you use this as a prefix to distinguish from other tags. So the next one is the URI, which creates a namespace for all your tags. So generally people give their website names, but it can be anything. Let me just give it as my custom tag library. You can give any description optionally if you want. You don't have to give any description over here. Let's skip that. And there is one tag in a tag library, and the name of the tag is something that user of the JSP can use, and that corresponds to an appropriate tag handler class. Since I want my tag to be used as date, so let's give here date, and the actual class name is core.vinod.web.dateTag. You can move the mouse over this particular class name holding the command or control key, and if you don't see a hyperlink over here, that means there is a spell mistake. Now this is okay. So our tag is ready. So I'm going to save this, and let's go back to the JSP and refer to this particular tag library. To refer to the tag library, we will be using something called taglib directive, and the way you do that is less than %@ taglib, and then type URI equals to, and if you wait for a second, you will see that Eclipse is scanning your class path and web folder for all the tag libraries that are present, and it finds only one, which is nothing but the URI that I just gave over here. So this could be anything you want, and that is what actually is being listed. So I press Control space here and you can see that it auto completes. So we want to refer to one or more tags defined in this particular library in our JSP. For that, we have to use a prefix, and then I'm going to say prefix equals to, and if you wait for a second, you will see that it shows VND, and that's nothing but the short name defined over here. So this is, as a developer of the tag library, I'm suggesting the user that you use VND. However, if I'm not happy with that as a user, I can give something else, like I can say X. But it's a good idea to refer to the same prefix as being suggested. So I'm going to use VND. Now I'm going to say here less than VND colon, and if I press Control space here, you can see that it comes with open tag and close tag. Now incidentally, the my custom tags.tld has only one tag. That's why it just came automatically. However, if there were multiple tags defined, then it would have suggested and you could have picked up one of them. And since I don't have any content in between, I'm going to just close this over here. So now we have a tag which is prefixed using VND. So when JSP engine starts translating all these things, it will translate all this using out.write statement. But because there is a prefixed tag over here, it will now go and check in this particular tag library what is the tag class corresponding to this, and then start using the lifecycle function of that, such as do start tag and do end tag and so on. So I'm going to save all the files and then right click on this file, run as run on server. This time server may restart, and then open the JSP in a new tab, and you can see this time I got my output. And if I go and view the page source this time, I don't see the actual tag, but I see the result coming from my tag handler class. Let's go back to the JSP. We can also supply additional attributes to that. For example, let's say I want to print the date in different patterns, like for example, a ISO date format or a long format or a custom format. We can supply the format using an attribute. So let's give it a try. I'm going to give a break here. Let's copy this and paste a couple of times. And for the second one, I'm going to type here pattern equals to, and then give a pattern, let's say D/M/YYYY. Notice the capital M for month, because this is the standard format that we use in simple date format. But if I save the file, you'll see that pattern is causing me an error or a warning. It says undefined attribute name pattern, because now the Eclipse is trying to locate this attribute in this particular TLD and it is not found. So we can say here that this tag class may have an attribute. So you can see that there is an attribute section, and the name of the attribute is called pattern. Is it really required? While using the tag, we can say no, it is not required, because if you check it out, the first one we didn't supply over here. So that means it is optional. So we say required equals to false. But if at all you use this, this can now be passed on to your tag class by declaring a variable and providing a setter for the same. So I may have to give here private string pattern, and if the user didn't supply, I can assign a null value to this. I can also provide a setter for the same by pressing Control space and then start typing set PAT, and you can see we got set pattern. Now you see whenever JSP engine encounters this, it will supply this value as an argument to the set pattern, and eventually that will be assigned to the member variable pattern. So based on the value of this pattern, I can control my output. I can say here if pattern equals to null, that means this whatever that I'm doing is okay. However, if the pattern is mentioned, then I can say here simple date format SDF equals to new simple date format of pattern, and then I'll say out.println SDF.format of new date object. Let's save this, go back to the browser, close this, refresh this. You can see that the second output is now coming according to the format that I used over here. So let's give it a try. We can say here pattern equals to, let's say, EE, and the MM, that is the weekday, month name, D and year. We'll also give one more, pattern equals to YYYY-MM-DD. Let's say I also want the hour, minute and second. Let's save this, go back to the browser, refresh, and you can see that we are able to control the format of the output. So if you look at this, there is a JSP developer who is using a tag defined by somebody else, and that someone else who is creating the data tag also creates this. So in other words, the tag library is a combination of the tag handler classes and a TLD file that defines all the tags over here. In the next lecture, let's see a more complicated version of a tag. However, for a user, it will always be very simple because a JSP developer is going to use these tags as if they are HTML tags. Let's take another example of a custom tag, but this time we want to add a little bit more complexity. So let's first define the usage of the tag and then come and write the code corresponding to the same thing. Assume that we have here some piece of data which is comma separated or semicolon separated. Let's type ID, name, email and city. Let's give a couple of values. One, let's give my name, my email ID vinod@vinod.co, Bangalore as the city. Let's say 2, John Doe @example.com. Let's say Dallas, and one more, Jane Doe @example.com, Washington. Of course, if you just save this and go back to the browser and then refresh, you see you're going to get everything in one single line, because browsers don't care about these new line characters. So if you want one below the other, at the max you can say pre/pre, and then this will be considered as a pre-formatted text, and they come as is, as you can see over here. We want this to be displayed in a tabular format with the rows and columns. To do that, let's assume we want to make use of a custom tag. Let's call it as table, but let's assume that it's part of our my custom tags TLD. So we can say VND:table, and let's give the same thing here /VND:table. Now it's giving me a warning or error because the prefix VND corresponds to this tag library, and in that tag library we don't have a tag called table, and that's why the error or warning that's coming. It says that unknown tag VND:table. So I can go here and then add another tag just like this, whose name, because we use the name as table, I can say table, and we have not mentioned what is the class corresponding to this. So we have to say tag class. Let's assume it is co.vinod.web.table tag. Again, notice that we are following the top-down approach. We are going from JSP to Java. But ideally, a tag library developer would have created a bunch of tag classes, mentioned all of them in this particular configuration file, and then a JSP developer will use that. But we are doing the reverse approach. You can also see that there is a warning because it says that, hey, there is no such class found called table tag in this package. So we'll come to that in a minute. But at least if you go here, there is no error at this particular line. But compared to the previous example where we used these tags as empty tags because there is no content in between open tag and closing tag. But in this example, I have a content and I want this particular tag handler class corresponding to this tag to handle this and convert that into a bunch of rows and columns in a HTML table format, and then substitute that output over here. In other words, the tag class should process this particular body content. To do that, first let's go and create a class called table tag. So I'm going to copy this name, right click on the web package, I'll say new class, and the class name is going to be table tag. But unlike the previous one, which just had something called tag support, since this time we want to process the body also, there is a class called body tag support. And like the name says, it supports the reading of body of the tag as well. I'm going to click finish. and add a default serial version UID just like the previous ones. Let's get rid of this comment. And this time we want to override a different function because we want to process the body. So to do that, let's go to the source menu, override implement methods. And here you can see there is something called do after body, do init body, do start tag, do end tag, all those functions. And since we want to read the content, we will be writing our code inside this do after body. I'm going to say OK, get rid of the comment. And like the previous case, we want the JSP writer. So let's declare a variable called JSP writer. Out equals to, we can simply call a inherited function called get previous out, and JSP writer needs to be imported. So if you observed previously, we used a different mechanism to get the output stream. So there we said there is a variable called page context, and inside that there is a function called get out. Whereas in the super class that we have over here, body tag support, there is a function called get previous out, which gives me the previously opened output stream. So we're going to use the same thing. Next, we want to read the content of the body. So that means we want to read this particular part. Notice the actual content starts from here and it goes till this line number 28. To get this content, we go here and then say get body content. So there is a function inherited again from the body tag support, and this provides something called get string, which is going to give me the string version of the body, and we can assign this to say string content. And if you go and print out here, for example, I'll say sysout content. When I access the JSP, the tag is being processed over here. So this entire tag, the actual content is being accessed over here, and then that prints me on this console. Let's give it a try, save this file, and then restart the server if you want. So the server is asking for us to restart. And let's go back to the browser, refresh the page, and I don't see any content over here because my tag handler is not producing any output. But if I go back to the Eclipse, you'll see that the content is being printed over here, including the new line in the beginning. So we don't want any extra spaces before and after, so we can as well say here dot trim. So we get the trimmed version of that. And now we have to process this. And the way I can process is I'm going to split this entire text using new line characters. So I'm going to get an array of 4 strings, the first one being the header, this is the second string, this is the third one, and this is the fourth one. And if I take one line at a time, each line corresponds to a row which consists of multiple fields using comma as a separator. I can split that further and then process the same thing. And what I want to do is to print table/table with the corresponding rows and columns. To do so, let's go here and then put a try catch block. And inside the try block, what I want to do is to split this one, assign that to another string array variable. Let's call it as rows equals to content.split and then /n as the delimiter. Rows is not created, so press command 1 or control 1 and then get the variable created. It's a string array. And all I have to do is to loop over this particular array and then print a tr/tr for each one of them. So, but first we need to give out.println table and then a corresponding closing tag also. Let's give it in advance. And let's consider the first row to be a header. So we're going to add here out.println t-head. For a table, you have a t-head, a t-body, and a t-foot. So I'm going to give the closing tag for the same thing. And in between, I have to print one row. So let's say out.println tr, corresponding closing row for the same thing. And now I need to give n number of columns. Now in this case, I have 4 columns, but it may contain more columns also. So we need to now process each one of them. So for that, I'm going to say values equals to rows of 0, because that's the first one, dot split, and then I give a comma as a delimiter. Values need to be created. Again, if I press command 1 or control 1, you will get the variable being declared, and which is an array. So I can say here for string value in values. This is where we're going to say out.println th. We are using th because we are inside the t head, and then I'll say plus value plus slash th. And if you carefully observe now, we have a table slash table. Inside that we have a thead slash thead. And inside that we have tr slash tr. And inside that 4 th slash th. So if I save this, my Tomcat has automatically reloaded the context. If I go back over here and then refresh, you can see that the table is displayed with the header. So we can go to the page source, and the page source will show you that we have a table, thead, and one row consisting of 4 th. However, we want the rest of them also to be printed, and if you want, you can also say here table border equals to 1 for the time being. Let's control this later, but we can say border equals to 1. So we will see some border. But now let's come back here. After the thead, we want the t body. So I'm going to say out.println t body. That's the table body, and this is going to contain multiple rows of multiple columns. And that's pretty straightforward because now we have here rows where the first row has already been processed. Now we need to loop over the second row onwards. So I'm going to say here for int I equals to 1 because we start the index from 0 and we are skipping the first one. I less than rows dot length I plus plus, and now pretty much exactly what we have done over here should be done again, including the tr. So I'm going to copy this and paste over here. We can't redeclare this, so I'm going to get rid of the declaration part, plus this is going to be td instead of th. And one last thing is, this is not rows of 0, but this is nothing but rows of I, because we are inside a loop. We need to take the loop variable and then get that particular row. So let's go to our server, restart the server, go back to the browser, refresh over here. You can see that we got the HTML table corresponding to whatever the data that we have inside this. Now that we have created this table tag, we can use this for any kind of data, even if I have the data in a physical file over here. For example, let's say I have a CSV file, which is comma separated values. I want to read the same thing and print the data. So I can simply type here, let's give a couple of BR. So we have a gap over here. And then we type here VND colon table. And then inside this particular tag, I can say %@ include file equals to, and let's say dot slash, let's consider it as people.csv, which means I'm supposed to have a people.csv in the same location. I don't have one. I'm going to create a new file over here. I'm going to copy this and right click on web app, new file over here. Of course, the CSV file typically is associated with Microsoft Excel, or in my case, it's called numbers. It tries to open the same thing using your default application. I don't need to open that over here. However, I want to copy and paste some value from the internet. So I'm going to open this with a text editor. Let's go to a website called mockaroo.com, which gives you some mock data. For example, you can see there is an ID, first name, last name, email, gender. I don't need this IP address, but I can add here phone number. Let's add a phone number type here. Let's add another one. Let's type it as address. The data type is going to be street address. Let's add one more, city name, one for state. Let's add state, and one last for country. Let's add a country over here. And you can rearrange them. For example, I want the gender before email. So I have email, phone, address, city, state, country, etc. Now that I can have 1000 rows downloaded, I'm going to just get around, let's say 25. And either I can download the data or I can preview that. So I'm going to preview that. And then, of course, I'm just going to copy from here till here. I'm going to press Command C, copy, come back over here and then paste it, save it. Now, if I go back to my browser where I have the tag demo being displayed here, let's refresh that. And now you can see the data coming from the CSV file. So irrespective of how many rows and how many columns we have, we can get the data by just using this particular tag now. But this also can be customizable. For example, imagine I have here semicolon instead of comma. Let's say I'm going to replace all the comma with semicolon over here. So I can simply say replace find multiple times until I finish all of them. Let's close it, save it. If I come back to the browser and reload, you'll see because I don't have any comma here, all of them are considered as one single TD, which is not correct. However, I can control that by supplying a parameter over here or attribute. Let's call it as dlim equals to semicolon. Of course, now dlim is not a valid attribute corresponding to the definition of this table tag, and the definition of the table tag is available over here. That's why we're getting an error. So if I refresh, I'm going to get an error. It says that dlim is an invalid attribute according to the TLD. So let's go here and add the same thing to the table. I can say I want another attribute over here. Let's copy paste the same thing and let's call this as dlim, but it's not necessary because if the user didn't give, I can assume that this is going to be a comma. But for every attribute you define, you should have a variable and a setter in this particular class. Let's go to the class, add a member variable over here, private string dlim. Let's assign a default value of comma. So if the user didn't supply, let's assume it as comma. We also have to provide a setter. So I'm going to press a control space, set dlim. And you can also see I'm using the delimiter in two places. This is one place. And I'm also doing the same thing over here. So we need to change this to dlim and even here also as dlim. So now my code is ready because here I have a variable called dlim using which I'm actually splitting the rows. And in the JSP, we are supplying the dlim in case if it's not comma. So in case of the file, it is the comma by default, whereas here it's not comma, it's a semicolon. I'm specifying that explicitly. So let's save all the files, go back over here, refresh this. You can see that the data is split properly and displayed in a tabular format. Many of the occasions we'll also supply some CSS styling and classes and so on. For example, I don't want the border by default, I want to control that from here. Very simple. We go to the table tag.java, declare one variable called border. Let's say, for example, private int border equals to 0. So if the user didn't mention, I would assume that the border is 0. And this will ensure that the value for border is also going to be a numerical one. This is where I have given border equals to 1 like this, but we now have to give conditionally because if border is 0, we don't want this attribute at all. But if border is more than 0, then I have to give this. So I have to tweak this a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a %s over here. Unlike the print writer, JSP writer doesn't have a printf, so we may have to use string.format like this. And the format is going to be this text. The value is going to be a value based on border. So I'm going to say here, if border equals to 0, that means I don't have to give anything. But if border is not 0, then I may have to give a string border equals to plus border plus the codes for that. So this looks a little complex, but you will see that it's either going to have no border at all or border equals to a number. However, we have not declared this border to be an attribute over here. Let's go and declare the same. I'm going to copy this and paste next to that. I'll call this as border. It doesn't mean that border has to be used by the user because we said required false. But if the border is not mentioned, there will not be any border at all. So if I go back to the browser, refresh, you'll see that there is no border. But let's give a border and then check what happens. I'm going to give border equals to 5, save this, come back here, refresh the same. I see an error. It says unable to find setter for attribute border. The error is very clear. I have missed a setter for this particular variable. Let's add that. I'm going to type here control space. I'll type set border and save this, wait for server to restart or context to be reloaded. Come back over here, refresh. You will see that there is a 5 pixel border for this particular table. You can make this table tag more flexible and more reusable. For example, what if somebody wants to apply a CSS class for this? So I'm going to go and add a CSS definition over here. Let's go to the beginning where I have the head section. I'm going to add here style/style. I'm going to copy and paste a bunch of CSS code over here that defines a class called bordered table that applies for the table, tr, td, th for all of them. And I want to apply this CSS class to one of these tables. So I have here vnd:table. Let's say, for example, I give here class equals to bordered table. Now, one problem with this approach is class here is okay. This is the perfect usage of CSS class, but remember, we need to have an attribute called class in the TLD, and eventually I need to have a variable in this particular Java class. However, class is a keyword over here. I can't declare that as a variable. So that's why we will give here something like CSS class or CSS style. And now I can give this as an attribute in the TLD. So I can probably copy this and paste over here. This is going to be CSS class. And I'm going to declare a string variable over here, private string CSS class. I can assign an empty string if I want. Very importantly, don't forget to add the setter. Whatever the value of this CSS class I want to apply over here. So I'm going to say here class equals to %s like this. The first percentages must be substituted with a CSS class. I'll give this, save it. And let's go back to our browser, refresh this. And now you can see the CSS class is applied on my table. So we can completely customize the user defined tags, which gives us tremendous power in terms of what we can do in a JSP. In the earlier days of JSP, a framework called Apache struts introduced a lot of custom tags, and they became very, very popular. And eventually Java community process adopted some of those tags into the JSP standards, and they are called as JSP standard tag library. So literally using JSP standard tag library or JSTL, we can avoid the writing of Java completely. If you look at this JSP here, we haven't written a single line of Java over here, but we still are executing a lot of Java code in the form of tags. In the subsequent lectures, we will have a look into JSTL and how to use the same thing in our application. JSP 2.0 introduced something called expression language, which can be used along with JSTL. In this lecture, let's discuss about expression language. To understand the same thing, let's create a JSP. So right click on web app folder, new JSP file. Let's call it as el-demo, press enter. Let's give the same as title over here, el demo, h1 el demo as well. Let's give a HR. When we are working with EL and JSTL, we generally don't want to use the scriptlets and declaration blocks and other JSP 1.x features. But for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to use a scriptlet over here. When we start using MVC application, you will see that JSP is completely free of Java. But for the time being, let's put a scriptlet over here and declare a variable called name equals to, let's say I give my name. Notice this becomes the local variable of the resulting servlet classes service function. But if I want to use that using an EL, we can't do that because it's a local variable. What we have to do is we have to store this name in a scope. Unlike servlets where there are 3 scopes, request, session and application, JSP has an additional scope which is called page scope. Now the reason they introduced this is because in JSP you can also include other JSPs, but we don't want to mix up the variable stored in one JSP and the variable stored in the other JSP. So they introduced something called page scope, and the page scope is represented using an implicit object called page context, which has got exact same function like set attribute, get attribute and remove attribute. So we can say here page context dot set attribute. You can press control space over here and you can see we got the name. Let's give it a name here as name itself, and the value is the variable name. So it can be different, but general practice is the same thing. Now you can see I can come here and then type say h3 hello dollar in curly bracket, we can say name. So this is the expression language we are talking about, where the value stored in an attribute can be accessed in this format. Let's give it a try by running the same thing. I'm going to right click, run as, run on server. And you can see it says, hello Vinod Kumar. So if I go and do a view page source, you'll see that there is no special syntax over here. It's just the value of that. So in other words, this particular dollar curly bracket is an expression language, And it can do many things. Right now we are just trying to print the value of something that is stored in a scope. Now the error that you see here is basically an Eclipse, probably you can say a bug. If I cut this and paste it back over here, you can see that the error is gone. So when you give here $name, by default it looks in the lowest scope that is possible, which is the page scope. But if it's not found in the page scope, then it's going to go and look in the request scope. And if it's found, it's going to use that. If it's not found, it's going to go to the session scope. And if it's not found in the session scope, then it's going to go into the application scope. So the other three scopes are nothing but request, session, and application with the respective names. For example, if I store request.setAttribute of name, let's say I give a different name here, say Shyam Sundar, close the bracket and save it. Now you see, in spite of the request having an attribute called name, it's completely ignored by this. So if I go and refresh over here, you will still see it says hello Vinod Kumar. But if I comment this line, because it is not found in the page scope, but it is found in the request scope, it's going to take this name. So I'm going to save this, go back and refresh the same. You can see it says hello Shyam Sundar. But sometimes you may have data in different scopes with the same attribute name, and you may want to access the same thing. You can always access that by giving a prefix. For example, let's say I'm going to copy this and paste it one more time. This one by default picks up in the lowest scope that is found, which is page scope in this case. But let's say I want to be very specific and say get this from the request scope. I can always say request scope dot name. And the reason why this works is that in the page context, there is an attribute called request scope that represents request object itself. Likewise, you can also say here session scope dot name. And if I copy this and paste one more time, and then I can also say here application scope dot name. However, in session scope and application scope, I don't have any names. So if I go here and refresh, you will see that the third and fourth are not giving any output. That's because there's no value. You can also have conditional output inside this. For example, if session scope.name is null, I want to say hello friend. But if it's there, I want to print the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'll say here, is it equals to null? Question mark. If the answer is yes, let's give an output as saying that say friend. But in case if the session scope.name is not null, then I want to give the session scope.name itself. Same thing I can also do for this. Let's say I'm going to copy this, put a question mark, and I'm going to give here say friend colon, and then I'm going to give application scope. So in both the cases, it's going to say hello friend. I'm going to save this, go back over here, refresh. You can see it says hello friend. I forgot to add here a condition. Is it equals to null? It didn't give me an error though, but I'm going to go back and refresh over here. You can see it's the same thing. However, if I store a value over here like session.setAttribute and let's say name, comma, let's say I want to give it as John Doe, and also another one, this time it's called application. So the implicit objects are page context, request, session, and application. But the way you use is either if you don't mention, it's going to go and locate in multiple scopes, but by default, it's going to look in the page scope. There's a request scope, session scope, application scope. So let's change this to, let's say, for example, Robert Miller. Save this, go back over here. It should now give me hello message for different names over here. Other than request scope, session scope, application scope, there's another expression that you can use called as param. Param corresponds to the request parameter. For example, let's say I have here a text box, input type equals to text. Let's give a placeholder equals to enter a name. And I also want to put this inside a form. So if you submit the form, it's going to come back to the same JSP. So let's say action equals to an empty string and slash form over here. So I can type something and then press enter. And then I can come down over here. I'll type here h3 hello, comma. I can now type here $param.name, where name is supposed to be a request parameter. That's supposed to be the name of this text box. So let's give here name equals to name. Now, if this is a confusion, let's change this to your underscore name. So basically, we are supposed to look for your underscore name in the param. If it is equals to null, so initially you are not passing any value, obviously it's going to be null. So I'll say here friend, but otherwise I'm going to say here param dot your underscore name, like this. So param is a standard expression representing the request.get parameter. So once again, you see that the error what you see here is not really an error. So I'm going to cut this and then paste it back over here, and Eclipse has some kind of bug over there, so we'll ignore that. So I'm going to go back and then refresh. You can see that since there is no request parameter passed, it says here hello friend. But if I'm going to type here, say for example Ravi, press enter, and you can see that it says hello Ravi, because Ravi is now passed as a query string parameter or request parameter. Let's go back to JSP. Let's take a bit more complex example. For this, I'm going to create a new entity class here. I don't have an entity package, so I'm going to create an entity class, and the entity class is called, let's say, address. And the address is going to have a couple of variables. I'm not going to have too many of them. In this case, I'm going to simply say here city and state, nothing else. I want to use Lombok for the getters and setters. So first we will go and get the Lombok dependency from mvnrepository.com. I'm going to search for Lombok, select the first one, the latest version, copy the pom.xml, come back over here to my pom.xml, paste as another additional dependency, save this. And let's come back to our address.java. I want to have here a couple of things. Number one is a @noarg constructor, and I want a all args constructor also. I want getter, I want setter. So we have all the required members over here. For JSP, getters are very important. Setters may not be that important. And I forgot to change the name of the package, so it came as web. For a good practice, let's also change this to entity. Save this. You'll see you get an error because it says the package is core.vinod.entity, but it is inside the web package. Press command 1 or control 1 and then move that to the new package called entity. Now let's right click on that entity package and create a new class called as, let's say, person. Let's create a couple of variables over here. Private string name, private address. And as in the previous case, I want all these annotations to be added there also. I'm going to copy this and paste over here. And let's go back to our eldemo.jsp and construct a person object. First, let's create an address object. Make sure you press Control space, enter, and automatic import takes place. Address add equals to new address. And the new address, I can supply the city name, which is Bangalore, and then Karnataka as the state. And I want to create a person, so person control space enter, and then I type here p1 equals to new person, and I just want to use the constructor with the name. Let's say I'm going to give my name Vinod Kumar, and then I type here add, which is the second parameter. So we do have a constructor that takes parameter because of the all args constructor. This will be the first parameter, this will be the second parameter. You can see that over here, person, which takes string and address as arguments. We now have this variable p1, but that's a local variable. But if you want EL to access that, you have to store it in some other scope. And this time we will store this in request scope. We say request.set attribute, and I want to give it as say person and then p1. So person is what actually your expression language would use, but it actually refers to p1. So to make use of the same, I'm going to go and print something in the beginning itself. Let's give a div/div, and inside the div, I want to type name colon, and I want to print the name of the person. I can simply type here $person.name. That's it. So you can see that person is a value found in one of the scope. It is going to check in the page scope. It is not found, but it is found in the request scope, and then it's going to go and make use of the get name function within that object p1. So p1 has get name, which is going to give you Vinod Kumar. And the next one we want to print as city and state. Let's give a br over here, and city is nothing but $person represents P1. P1 has a function called getAddress, but inside the expression language you simply have to say address that corresponds to the getAddress function. Now if you remember, the getAddress function returns an object of address, and that has a function called getCity. We can simply make use of the city here to call the getCity function. And likewise, I can simply copy and paste this, or probably I can say state, and then I say $person.address.state. Let's give a BR again, save this, go back over here to our application, and then refresh this, and you should now see name equals to, city equals to, state equals to, their appropriate values coming from the object. In practice, the object P1 would have been either created or retrieved from the database in a servlet and then stored in a request scope and then being dispatched over to this JSP, and the JSP is simply going to access this and print the values. So we have clear-cut separation of concerns. Java code goes to servlet, so whatever that we have done over here typically is done in the servlet. JSP will only access the data and print that. And if you see, it is much cleaner instead of calling Java functions inside a JSP. In the next lecture, let's have a look at what is called JSTL or JSP standard tag libraries. In this lecture, let's discuss about JSP standard tag library, or simply called JSTL. The JSP standard tag library is a bunch of tags that help us write our JSP without having to worry about Java inside the JSP file. The JSTL tags can be grouped into the following 5 sections: core tags, formatting tags, SQL tags, XML tags, and JSTL functions. The core tags are the most commonly used JSTL tags. They are defined in the namespace http://java.sun.com/JSP/JSTL/core, and usually a prefix of C is used to refer to the tags. These tags provide programming ability to our application. For example, if I want to create a variable and store that in a particular scope, or if I want an if condition to be written, or if I want to iterate over a collection of values, we can use the core tags. The formatting tags are used to format and display text, date, time, and numbers for internationalized websites. For example, if you want to display the date in different format, you simply have to use the format date tag, and all the formatting tags come from a namespace http://java.sun.com/JSP/JSTL/FMT, and the preferred prefix is FMT. JSTL also provides a way of connecting to databases and fetch the values from the DB. Although this is not a most followed approach by developers, the JSTL SQL tag library provides tags for interacting with RDBMSs such as Oracle, MySQL, or any RDBMS for that matter. It provides JSP tags to set up a database connection pool, execute a query, execute an SQL DML statement, and also to work with transactions. So the preferred prefix is SQL, and all the tags are defined in the namespace http://java.sun.com/JSP/JSTL/SQL. In the very early days of web development, XML was considered as one of the most promising technology. So JSTL provided a support to process and display XML content also. So the JSTL XML tags provide a JSP-centric way of creating and manipulating XML documents. And this library has custom tags for interacting with XML data. This includes parsing the XML, transforming the XML data, and the flow control based on the XPath expressions. All the tags are defined in the namespace http://java.sun.com/JSP/JSTL/XML, and the preferred prefix is X. Apart from the tags that it provides, JSTL also provides a bunch of functions. These functions can be used within the expression language. They cannot be used like tags because they are functions, and most of these are common string manipulation functions. The prefix is fn, and the namespace is http://java.sun.com/JSP/JSTL/functions. In the next lecture, let's combine whatever that we have learned so far as far as Servlet and JSP is concerned put them in an MVC application. To bring the best of servlets and JSP, let's make use of something called MVC or Model View Controller. MVC is an architectural pattern which emphasizes on separation of concerns. Every client request visits a servlet which acts as what is called controller. Its only job is to coordinate between other components of your application, such as DAO classes or service classes, and then JSPs to produce an HTML output. Typically, the controller has few responsibilities, such as read the inputs coming from the HTTP client, such as request parameters or cookies or session ID or HTTP headers, etc. And then identify an appropriate model, which happens to be a service or DAO object, and invoke a function on the same. Get the data typically in the form of either a single entity object or a collection of entity objects, store that in the request scope, and then forward to a JSP, which acts as a view. A JSP's responsibility is only to collect the data in the request scope, format that and produce an HTML output, give the control back to the servlet, and then this servlet, which is the controller, gives that HTML back to the client. To implement this via an example, we will also make use of Mybatis. So first thing first, let's add Mybatis dependency to our pom.xml. I'm going to open the pom.xml here. We have a bunch of dependencies already. Let's go to the browser, go to Maven Central or mvnrepository.com, search for Mybatis, open the very first one, get the latest version, which is 3.5.4, copy the dependency XML, come back to Eclipse, paste it, format it, and save it. And as you can see that under libraries, Maven dependencies has all the dependencies that we have listed out. To represent the data in this particular table, let's create an entity class called customer with ID, name, city, email, phone as respective fields. So I'm going to go back, right click on entity package, new class, let's name it as customer, define the fields which are private, integer ID, and the rest of them are all string. So I have name, email, phone, and city. The order doesn't really matter. Let's also add the no argument constructor and getters and setters. Let's save the file and let's create an interface which has a function to get all the customers. So let's call the interface as CustomerDao. So I'm going to right click on one of the package, new interface. This is our mapper interface for Mybatis. Let's change the package name first to DAO, call it as CustomerDao, click finish. Typically a DAO should have CRUD operations and many queries. I'm only going to add here one query function, which is going to give me a list of customer objects. Let's call it as get all customers. Import list and customers. List is supposed to be imported from java.util. Customer is automatically imported from entity. And let's also add @select annotation to map this to a SQL select statement. @select annotation comes from Apache Mybatis. The query is going to be very simple, select star from customers. Let's save this. To provide an implementation for this CustomerDao interface, let's make use of Mybatis. So I'm going to right click on the DAO package, new class. This is going to be our DaoFactory class. And let's also make this as a final class. Click finish. To ensure that this cannot be instantiated, let's add a private constructor. We are doing this as a good practice. Let's provide a public static CustomerDao. That's the interface that we want to return an object of. Let's call it as get CustomerDao, which is supposed to take the help of Mybatis and return a CustomerDao object. Mybatis depends on a configuration file. The name of the file can be anything. I don't have that file yet, but I'm going to create one. Let's say I'm going to create a file called mybatisconfig.xml and I want to get an input stream representing the same. For this, I can say input stream is equals to resources dot get resource as stream, and then the name of the file is supposed to be mybatis-config.xml. Let's import input stream from java.io. With this input stream, we can now create a session factory. So we'll say SQL session factory. Let's call it as factory equals to new SQL session factory builder dot build, and then we supply the input stream that we have just created. With this factory, now we can create an SQL session object. Let's call it a session equals to factory dot open session. Let's import SQL session from Mybatis API. Now that we have the session, we can create a CustomerDao instance and return the same. So I'm going to say here return session dot get mapper, and then say that we want an instance of CustomerDao mapper interface. Notice we are also supposed to handle the exceptions over here. We can simply throw it away from this. So whoever is calling this get CustomerDao may have to handle the same. Let's also quickly create this file in our resources section. So I'm going to go right click on src main resources, new. I want to create a file that is not listed here. I go to other. Under general, we can select file and paste the name of the file that we wanted to create. Click finish. It's going to open a text editor, and I'm going to paste the XML from our previous examples that we discussed in the Mybatis section. Let's save this. So with this, now we have completed our model section, and now let's create the controller, which is a servlet. To do so, let's right click on the web package over here and then create a new class, and this is going to be my servlet class. So I'll call this as get customers servlet. Super class is going to be HttpServlet. Click finish. Let's add the default serial version UID as a good practice and override the doGet method to handle the client request. So I go to source, override implement methods, select doGet, click OK, get rid of these two lines. This being a controller, we're not going to produce any HTML output here. So we don't have to say response.setContentType, or we don't have to say response.getWriter. Typically, a controller has 4 responsibilities. Number 1, read all input data from the request, such as request parameters or headers or cookies. In our case, we simply want to get the list of all customers, so we don't have any inputs coming from the browser. The second responsibility is to identify a suitable model object. In our case, it's going to be the CustomerDao object, and invoke a function so that we can get the model data. The third responsibility is to store that in a scope, such as request scope. And then fourth one is to forward to an appropriate view, which is the JSP. So let's do the same thing. So I'm going to go say here CustomerDao equals to DaoFactory dot get CustomerDao. Now remember, this throws an IO exception, but incidentally the doGet function also says throws IO exception, and that is why even though it is a checked exception being thrown, it's not causing any problem over here. Let me full screen this. Now that we have the DAO, we want the list of all customers. I'm going to simply say list equals to DAO.getAllCustomers. List needs to be created as an object of java.util.list. Let's press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows. Press Enter. So our first task as far as this particular controller is done. Now the second task is to store this in request scope, and that's as simple as request.setAttribute, give a name here called, let's say, customers, and then what do you want to store, which is nothing but the list of customers. And the final step here is to forward this particular request to the view, which is going to be our JSP. I don't have a JSP yet, but assume that the name of the JSP is called showcustomers.jsp. Let's forward this request to the same. Let's type request.getRequestDispatcher, and the name of the file is going to be /showcustomers.jsp, and then we have to say forward this request and the response object. Since we are forwarding with this particular request object, which contains the attribute here called customers, this JSP can loop over these customers and then display each of them as rows. Let's save this, create this JSP. So I'm going to go back to my web app folder, right click, and I say new JSP file. I'm going to paste the name of the file, show customers.jsp, click finish. And this is where we need to now display the list of customers. So let's change the title as customer list. Give the same thing as H1 also. Let's add a horizontal rule. Let's add a paragraph. MVC demo powered by Servlets, JSP and Mybatis. To display the customer data, let's add a table. For the time being, let's also say border equals to 1. The table is going to have a T head and T body. In the T head, we're going to have the heading row. So I'll say TR with, let's say, TH, ID/TH. Similarly, let's also have the same thing for name, city, email and phone number. However, the T body is supposed to be filled with rows that is coming from the list, and the list is stored in the request scope as customers. So to loop over that customers, we can simply use JSTL. However, the JSTL libraries need to be added to our pom.xml. So let's go to the pom.xml over here. Let's go back to the Maven repository. Look for JSTL. JSTL is a standard API, so you only get a bunch of interfaces over here. Let's select the 1.2 version, copy the dependencies, come back to our pom.xml, paste over here. But this API specification is implemented by different vendors since we are using Apache Tomcat. Let's get the one from Apache, which is called standard. So I'm going to look for standard over here. You can see it says Apache standard tag library implementation. Let's select the latest version of this implementation, copy this, come back over here, add it to the list of dependencies, format, save. Now you'll see that we have additional libraries corresponding to JSTL as well. Let's go back to the JSP, and here is where we want to loop over the customers collection in the request scope. To make use of the JSTL, we need to refer to the tag library, and the way you do is by adding this directive less than %@ taglib URI equals to, and if you wait for a second, you'll see that you get a list of all the namespaces. The one that we want to use is the core JSTL libraries, which is coming from this particular namespace. Select that. The prefix suggested is C. Let's select the same thing. And now I can come down here and then say here C:, and then press Control space. You will see each of the JSTL tags. And the one that I want is C: for each. The C: for each depends on a collection or a string. I have a collection in my request scope. I can say here items equals to $. Either I can say request scope dot or straight away customers. The only thing is that in this case, it first checks in the page scope. Only if it is not there, it's going to check in the request scope. Since we very well know that it's there in the request scope, you can always say request scope dot customers. This is going to be the source collection, but we want to pick one customer at a time. And the customer that we have picked up, we want to name it as, let's say, C. Don't confuse that with this C, because this is only used as a prefix of a tag. But this is just a variable that we can use it with our expression language. So let's go and add a TR over here. The TR is going to have 5 TDs corresponding to each one of these. Let's say TD and then say $C.ID, which is nothing but C.getID. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it 4 more times. Change each one of them to the respective properties. Nothing but get name. This would be city representing get city, email for get email, and phone for get phone. One last thing we have to do is to associate this servlet with a URL pattern. We can do that either using an XML or with annotation. Annotation is much simpler, and let's prefer the same. Let's give here @webservlet. And the pattern that I'm going to give as view customers. We can also provide a hyperlink in our home page so that when we click on that, the control comes to here. To do that, let's go to the index.html. Let's add a hyperlink over here. div/div, and I'll say ahref equals to /view customers, and then I'll say view space customers. That's the caption. Now that our application is ready, let's right click on our project and run the same. But I see an error over here, and if you see, the error is because of the pom.xml. You can also look at the same thing in the markers over here. You can see Maven dependency, it says missing artifact. Java X Servlet JSP JSTL is missing. So it says that this dependency could not be found. So you can go and have a look at the same thing over there. I looked for JSTL. This is the one that we picked up. You can see here the jar is not available. So let's not use this. Let's search it again, JSTL, and select the second one. Even though it says here this artifact is moved to so, so let's still select this 1.2. Copy this. You can see here we have a jar file. I'm going to replace this with this one, save it. You can see that JSTL jar has been downloaded. Now let's go to our project, right click, run on server. By default, it will open the index.html file on the browser where I have this view customers. Clicking that link will take me to the servlet. Servlet will talk to the model, which is our DAO object, which is provided by Mybatis. That gives me the data, which is the model data. The servlet stores in the request scope, goes to the JSP. JSP produces that output. So hopefully everything is okay. Let's click on this to see. And you can see that we got the output from our application. So if you go back over here, the servlet has absolutely no HTML code, and the JSP has absolutely no Java code in it. Also, if you go to the servlet doesn't take the responsibility of talking to the DB. It's been handed over to someone else. So we have defined clear-cut separation of concerns. One last thing let's have a look at is if I run this particular JSP directly like this by right-clicking run on server, you'll see that we got an empty table. That's because the output is produced directly from JSP. And the JSP doesn't talk to the DB, JSP doesn't talk to the model. So we actually don't have any data in the JSP, because of which we practically never access the JSP directly. If you want to restrict the user not to access the JSP, the best way to do is to put that in a folder inside the webinf, because webinf is a hidden folder. End users can't access them directly, but servlet being an object inside the Tomcat container, that can actually access that. So what I do is I'm going to right click on the webinf, create a new folder. Generally this is called views or pages. Let me give it as views. I click finish, and then I'm going to drag this show customers JSP into the views folder. Obviously now the servlet is also supposed to be changed, because currently the servlet is actually going to the show customer JSP in the root of your application, which is the web app. But I am supposed to now give here /web-inf. It is case sensitive, /views/show customers JSP. So let's save this. If I go to the JSP directly and then right click, run on server, you will see that you get an error 404, because inside the webinf you can't access anything from the browser. So the only way you can access the details of the customer will now be by either going to the home page or manually typing this as view-customers like this, and then get the actual data. As you can see, the servlet is able to access the JSP, get the generated HTML and give it back to me, but I as a user can't access the JSP directly because it's inside a hidden folder. So this is how you work with model view controller application. In this lecture, let's discuss about cookies. A cookie is a piece of information that is created by the server application and sent to the client, which is nothing but the browser, and the browser maintains the cookie either within the browser session, or it may even persist in the secondary storage. So even if you close the browser and open the browser again, the cookies are still alive. It depends on the way the cookie has been created and set on the server side. To understand the same, let's take an example. Let's begin by creating an HTML file under our web app. So I'm going to right click on the web app folder, create a new HTML file. Let's call it as cookie demo.html. Press enter. Let's change the title to cookie demo. Give the same thing as h1 also, and then a horizontal rule after that. Let's assume that we want to pass a value from the browser to the servlet so that the servlet can take it and keep it as a cookie. And later we will write another servlet to access the cookies and display the same thing back. So let's add an HTML form. So I'm going to say form action equals to, let's call it as store cookie, method equals to get. Let's add a text, enter name, and a text box to collect the name. We'll say input type equals to text, name equals to, let's say for example, data, and then a submit button to submit the data to the servlet. So we'll call it as submit. So on clicking the submit button, the value of the data along with the name goes to this servlet. So we need to create a servlet that has this URL pattern. So let's go to our web package, right click and say new class. Let's call it as store cookie servlet. Super class is going to be HttpServlet. Click on finish. Let's also add the annotation @web servlet and a URL pattern of store-cookie. So let's also add the default serial version UID, get rid of the comment, override the doGet method from source menu, override implement methods, select doGet, click OK, and get rid of these two lines. So since we are sending this particular data, we have to read that from the request object. So we can say here string data equals to request.get parameter of data. And in case if data equals to null, that means you haven't passed any data, probably because you are accessing the servlet directly. So I'm going to redirect the user back to the cookie demo HTML, and this can be done by typing resp.send redirect and then say here /cookie demo.html. Let's also add a return statement, because if it is null, we really don't have anything to do afterwards. So if data is not equal to null, let's store the data in the form of a cookie. And the Servlet API provides a class called cookie. So I can say here cookie c1 equals to new cookie. But the constructor takes two parameters. One is the name of the cookie and the second is the value of the cookie, which is nothing but data. So the name is decided by you. So you can decide whatever the name of the cookie you want. You can add multiple cookies also. For example, I can say here that the name of the cookie is data. The value is this variable data. You can also decide how long the cookie is supposed to survive. For example, you may want the cookie to be available only in the browser session, which means if the browser is closed, you want the cookie to be destroyed. So you can set the age of the cookie as -1, which is the default, by the way. You can control the age of the cookie by calling c1.setMaxAge and then expiry in seconds. So if you want the cookie to be alive for, let's say, 1 full year, you can say 365 days into 24 hours into 60 minutes into 60 seconds. And this is how you will specify the expiry of the cookie. Now, since we have set the cookie age to be a positive value, this is called as a persistent cookie. But if this is not set, or if you set this to -1, it's called as a session cookie or a browser session cookie, which means it's alive only till the browser is alive. Now that we have created the cookie, we need to give it back to the client. And anything that you want to give it back to the client is done via the response. So you have your resp.addCookie and then c1. Notice the name of the function is addCookie because you can add multiple cookies. Now that I've added the cookie, let's give a very basic output to the user saying that the cookie has been stored, and we'll also include the cookie demo HTML in our output. To do so, first we have to set the content type, and the content type setting has to be done before you do anything with the response. So let's do that in the beginning. We'll say resp.setContentType. We'll say text/HTML. We'll also say out equals to resp.getWriter. We got the writer object, but let's declare out to be of printWriter. Let's full screen the editor. And now I say here request.getRequestDispatcher /cookie demo HTML .include request and response. So in one line, we can actually include the HTML that we want to include. And now I'm going to give a message out.println, maybe a h3, we'll say cookie stored successfully /h3, and then out.close. So this is where the user gets the output back. So let's go and run the HTML. Let's save all the files first. Run the HTML cookie demo.html by right click on that, run as run on server. So we got the HTML. Let's also go to view developer tools. Let's increase the width of the same. Have a look at the network and let's reload once. When you reload, you can see you get the request that we sent. When I click on that, it shows me what are the request and response details. For example, if you want to see what are the request headers, you can click on the view source. You can see this is the first request line here, and then you have the bunch of headers, and there is no header called cookie over here. But let's send the name to the servlet by typing a name. So I'm going to type here, enter name. I'll say Vinod. Click on submit. Now the second request has gone. Now the second request is store cookie ? Data equals to Vinod, and I got a message saying cookie stored successfully. But if we click on this now, you can see that the response for this comes with a header called as set cookie data equals to Vinod, max age equals to so and so, expires equals to Thursday 29th April 2021, which is exactly 1 year from today. You can also go to the application tab over here. You can see under cookies for the current URL, you'll see that there is a cookie called data that is created, which has a value of Vinod, and the rest of the details are available over here. Now, the best part is that you visit any part of this application now. For example, if I go to the index.html, which is nothing to do with this particular demo, you can still see that the request that is gone, which is for the index.html, carries the request header called cookie. So you can see here that the header cookie carries data equals to Vinod. That's the only cookie that I'm sending right now, but that is being sent. So irrespective of which servlet or JSP that I access, the cookie will always be sent. So even if I close the browser, close all tabs, exit the browser completely, and then open Chrome again, and then visit localhost 8080, let's open that. You can see that the cookie is still alive. For example, I can go to view developer tools. Under applications, you can see for this URL, the cookie data still exists. Let's close this. In the cookie demo HTML, let's also provide a hyperlink to view the cookie as well as remove the cookie. So let's go back to our Eclipse. Right below this form, I'm going to provide a href equals to view cookies. This is because we may have multiple cookies, so let's also display all other cookies apart from the one that I've set. Let's give a caption of view cookies. We don't have a servlet corresponding to this. Let's create one by right click on the web package, new class. Let's call it as view cookies servlet. Select the superclass as HttpServlet. Click finish. Let's add the @web servlet with a URL of view-cookies. Add the default serial version UID. Get rid of this default comment. And then add the doGet like this. And in the doGet, what we have to do is to read all the cookies and then print the same thing. So for printing, I need to get the output stream. We also need to set the content type to HTML. So I'm going to copy those 2 lines from the previous servlet. So I'm going to copy these 2 lines and then paste over here. We also want to probably include the HTML file. So that code is right here. So I'm going to copy this and then come back here and then paste it. Now, since the cookies are coming from the client, anything that is coming from the client you have access to in this object. Whereas when we wanted to send the cookies, we had to add it to the response. So let's read all the cookies from the request object. And there is only one single function in the request object that can give me the cookies. It's called request.getCookies, and that returns an array of cookies. Let's call it as cookies itself. And we need to create that variable. We press Command 1 or Control 1 on Windows, and you can see you got an array of cookies. So you can always check if cookies is not equals to null, as well as cookies.length is greater than 0, Then we want to produce an output saying that these are the cookies that are found. Let's iterate over the cookies and let's give a message here, out.println h3. Here are the cookies /h3. And then a for loop that says cookie C or C1, whatever the variable you want, from cookies. We want to say out.println. Let's add a paragraph c.getName, and let's also print the value of the same c.getValue, and then /p because we started with the open paragraph. So let's save this. Right click on the cookie demo HTML, run on server. We don't have to enter the name of the cookie because we earlier already have stored some data, which is Vinod. We can go and have a look at what are the cookies that are available by clicking the view cookies. And sure enough, it should show data and Vinod. If you access any JSP in our application, for example, we have here something called Hello JSP. So I'm going to go here and then access Hello JSP directly, press enter, and then come back to the cookie demo.html. Now if I access view cookies, you should see now that there is an additional cookie that is available, which is called JSessionID and the session ID. And this is primarily because a JSPs by default will create a session object, and the session object's unique identifier, which is the session ID, will be sent back to the client as a in-memory session cookie, which is called as JSessionID, and that's why we are seeing this. So in case in a JSP, if you don't want the session object automatically being created, for example, in the hello.jsp, since we are not dealing with a session object over there, we can always go and say, hey, I don't want a session object here. Unnecessary creation of a session object and removal of that can be avoided by going to the JSP file, and then in the page directive, you can always say session equals to false. Save this. Now if I run this, the session object will not be created. However, since the session object has already been created, there's a cookie, and that cookie is a browser cookie, which means as long as this browser is open, this is always going to be alive. So let's close the Chrome and then open Chrome again, and let's visit localhost 8080 servlet demo /cookie demo.html. If I say view cookies, you can see that I don't see the JSession ID. If I access hello JSP, we saw this earlier, we got the hello message though. But if I go back to the cookie demo.html and then access the view cookies, you can see that the session ID is not available because we said here that we don't want session object to be created. Only when you access other JSPs or our session demo example, such as the add name servlet, then a new session object gets created, and then onwards, the session ID will always be available as long as the browser is open. If you want to remove a cookie, all you have to do is to create another cookie with that name and then set the age to be 0 and then write it back to the client. To do that, let's go and add another hyperlink over here. Let's put a break and then type here ahref equals to remove data cookie, because we don't want to remove all the cookies. Let's give a caption as remove data cookie. Save this. Let's create a servlet corresponding to this. Let's copy this, go to code.vinod.web, right click, new class. Let's call it as remove data cookie servlet, and then superclass going to be HttpServlet as usual. Let's click on finish. Let's add an annotation here @web servlet and paste the URL pattern. Let's also add the default serial version UID, add the do get, because we are associating this with a hyperlink, it's always going to be a get request. And all I have to do is to create a cookie called data, set the age, the value doesn't matter here, and send it back to the client with a max age of 0. So let's do that. Let's type here cookie C equals to new cookie of data, and the value doesn't matter. Let's import the same. And then we'll say c.setMaxAge of 0. Add the cookie to the response by calling resp.addCookie of the variable C. And now I have to include the cookie demo HTML, which I can do that by going to the previous example, copy these 3 lines, come back here and then paste it. We'll also give an output saying that cookie has been deleted. Let's give a h3, the cookie with name as data deleted. let's say /h3 and out.close. Let's save this, right click on the cookie demo HTML and run on server. So let's give a different name this time. Let's say here I'm going to give Kumar, click on submit. So it says cookie stored, view cookie, you can say it says data is Kumar. And I click on remove data cookie, it comes back and say cookie data has been deleted. I can go and check view cookies and you can see there is no cookies. As well, if I go to the view developer tools, in the application tab under cookies, you can see that for this URL, there is no cookie over here. So most of the time we avoid using cookies because whatever that we store in the cookies, we can as well store on the server side using HTTP session. But the only thing is that the HTTP session itself uses cookies to maintain the session ID. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's take a look at a concept called filter, and it's popularly known as servlet filter also. A filter is almost like a servlet. It has lifecycle functions like init, destroy, and a do filter function. Typically, when a client makes a request, the request is received by your web container like Apache Tomcat, and then the request is going to be forwarded to the intended servlet. And the servlet has a function called service or different variants of the service like do get or do post, etc. And the servlet is supposed to give the response back to the container, and then the container is going to give an HTTP response back to the client. Servlets are mapped to URL patterns. That is what the actual client uses. However, a filter's job is to intercept an incoming request. So the client makes a request to the container then passes the control to the filter's do filter function. And that is where actually you do some task that can be done before going to the actual servlet, and then pass the control to the servlet, get the response back, and then do additional tasks, and then give the control back to the container, and then the container sends the response back to the actual client. The Servlet API allows you to write multiple filters to intercept a given request, and to facilitate the same thing, you have an object called filter chain. So the actual filter does not invoke the servlet service function, but instead, when the client request comes, the request is received by the filter chain, and the filter chain has a list of filters that it has to apply before the actual servlet gets the request. Now the filter chain takes the responsibility of invoking the do filter function of the filter. For example, filter 1. There is some task done in the filter 1, and then the filter 1 is supposed to pass the control to the next filter, but the filter 1 is not aware of other filters. So it simply passes the control back to the filter chain to carry on the work of passing it to the next filter. So the filter chain takes the control back and then invokes the do filter on the next filter. The second filter now does some task and then gives the control back to the filter chain to carry on this task. And the filter chain will now find that there is no other filters available, simply passes the control to the intended servlet. Now the servlet will do all it's supposed to do, such as reading the inputs, processing the input, generating an HTML response, adding that to the HTTP response object, and then give the control back to the filter chain, because filter chain is the one that invoked the service function. And the filter chain now passes the control back to the filter 2, where some additional tasks can be done, after which it gets the control back, passes the control to filter 1, where additional tasks of filter 1 can be performed, and then the control comes back to filter chain, and now the filter chain gives the response back to the container. Container adds additional headers and then sends it back to the actual client. So this is how the servlet filters work, and to have a better understanding, let's take an example. Back in Eclipse, if I press Command-Shift-T or Control-Shift-T on Windows, you get the open type. And if you type here filter, you can see that there is an interface called filter from javax.servlet. So if I click on open, you can see that the filter interface has a couple of functions. The functions are nothing but init, which takes the filter config as an argument. The second one is the do filter, which takes servlet request, servlet response, and a filter chain reference. And then you have the third lifecycle function, which is called destroy. So if you are writing a class, you have to implement these functions. Of course, you can see a small notation here called D. D means default, which means that you don't have to implement this function because there is a default method body in the filter interface itself. So let's go and write a class that implements this particular filter and configure that to intercept a request on one of our existing servlet. So let's write a filter that can intercept this table servlet. Now here is our table servlet, which is actually reading an input from the request parameter. It is checking whether input is null or not, and then it is trying to convert that into an integer, generating an HTML table, and then the output stream is closed. So, and this is the URL pattern that we're going to ask the filter to intercept. And this servlet is invoked from our table.html, where we are actually accepting a number and then invoking that servlet. So to write a filter, let's right click on the web package and then say new class, and let's give the name of the filter as table filter, and the filter class must implement an interface called filter. I'm going to click on the add button here and then type here filter, select that, click on finish, and you may see that there is only one function that it says you have to override, although there are two more functions, which is the init and destroy. If you want, you can add it manually. For example, I can come here and then type control space and then type here init. You can see we got a lifecycle function called init. Let's get rid of this. And then come here and then add another lifecycle function called destroy. Let's get rid of these two lines. Like the servlets, a filter object is also a singleton, which means that there is only one instance of this class ever. And when that instance is created, this init is called first, and that gets the filter configuration object. Typically, this config object gets the metadata from either an XML or annotations, such as the init parameters. I'm just going to put a system.out.println here saying that the table filter is created, and a similar output I want to give even in the destroy, saying that table filter is destroyed. And in the do filter also, let's add such a statement and say table filter dot do filter called. And very importantly, we have to configure this filter to intercept certain type of requests. You can either use the web.xml to do such configuration, or we can use annotations. First, let's take an example of web.xml and then come back and add the annotation to replace that XML content. So let's go to web.inf, web.xml. So somewhere after the welcome file list, let's add a filter and /filter. The filter tag must have a filter name. This will be used later to do the mapping. So right now we're going to say filter name. Let's call it as F1. And another mandatory tag is the filter class. This is nothing but the class that we just now created. It's under the package co.vinod.web. The name is called table filter. A filter can be given additional init parameters. So we have something called init-param. And then you can say what is the name of the param. So param name, let's say for example, test. And then a param value. Let's say I give my name, Vinod Kumar. So this defines a filter object, but the filter object must have a mapping, either a URL pattern or a specific servlet that you want to intercept. Let's go and give the same thing. It's a separate tag. We have to type here filter-mapping. And we need to say that this is a filter we want to use, and this is the URL pattern that we want to intercept. In our case, it's called /table. Let's format this, save it. Now our filter configuration is ready. When the Tomcat starts, this filter gets instantiated, and obviously the constructor of this is being called first. Soon after the constructor is finished, the table filter.init is going to be called, and this will be accessible via the object that we received here called filter config. I can probably even display here filter config dot get. You can see there is a init parameter names. This is going to give you an enumeration of all the filter names that we have. I have only one called test, and I can just say here, hey, give me the value for test, and this can give me the value if it is found. Otherwise, it's going to give you null. And I can also just probably print that message saying init parameter test equals to, and then I'll say test. So apart from this, there is no major use of the filter config object. It also has access to the servlet context, which is nothing but the application scope. So you can store something in that if you want, or if any other filter has stored some data in that, so you can probably try to make use of that here as well. So let's save all the files and then run the table.html on the server. So I'm going to right click on table.html, select run as run on server. Now we have the table.html. So let's go back to Eclipse first, look at the console, and you can see that in the console, a filter has been initialized, and the parameter name called test is nothing but the value I gave in the web.xml as param value, which is Vinod Kumar. That's what we are seeing over here. Now let's go and type in a number here and then print the table. We don't see any output here, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But if I go back to Eclipse and see the console, you can see it says tablefilter.doFilter called. So each time I do a reload here, you can see I did 3 times. You can see 3 more times I get an output over here. And the reason why we are not getting any output on the browser is because the request is received by the filter, and the filter is supposed to make use of all the parameters given by the user, do some processing, give the response back to the client by adding some content over here. But that's exactly what we have servlets for. We don't want to do that. We want to do some common activities before going to the actual servlet. And that is where we have to make use of this filter chain and pass the control to the next available filter or to the intended servlet. So let's first rename these parameters into, let's say, request. Let's call it as RESP and let's call it as FC. And to proceed further, you have to say fc.doFilter and then pass the servlet request, which is nothing but REQ, and the response is RESP. So from here, now the control goes to the next filter if available, otherwise it goes to the intended servlet object. And the servlet object will perform its job in the service function. For example, in our table servlet, we are using the doGet. So the request and response eventually comes over here. We are doing all the processing over here, generating some response, closing the output stream. And after this, the filter chain gets the control back because the doGet was invoked by the filter chain, and the filter chain now gives the control back to the filter because the chain received the control from here and it gives the control back. So I can again say here system.out.println, probably I can say here table filter.doFilter got the control back. And we can also print some message on the table servlet doGet so that we know that in between this was called. So I'm going to go there and then add one system.out.println here saying table servlet.doGet was called. Let's save all the files and then run the HTML again. I'm going to right click on table HTML, run as run on server. And if you go back to Eclipse, you must see the filter initialization code that we saw earlier. Let me clear the console, go back to the browser, type in a number, click on the print table. Now this time we got the output back here, just like earlier. But if I go back to the console, you can see that the table filter.doFilter was called, but then the control was transferred to the table servlet.doGet. And after that, the control received back by the table filter.doFilter once again. So whatever that we have done in the web.xml now, if you don't want to do it over here and you want to do it in the servlet itself, let's do one thing. Let's comment this line by typing command/ or control/ on Windows. And because of which, Tomcat is not going to be aware of the filter. So if I restart Tomcat, you will see that the filter will never come into picture. However, we can go to the tablefilter.java, add an annotation here called @webFilter. And the web filter has few elements. If you press Control space, you can see that there are a lot of options. And you can see that there is a init params, which is basically a web init param array. So I can make use of that to supply the init parameters, which is an array here. And there is also a name if you want to give. which is given in the form of filter name. While in web.xml, filter name is mandatory, here filter name is totally optional. And to intercept certain servlets, either you can give the names of those servlets if you have, or you can give URL patterns. Both of them are array of strings. So I'm going to use the URL patterns here, which is nothing but an array of strings. And the only one servlet that I want to intercept is /table. And the init parameter I want to give is a bunch of them. So I'm going to press enter here and then add @web init param. And the name of the parameter you want to give here is test, and value is, let's say this time I want to give something else. Let's give Bangalore, save it. And if you have multiple web init parameter, you can put a comma and then give one more @web init param. And you can see servlet context got automatically reloaded, and you can see table filter is instantiated, init parameter test equals to Bangalore. So which means it's already doing its job. Let's clear the screen, go back and then send in another number. Let's type 45, click print table. We got the output here. We also got an output on the console. Table filter dot do filter was called, and then the do get was called, and then the do filter was called again. So this is the overall concept of a servlet filter. Servlet filters are very, very important. A lot of occasions when there are some common code needs to be done among multiple servlets, you can always put that onto a filter. Or if you have a scenario where a lot of text box values are supposed to be converted into an entity object, and this is required in multiple servlets, you can always put that in a filter. You can always check whether the user has logged in or not. If the user has not logged in, you might want to redirect the user to some other page. So you can conditionally invoke the servlet only if the user has logged in. And like this, there are many other use cases that can be addressed using a servlet filter. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. From this point forward, we will be working on a mini project, putting together everything that we have learned till now. From the word go, we will follow the best practices in the industry. So let's get started. First, let's create a brand new project for this. So select File, New, Maven project. Create a simple project by skipping the archetype selection. Click the next button. Group ID, let's give it as core.vinod. And the artifact ID, let's give it as phone book. Very importantly, the packaging we have to select as var, because this is going to be a web project. Optionally, you can give name and description. So let's skip that and click the finish. So straight away we see some errors, and this is mainly because every var project must have a web.xml which is missing. We will add that in a couple of minutes. But first, let's go and add the Maven compiler plugin to our pom.xml. Let's go here and then add here a tag called build, and inside that the plugins tag. It contains one or more plugins, so I'm going to add one plugin here, and the plugin should have artifact ID, which is going to be Maven compiler plugin, and it comes with a configuration, and inside the configuration we're going to specify source is going to be 1.8 version and target is also going to be 1.8. Let's save this and then make sure to update the project. So I'm going to right click the project, Maven update project, click on OK, and now if I go to the project menu and then go to properties, the Java build path libraries, you can see that the Java version is 1.8. That's what the intention of this plugin. So now let's fix the web.xml problem by right click on the project, and then there is an option here called Java EE tools. There is an option to generate deployment descriptor stub, and we know that deployment descriptor is nothing but the web.xml, and hence a web.xml is added, the error is gone. We also have our Apache Tomcat from the previous projects, which is currently serving Servlet demo. We can keep this, but we may also remove this from the Tomcat just to reduce the footprint. So let's right click on the project once and then run on server. We would like to always use this server while running the project because that's the only one that I have. So I'm going to click on next. And this is where I can say, hey, I would like to remove this Servlet demo because I don't want to unnecessarily burden my Tomcat. So I'll say remove all. Notice clicking on the remove all doesn't remove your current project because that's the one we are trying to run and it has to be part of the Apache Tomcat. So let's click finish. There's a confirmation. Are you sure you want to remove the resource from the server? Let's say okay, I'm sure. And now of course it's going to start Apache Tomcat and come up with a 404 because I don't have any index.html or index.jsp. Let's go and add the same thing. We know that the JSPs are supposed to be accessed only from within the server and not the browser. So we don't want the end user to access the JSPs. So as a best practice, let's go to our src folder. Under main web app, you have the webinf. So let's keep the JSP files inside the webinf. And instead of messing around with all the other files, let's also create a subfolder here. General practice is you keep the name of the folder as views. So I'm going to do the same thing. And then inside that, I'm going to create a file, which is going to be a JSP file. The name of the file can be anything. We can still make that as a home page. For example, instead of calling it as index.jsp, let's call it as home.jsp for a change. I click the next button and this is the template that I want, the HTML5 template. I click on finish. We got our home page. Let's change the title as, let's say, phone book application and give the same thing as H1 for the time being. Save this. Let's try running this project by right click on this and then say run as, run on server. You can see that it still gives 404 because the end user cannot access the webinf folder. So what we actually want is we want Tomcat to serve home.jsp when we access the root of our project. And this can be done by going back to the web.xml that we have got over here. You can see a bunch of welcome file list is there here. We have to add an entry here related to our home page, and the home page is none of them. So I'm going to remove all of them here and then start with a /webinf views and then home.jsp. Now, since we are mentioning the home JSP here, this is why I told the name of the file can be anything. Save this. Server may need to be restarted because we are modifying the content inside the webinf. So let's restart this. And the server is ready. Let's go back over here and I'm going to press enter here and I should now get phone book application homepage. Let's go back to Eclipse. You can see that there is an error in home.jsp. So if I go to the markers here, the JSP problem, it says that the superclass Java .http servlet was not found on the class path or build path. Now, if you go to the project properties, you'll see that we don't have our server runtime here. That is the reason why we are getting. So we are able to successfully deploy the app. However, during the compilation time, Eclipse is not able to find the server runtime. There are two ways to add this. One, we can go to the add library and then choose the server runtime. The second one is by going to the targeted runtime over here and click on the Tomcat. So let's select this. Let's apply. And then if I come back to the Java build path, you can see that there is Apache Tomcat libraries added to our build path. So if I say apply and close, now we can see that the errors are gone. So let's go back to our home.jsp and now we want to beautify our application. In order to apply some styling, instead of writing all the CSS by ourselves, we can make use of a very beautiful CSS framework called Bootstrap. So you can go to getbootstrap.com and click the download button. And you can see you can either download the compiled CSS and JS files that is ready to be applied. So you can download this zip file consisting of CSS, JavaScript related to Bootstrap and then add to your project. You also have access to the source code in case if you would like to edit the source code and then use them. You also have another option called CDN. CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. So somewhere on the internet or somewhere on the cloud, this particular CSS JavaScript will be there. You can simply click the copy button, add to your HTML. At the runtime, it will access this URL and then get the Bootstrap min.css and JS on the fly. Alternately, there are other mechanisms. If you are using JavaScript frameworks like Angular or React, you can use the npm install to do that. So we don't want to use any one of these. So the best method is for us to download this compiled CSS and JS and then use the same thing. Instead of downloading the compiled CSS and JS from here, which gives us all the styling required, but that is going to be having a very default basic look and feel, we have another option where we can download it from some themed Bootstrap libraries. One such provider is the bootswatch.com. So if I go to bootswatch.com, if you scroll down, you will see different themes and you can choose whichever the theme that you are interested in. And I'm going to select this one, which is very simple and nice. Select the download button here. It says download this bootstrap min.css. It's going to download the bootstrap min.css onto your required folder. In my case, I want to go to my desktop where I have the training workspace, and inside that I have the phone book, and inside I have src main web app, and this is where we need to keep it. But instead of keeping it directly, we can keep it inside a folder. Let's keep that in the folder called assets, and inside the assets, let's keep a folder called styles, and inside the styles folder, I'm going to keep this bootstrap.min.css. Let's click on the save and come back to our Eclipse. Now notice in the Eclipse, it is not going to reflect automatically. So you may have to right click either the project or the appropriate folder. In our case, this is the web apps folder. So I'm going to right click here and then say refresh, or you can press F5. And then you can see there is an assets folder. Inside that you have a styles folder, and inside that you have the bootstrap min.css. And now I can add a link tag here to represent that particular CSS file. So we're going to come here and then add link rel equals to style sheet, and the type of the style sheet that we are using is text/css, and the reference to that is going to be /assets/styles and then bootstrap.min.css. And let's just close this tag. Notice the dot here is a relative path, but don't confuse that it's going to be found relative to views, because the tag here is being interpreted by the browser and not by your JSP engine, because of which the browser will try to relate this as the relative path from where it has come from. For example, if you see that the index page came from this URL, so relative to this, it's going to say from this location, assets, styles, bootstrap.min.css. So that's going to work. Just to check if this is working, let's go back and then do a reload. And if I refresh, you should see that the font is changed, indicating that the CSS has done its job. Let's come back to Eclipse and add some CSS class to this home.jsp. If you're not familiar with the Bootstrap CSS framework, just follow along with me and I will be explaining different CSS classes and what actually they do. So the number one is the alert. So the alert gives you a background color. So we can say here div class equals to alert dash, and then you can use one of the primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info. So I'm going to select here primary. That is going to give you the primary color combination. And if you want to know what is the primary color for this particular theme, you can always go to the Bootswatch and then you can see that this is the color of the primary, secondary, success, info, warning, and danger typically would be red. So let's go back over here. And inside that, I want to create something called div class equals to container. This is going to add a fixed width around 1100 pixel for this particular div. And inside that, I want to provide this h1, which is going to be our regular h1 tag. So if I come back over here to my project, do a refresh, you can see that we have a nice blue color background for our header and a fixed width for this. So the margin is coming because of the fixed width over here. So if you want to know how much is the fixed width, go to the view, developer tools. Let's bring this developer tool at the bottom. You can dock it at the bottom here. And then go to the elements. And if I select this icon and then move the mouse on this, you can see that it says it's 1110 pixels is the width of this particular H1. Whereas for the entire screen, you can see it is 1920 because my screen size is quite big, and that is the reason we get. But in a typical laptop, for example, this left side margin here would be small because the overall screen size would be a little bit smaller. Let's close this, come back to Eclipse. Let's add another div over here, and this is going to be the main content area of our div. So I'm going to say div class equals to container. And let's add probably a H3. We'll say welcome to our phone book web application. And probably a H5, we'll say powered by Servlets, JSP, and Mybatis. Let's save this and see how it's going to look like, and come back and refresh. And this is how it's going to look like. This is okay with me. And I also want a footer. So let's add another div here. Let's say div class equals to container again, and everything inside this I also want it to be in the center, so I can say here text dash center. This is again a bootstrap CSS class to make sure that the text is in the middle. And let's add here a copyright, so I'll say ampersand copy semicolon. That's going to give you a copyright symbol. Let's say 2020-2021 all rights reserved by, let's say for example I give my company name, let's say K Vinod Inc. And I want this to be surrounded by a hyperlink, so I can cut this and then say ahref equals to something, and inside that I'm going to paste, and this could be my website name, https://www.vinod.co. So we do have our footer now. Let's save this, come back to our Eclipse, reload, and the footer comes right below here, and you can see that we have a copyright symbol and then there is a hyperlink to my website. However, I want this footer to come at least around 400 to 500 pixels below. Even if it is empty, I don't want the footer to be on the top. I want the footer to be somewhere here. But if the content grows, and obviously the footer also will be at the bottom. So to do that, let's go back over here. We can add a style to this div saying that, hey, there is a minimum height requirement of, let's say, around 450 pixels. So I'm going to say here style equals to min height of, let's say, 450 pixel. Save this, come back and refresh, and you should see that the footer has come down. So even on the home page, this is going to look like this. So if you want, you can control this by adding another 100 pixels, say around 550 pixels. Save this, come back, refresh, and I think this should be okay. Since I want this to be my common look and feel for the entire project, we can reuse the header and footer using the static imports. So let's do that. I'm going to go back to my project explorer here, and under views I'm going to create a file. I can give any extension I want, but the preferred extension is JSPF, indicating it's a JSP fragment. So I'm going to right click here and then say new file, and the name of the file I want to give it as header.jspf. It's empty right now. We'll add some content over here. Let's also add the footer.jspf. So new file and then say footer.jspf. Let's go to the home.jsp. This is the actual content that will change from page to page. For example, if I'm in the login page, only this section will be replaced with a login form. If I'm in the register page, this will be replaced with a register form. Since this section is going to be considered as header, so I can cut this from here and then paste in the header.jspf. Notice this may cause a warning here saying that, hey, you open a div, but there is no end tag /div. And that's okay for us because we're never going to access this directly. We access the home JSP, which internally accesses the header.jspf. So again, I'm coming back to home.jsp, and this section from here till the end is going to be part of my footer. So I'm going to cut this and then save this home.jspf, go to the footer.jspf and paste the same thing. Once again, you can see it says, hey, you have an ending tag, but there is no beginning tag or the start tag div available. That's okay. Let's save the header.jspf, go back to the browser, refresh. Because the home.jsp doesn't refer to the header and footer, right now you'll see that your styling is gone. You still see H3 and H5. But let's come back over to our home.jsp and then include the header and footer by adding the static include directive. So I'm going to say %@ include file equals to in the current folder, there is something called header.jspf. And likewise, I'm going to copy and paste the same thing over here to change this to footer. Save this, go back over here and then reload. And now you can see we have our common look and feel back again. That's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's take a look at database schema. And I'm going to keep it very simple. Our database schema is going to consist of two tables. One is called users. These are the users who are allowed to add new contacts, modify them, delete them if they don't want, or search through their contacts. The details in the table are used for login as well. So the users table is going to contain ID, name, email, password. Also, as far as best practice is concerned, let's add created_at. The second table is a table that represents an individual contact. This has an auto-generated ID. There is a first name, last name, email, phone. These are the contact details. And then there is a column for storing the avatar links. And then we have the additional contact details such as address, city, pin code, state, country. Very importantly, a record in this table belongs to a record in the users table. So there is a one-to-many association between users and contacts table. So one user has 0 or more contacts, because of which we need to have a foreign key over here. So that's going to be user_ID. And also, as a good practice, let's add created_at. So let's go and create these two tables in our H2 database. I haven't started the H2 database yet. So let's go to a Finder window. On Microsoft Windows, you open a Windows Explorer and go to the location of your Maven repository. In my case, it's the home directory. Under that, I have a .m2. There is a repository. Under that, we have com h2 database h2 1.4.197, and there is a jar file. On Microsoft Windows, you can just double click this jar file. On Mac OS and Linux, I have to execute this from the command prompt. I'm going to right click here and then say copy h2 1.4.197.jar and then open a terminal or command prompt on Microsoft Windows and then simply say java -jar and then paste the entire path and press enter to start the DB server, and that comes up with our H2 console. And notice that it remembers my previous database, which is the training. Username is Vinod, password is secret, and then click connect. We are inside our database. So first let's create a table, and instead of creating the table directly over here, we can actually go and create a file and then run the file from there. So I'm going to come back over here, and since the script is not going to be part of your web project, you can keep it outside of the src folder. So I'm going to keep under phone book project directly. I'll say right click, new file, and the name of the file you can give anything you want. I'm going to call it as dbscript.sql. Click on finish, and here is where I want to create the table. So I'll say create table users, and inside that I want to give ID, which is of a type int, and it's going to be primary key. We'll also make it as auto_increment. Let's add a name column here. This is the name of the user who registers himself or herself. So I'm going to say name varchar of, let's say, 50, not null. We'll also type email. This is going to be the username also. So we're going to say varchar of 255, and this is mandatory as well as supposed to be unique. And password varchar of 255, not null. And then one last is the created_at, and this is going to be date, time, and our table structure is ready. Let's also create the second one, which is the create table contacts. And the contacts table is going to have again an ID. So I'm going to copy this one line, paste over here. But this being a contact, we want more details about the contact. So we're going to have first name varchar of 50, not null, and last name is optional. Let's make it as 50 characters again. Add email, which is going to be varchar of 255, not null, as well as unique. And then we also want the phone number, which is more or less the same thing, but phone numbers are going to be smaller. Let's give around 100 characters. So we're going to say here phone number is mandatory and unique also. Apart from that, let's add avatar, which is going to be a link. So I'll say varchar of 255. So the link sometimes will be big. Then we're going to give address. This is the street address. Maybe 255 characters is good enough for this. Optional. Then we have city varchar, let's say 100. You can also say default is your city, whichever the city you are from. So I can leave that as it is right now. Pin code varchar of 10. Usually 5 to 6 numbers will be there, but that's okay. Let's add state varchar of 50, and then country varchar of, I think 50 is okay. One last is the created at, which is the date time. So I'm going to copy and paste the same thing over here. These two tables are going to be joined using a join column. So this is the master table and this is the dependent table. So this should have a primary key of the master table as a reference. So I'm going to add over here called user underscore ID, for which this is the contact. I'll say int, and then I have to give the constraint. So I'm going to add the constraint at the end. So I'll say constraint foreign key underscore, I can say users foreign key, and then give the name of the column, which is user underscore ID, references the users table, and inside the users table, ID is the column that it refers to. So hopefully this is all fine. To run the script, I need the complete path of this. I can right click this particular file and then say properties. And then you can see that we have the location of that file. So I can copy this entire line. Let's go back to H2 console and then type here run script from, and then in single quotes paste the path of that particular file and click the run button. And you can see that it says it created two tables, contacts and users. Of course, if I run this again, it's going to give me an error because the table already exists. And if you don't want to see this error every time you run the script, all you do is you go back to your script file and type in here drop table. First, you'll have to drop the dependent table, which is contacts. I can say if exists. So if the table exists, then only you try deleting it. Similarly, I can say here drop table users if exists. Now the tables get deleted if they exist, and then they get created again. If you want, you can also add a couple of default users for verification purposes, but I think we will try adding them through our user interface. So one last time, let's go to the H2 console and then click the run button. You can see now there is no error. Each time I click on this run button, there is no errors. It's running successfully, dropping the tables and recreating the same. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's set up our DAO layer for the project. To start with, let's create entity classes representing these two tables, as well as the mapper interfaces for Mybatis. We'll also set up a DaoFactory class that can give me an instance of a mapper interface. To do that, first let's go to our pom.xml, which is right here, and add few dependencies before we proceed. So let's create a dependencies tag, and inside that I have to copy paste few of the dependencies. Let's go to the mvnrepository.com. Let me close other tabs over here and open a new tab. Go to mvnrepository.com, which is the Maven Central. Number one is the H2 libraries. Press enter, go to the H2 database engine. Make sure to select the 14197. Copy that, come back over here, paste it. Make sure to remove the scope or give the scope as provided. The second one is Lombok, because we want to add the getter setters automatically. So I'll type here Lombok, get the first one, latest version, copy the dependency, come back and then paste over here. The next one is going to be Mybatis. Let's go and search the same thing, Mybatis. Get the org.mybatis 3.5.4, that's the version we are using. Copy that and then come back over here and paste it. Since we're going to work with JSTL, we also require the JSTL and standard. So I'm going to type here JSTL. We saw that the first one doesn't have the jar, so we need to select this one. So I'm going to select this, get the latest version in that list, copy that and then paste over here. And one last is the standard, which is the implementation for this JSTL API. So I'm going to look for that and then say here standard. Select the first one, Apache standard tag lib, and then 1.2.5, copy the dependency, come back over here and then paste it. Let's format it by pressing Command Shift F and then save it. And all the dependencies would be now added to our project. You can go and have a look at that inside the Java resources, libraries, Maven dependencies. You can see that we have all the jars. So during the deployment time, all these will be added to our webinf lib directory automatically. If you want to have a look at how it works, so you can go to the project and then go to the properties of the same. You should see that there is a section here called deployment assembly. That's the assembly, which is nothing but the war file, and the content of the war file will be shown over here, and you can see that the Maven dependencies would be added to webinf/lib. So all your Java files will be compiled and kept in the webinf classes folder. So if you have any XML or properties files, they also would be kept under the webinf classes folder. So we're going to have one properties file for our Mybatis, and that's going to go into the webinf classes. And of course, the HTML files will go into the root of your applications. Let's cancel this out. Let's create a new class representing our users, and it's supposed to have 5 fields representing 5 columns over here. Let's right click on our src main Java, new class. The class names are going to be singular, so I'm going to type here user, but the package name is not going to be phone book, it's going to be co.vinod. Then you can say phone book if you want, and then you say entity. Let's click finish. Private integer ID, private string name, private string email, and private string password, and one last private date created at. Notice that I've used created at using camel caps, whereas in the DB script it is an underscore. Now I could go and use here underscore, but I mentioned that I'm going to follow the best practices. Underscores are against the best practices. But this will cause a problem when we are working with Mybatis, because Mybatis tries to map the field names to column names. But we have a workaround for the same. Let's follow that instead of deviating from the best practice. Now the date needs to be imported from java.util. You see there is a util as well as SQL, but we're going to pick up from the util. And let's add the default constructor @noarg constructor, and then @getter, and one last @setter. Save it. Let's create another class representing the contacts. So we're going to have one contact object representing a record of this. So let's go and create a new class here under entity, new class. Let's call it as contact, again singular. Click finish. And let's arrange them so that we can see them together. So let's have here private integer ID, private string first name, private string last name. We have email and phone, which are again of string type. I believe most of them are of string type in this case. Avatar, this is going to be a link to an avatar. So there is a website called Gravatar. Default, many of the websites use Gravatar as the avatar for the users. So we can also try fetching it from Gravatar based on the email, in case if the user didn't mention. Then we have few more which are all address related. So I have here address, city, state, country, and pin code. The sequence doesn't matter related to the table columns and the field names here, so you can have it in different sequences. And one last is the private date created at, just like the previous ones, and the date needs to be imported from java.util. Save finish. Let's also add the annotations related to no argument constructors, getters, setters. I can get that from users.java here, so I can copy these 3 and then paste over here, and that should actually import also. So our entity classes are ready. Now let's create a mapper interface for both of them. So I'm going to create a mapper interface called contact DAO and user DAO. Let's close this, go back to the Explorer, and then right click this package, new interface, but the interface is not part of the entity. It's going to be part of the DAO. So it's going to create a new package called DAO. Let's call it as user DAO. Click finish. We'll not write any content over here, but as and when we progress in our application, we'll come and add the required functionalities. Similarly, I'm going to right click the DAO package and say new interface. And this time the interface is going to be called contact DAO. So all the CRUD operations and queries related to the context table, we'll be giving it over here. And one last is the DaoFactory, which is going to be a class which involves creating objects of contact DAO or user DAO. So I'm going to right click on this and then say new class that is going to be called DaoFactory, which is going to be a final class. Let's click finish. Let's also add a default constructor by pressing Control space, but changing this public to private so you don't have a way of creating an object of this anymore. But instead, we're going to have here static function. So we're going to have here public static user DAO. That's the return type. Get user DAO. That's a function supposed to return something. For the time being, I'm going to say return null. And like this, I also want to have a function called public static contact DAO. Get contact DAO and return null for the time being again. And this is where we need to use Mybatis and then return a DAO object. So for this, we require the XML file representing Mybatis configuration. We used this in the previous project. So let me collapse all the project files, expand the previous project, which is Servlet demo. Under Java resources, SRC main resources, you can see we have this Mybatis config XML. I'm going to right click, copy, go back to the phone book project, go to Java resources, Java main resources, right click and then say paste. So now you see in our project we have this particular file, Mybatis config XML. And also if you go back to the previous project and then say src main Java, there's a DAO package and there is a DaoFactory. And if you look at that, the code is very simple. It's supposed to load the Mybatis config XML as an input stream, create a SQL session factory, and then create a SQL session. These three lines are going to be common. So I'm going to copy this and then come back to my code over here. I paste it. And then using this session object, I can now say, hey, I want a mapper object for user DAO. So I'll say here session.getMapper and then say here user DAO.class. Of course, this throws a checked exception. We can just throw it away from this function. So let me move the cursor on this and then say add throws declaration. Now I'm going to come here, paste the same three lines of code and then say return session.getMapper and then say contact DAO.class. Throw this exception from the getContactDAO function. You can see that we are duplicating these three lines of code in multiple functions, and if you don't want, you can simply select this. So you can go to refactor extract method, and what it does is it's going to cut this three lines of code into a function, and note that it smartly detects the return value because the variable session here is being used here. So obviously it cannot become a local variable of that. So it has to return something. So it is smartly identifying the return value of this, and it says extracted is the name of the function. So we can say probably create session or get session, whatever the name you want to call it as, and then click on OK. And you can see that there is a new function created over here, and that function is being just used. And notice one more smart thing that Eclipse has done is Eclipse identified that the same three lines of code existed in other function and then added that right here. So let me arrange them like this. So we have a private function and then we have two getUserDAO, getContactDAO functions. And one more good practice if you want to follow, the only purpose of this local variable is to call a function over here. So this is also considered as a bad practice. What we can do is we can actually copy this or cut this from here and then use that statement like this, so that we have a one-liner over here which says create session.getMapper.getUserDAO. So the same thing I'm going to do it for this also. Let's get rid of this line. And now you see our functions are very, very simple. So with this now, our DAO layer is pretty much ready, except that the user DAO and contact DAO, they don't have any mapper functions. We will add those functions as we move forward in our project. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's create two more classes which belong to a layer called as the service layer. The service layer takes care of calling or making use of the DAO functions so that my controller, which is going to be servlets, their life becomes easier. So let's right click on one of the existing packages, new class, change the name of the package to service, and the name of the class, let's give it as user service or user manager. Click on finish. So this is going to contain all functionalities related to a user, such as register or login, which in turn make use of the user DAO to add a new record to the user or get the records based on the email or get all users and so on and so forth. Let's create one more class here. So I'm going to right click on the service package, new class. This is going to be called as contact service. Again, I'm saying this is acting as a facade or a superficial layer for the DAO. The functionalities for these classes we will add as and when we proceed further in our project. As and when we address new use cases, we'll come and add the appropriate functionalities over here. For example, if I'm creating a user registration page, the HTML content in a JSP file, the servlet corresponding to this, which acts as a controller, the business logic function, probably like a register user, or probably the mapping of SQL command to the DAO function, all of them, the end-to-end functionalities we will provide per use case. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's have an understanding of the entire process involved in the registration module. It begins when the client makes a GET request. We need to provide a hyperlink in the home page so that the user can do a self-registration. When the user clicks on the hyperlink, it's always going to be a GET request, and the GET request is going to be received by a controller. Let's call it as a register servlet. And this register servlet, because the client is making a GET request, is simply going to respond with a registration form JSP. The user is then going to fill in the details and then click the submit button, and that's going to be a post request to the same servlet. So when the controller receives the request, it gets all the request parameters, and the only thing it does is it's going to pass the control to the service layer, and in the service layer we have a function called as a register user, and this function is going to collect all the values and then probably does some validation. For example, verifying whether the mandatory fields such as name and email are entered or not, whether the password is matching with the confirm password, and then it also has to verify whether the user's email is already registered with us. If that is the case, that's also a validation error. For that, service layer is going to invoke a function on the DAO layer so that it can retrieve a user based on the email. So the user has already submitted the email, and this email is now going to be passed on to the DAO layer. DAO layer is simply going to get the user details for the given email. Now there are only two outcomes. Either the email is already found, so we get one record because it is unique, or the email is not registered with us, hence there is no record. Back in the service layer, we're going to check whether we got a user for the given email. If the answer is yes, that means it is an invalid email and our validation has failed. Now that the validation has failed, we're going to just return back to the controller with the details of the error, probably using a hash map. And the controller is simply going to give the registration form back with relevant error messages. But if there was no validation errors, that means the name has been entered, email has been entered, passwords match, and there is no record for this given email, so everything is okay. Now the service is again going to contact the DAO layer and invoke a function to register these details as a new user. And then the DAO layer is going to insert a record in the DB, comes back with the ID, and then gives the control back to the service. The service simply return the control to the actual servlet, and the servlet will now redirect the user to the dashboard. So this is the entire process of registration. There are two ways to start developing. There is a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach starts from developing the resources from left to right. So you start by creating the HTML or JSP is required for your use case, and then write the controllers, then write the services, then write the DAO functions. The alternate is that you plan very well and then start writing the DAO functions, then code the service functions which make use of the DAO, and then write the code in the controller class and then provide the JSPs. For this module, we're going to follow the bottom-up approach. So we'll start from the DAO, identify the functions required over there and write the same thing, and then write the service function, make use of the DAO functions, and then the controller servlet, which makes use of service, and then eventually the JSP pages. So that's all for now. See you in the next lecture. In this lecture, let's address the DAO layer for the registration module. Before we actually write the DAO functions, we need to make a change in the mappers list here. So because we copied this from the previous project, I forgot to change the class names over here. And the mapper classes, which are nothing but interfaces, need to be mentioned, and this was related to the previous project, not the current project. The current project has two DAO interfaces, contact DAO and user DAO, and the package name is a little different than the one that is mentioned over here. Let's change that. So it's going to be co.vinod.phonebook.dao.contact.dao and then user DAO. So let's copy and paste the same thing and change the second one to user DAO. Just to verify if everything is okay, move the cursor on these class names but using the command on Mac and control on other laptops. So you can see that it's showing me a hyperlink, which means everything is okay. Let's save the file and then go to user DAO. That's where we need to write the actual functionalities. There are two functions required for registration module. Number one is for validation purpose. We want to send an email and check if the user exists by that email. The other one is to actually add a new record for the given user object. Typically, these are divided into two sections. One is the CRUD operations and the second one is going to be queries. And the first function, let's address the query public user. We'll call it as get user by email, and then we supply the email over here. And this has to be mapped to an SQL select statement using @select annotation, again from Mybatis API. And the select statement is going to be like this: select star from users where email equals to hash in curly bracket the parameter that we are receiving, like this. But one small problem is that when you say select star from users, the users table has a column called created underscore it, whereas user has a field without underscore. We have used camel caps for that. So if you go over here, you can see there is a create at, whereas here in the dbscript.sql, it says here created at. So let's also fix this problem. I believe there's a spell mistake. Let's make it as created at. Save this. Come back over here. Now we need to say that, hey, the result brings a column. We don't have a mapping corresponding to that because the column name and field names are different. We map it by using something called @results. And the results is an array of one or more result, because there may be multiple column names missing the mappings in the corresponding class. So we can say here curly bracket @result singular, and then we have to now say what is the name of the column and name of the property in the object. So we can say here that the column is nothing but created underscore at, and the property in the object that correspond to the same thing is going to be created at, like this. Now let's add the second function, which is going to be the CRUD operation. So here is where we want to create a new user record for a given user object. And for that, let's call the function as public void create user or new user. And the argument is going to be user. This is supposed to be mapped using the @insert. The command is going to be insert into users. Remember, the user ID is auto-generated, so we have to skip that. So which means we have to give the rest of them in bracket over here. And the columns that we are interested in adding right now is going to be name, email, password, and also the created at. So we'll say here created underscore at. Values is now going to be picked up from this object, and we need to give using similar syntax. Let me full screen the user DAO. And then I come here and then in bracket, I have to say hash and then name coming from that entity, hash email coming from the entity, hash password. And one last is hash created at using camel caps. And then a bracket for the values. And this would actually add a new record in the users table. But the backend is also going to take the responsibility of automatically incrementing the ID. But we want that ID to be automatically set to this user also. By default, that doesn't happen. We have to explicitly add an annotation to tell Mybatis that, hey, whatever the ID generated in the backend has to be fetched and also should be set to the ID property of the user object. And this is done by using options annotation. And the options is having a bunch of elements. So if you press Control space here, you can see all the options. One of them is use generated keys. That is the one that we want. And you should simply say true. And what is the property that corresponds to the ID in the user? So we have to say here, key property equals to ID. And in case if the key column is different in the table, you can also say key column equals to whatever the name of the column in the table. And since the column name is same, we don't have to really do anything over here. So this completes the DAO layer corresponding to our registration module. But before concluding, we'll take a look at the user also here. There are two things that we may want to address. Number one is the password. Remember, this is a string. The user enters a value for password. That has to be encrypted and stored in the database table. It should not be stored as is. But that is the responsibility of the service layer, because the service layer is taking care of all the business logic and encrypting the password is a business logic functionality. The second one is the created at. And whenever an object of this is created in the memory, we are going to pass it back to the DAO. DAO is going to instantly save it in the DB. So which means that when the object is created, the time of creation is what actually we need. So we can simply assign a value here saying that new date, so that we don't have to worry about passing the value or setting the value for this field. We can also provide one customized constructor that takes these three parameters so that it becomes easy for service layer to create an object quickly. For that, I'm going to go over here and then say source generate constructor using fields. And I want to select only name, email, password. So I'll untick ID and created at generate. And now we can see we got a constructor that takes these three parameters. And of course, we also have a no argument constructor anyways. So let's save all the files by pressing Command Shift S or Control Shift S on Windows. And that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's build our service layer on top of this DAO layer. In this lecture, let's add a function in this user service class, which can be used for registering a new user. And let's write the function as public user register user, which takes parameters such as string name, string email, password, and the confirm password, which the user would have entered in the text box. So let's call it as C password. And notice the function should return a new user object that is only available after successful registration. So we're going to say return null for the time being and then import the user from our entity package. So the first thing we have to do is to check if the input given here is valid or not, such as whether the name, email, password are all not empty strings. Also, there is no record for the email given. Then it is considered as valid. But if any one of them are invalid, then we need to collect all those error messages and then give the same thing back to the controller. But note that we have already decided that we're going to return a user object. So you can't really dynamically change the return type in Java. So the only other way left is that let's ask the user another parameter so that user can give me a container object like a collection, let's say a map, for example. And in case of validation errors, we're going to store those error messages in the map given by the user. So I'm going to declare here another variable called as map, and map is supposed to be imported from java.util. The key type is string, the value type is string. Let's give the name as errors and then come over here and do some validation. And notice the number of arguments here are 4, which is okay. But sometimes you may have a form that contains 15, 20, 25 fields. Obviously, you can't expect somebody to pass all those 15 to 25 variables over here. And that is when we create something called the data transfer object. Since the number of parameters is very less over here, let's not worry about the data transfer object over here. So let's come back over here and do the validation. So the first validation I want to do is about the name. I'll say if name.trim.length equals to 0, that means the user has not entered any value or only blank spaces has been entered. And that's why we are doing a trim, which removes the leading and trailing spaces. And if this is true, then we're going to say errors.put. And the key is nothing but the field name to which we want to assign an error message. And this is going to be like name is mandatory or required. Similarly, we say else if name.trim.length is less than 3 letters, we can say errors.put for the same name field. But this time the error message is like at least 3 letters are required. Similarly, we can do the validation for email and password. So this remains the same thing because they are mandatory fields. Let's say email is mandatory. Let's give the key as email, and the message also should indicate email address is mandatory. And the other one is the password. Let's give the same thing, password. The field is password, and of course, the message also should indicate password is mandatory. But apart from password being mandatory, it should also match with the C password. So we're going to type here if password.equals C password is equals to false. That means they don't match. And this time the error message can be for the key C password. So I'll type here errors.put, and the key is the C password. The value is like passwords do not match. And now that the basic validation is done, let's also check whether there is a record for this particular email in our database. And for that, I need the DAO. Let me full screen this. We're going to create a user DAO variable called DAO equals to DaoFactory.getUserDAO. And that throws an IO exception. So let's throw it away from this function. Press Ctrl+1, enter, and that'll do. And then we say here user equals to DAO.getUser by email, and user needs to be created of type user. In case if this user is not equals to null, that means there is a valid user for this particular email. We have to tell the user that, hey, this email has already been registered with us, use a different email. So I can check here if user not equals to null, errors.put, and then the key would be email. Let's give the value as this email is already registered with us. So since the validation is now done, we don't have to continue forward if there is an error. So we can check here if errors.size is greater than 0. Simply say return null. We don't have to do anything at all. Because the return value goes as null, in the controller, we can now check, hey, what are the errors we got? And then forward the request to the register.jsp with all the error messages. But if there is no error, that means we are right now here. We simply have to create a user object based on the name, email, and password. So we're going to use the same user variable, but it's going to be a new user object. And if you remember, we added a constructor that takes name, email, and then password as argument. Remember, at this time, there is no ID for the user. However, we're going to say DAO.createUser user. This is going to now insert the record, and that's where Mybatis comes into help, and Mybatis will collect the auto-generated ID, assigns that back to this particular user object, and that is what we need to return from here. So our register user function in the service layer is complete. And in the next lecture, let's create a register servlet, which invokes this function by supplying the appropriate parameters, handles the errors or the newly generated user object. In this lecture, let's create a controller servlet. Let's call it as register servlet. And we need to do that in the web package, and I don't have a web package because this is my first servlet. So I'm going to right click on my existing package. I say new class, and the name of the class I'm going to call it as register servlet. Of course, change the package name from service to web. The superclass is going to be HttpServlet, and that's here. Let's select that and say OK. Click finish. And let's add an annotation @web servlet, where we're going to do a URL mapping for this servlet, and the URL mapping I'm going to simply give it as register, so that from the home page we can click a hyperlink that is having a href of register, and that's going to come over here. Let's also add the default serial version UID, get rid of this comment, and here we need to write both do get as well as do post, because if a user clicks on a hyperlink, it's always going to be a get request, or if the user types it on an address bar and press enter, that's going to be a get request. In that case, we simply have to present the registration form to the user. So we're going to add a do get. I'm going to press Control space, type DOG, and then I got the do get. Let's get rid of this. And the only thing that I have to do here is response.send redirect to, let's say, for example, /webinf/views/register.jsp. At this point in time, we don't have this register.jsp. One other thing that we also have to do over here is, in case if the user has already logged in, we don't want the user to register again because the user is already a registered user. So we may have to make the check over here. So let's add here, so to do check for login. And if the user has logged in, redirect the user to the dashboard. So we can always say here to do if the user has already logged in, redirect to dashboard. And we don't have a dashboard yet, so we're going to create. So that's why I said this is going to be a pending work. We will do that later. But for the time being, assuming that the user has not logged in, the user is going to click on a hyperlink or type in this address in the address bar. The user comes over here and then will be presented with this JSP. And the register.jsp would be an HTML form that allows the user to fill in the registration details and then submit. And the submit will be a post request, and to handle the post request, we're going to write here do post. Let's get rid of these two lines. And this is where we have few basic requirements. Number one, read all the parameters coming from the request. In this case, it's going to be name, email, password, and C password or confirm password. And the servlet is not going to assume any other responsibilities other than coordinating between the service layer and the view layer here. Service is going to be our model. And once we get the model data from the service layer, which either an errors object or it could be a user object. If there's an errors object, we send back the same register.jsp. But if everything is okay, we got our user object, we store the user object in the session so that we know that the user has already logged in, and then redirect the user to the dashboard. So the step number one is to read inputs. Let me comment that out. So step number one is going to be the read inputs from request. And that's going to be pretty straightforward. String name equals to request.get parameter of name. And we can copy the same thing and paste it few times. The second one is going to be email, get parameter called email. The third one is going to be password. And this is going to be password. And the last one is going to be C password, maybe with a camel caps, but this is going to be like, let's say C underscore password, because that's what we prefer in HTML. And now that we got the parameters, the second step is to make use of a model function. And in our case, the model is going to be our user service. Let's create an object of user service. Let's call it as service equals to new user service. And then I say here service dot, we have something called register user that takes name, email, password, C password. All of these are available already. Errors is something that doesn't exist. Let's create errors. Let's create it as map. Map is supposed to come from util. Key is string, value is string. Let's call it as errors equals to new hash map. And the hash map is also from java.util. So if the register user is successful, it's going to return a user object. So I'm going to assign that to a variable user, press command 1 to auto generate the variable type. But it's going to be null if there are errors. So I can either check if errors.size greater than 0, there are errors, or I can say if user equals to null, there is an error. So whichever the way you prefer, you check. I'm going to say here if errors.size greater than 0, then I want to store this errors object in the request scope. So this is what I want to do. So I'll say request.set attribute, let's call it as errors, and the object I want to store is errors. And then I'll say request.get request dispatcher slash webinf slash views slash register.jsp, and then we say forward by passing the same request and the response so that the register.jsp has access to the values you store in the request object. And in case if there are no errors, I'm going to say else. We have got a valid user object now, and we want to store this as the logged in users in the session. So I can say here request.getSession.set attribute, and then we say this is the user object who is logged in. You can give any key such as logged in user to indicate that it's a user who has currently logged in, but I'm okay with the key as user, and the value is also the user object. So now that the user object is in the session, let's redirect the user to a dashboard. So we're going to say here response.send redirect to /dashboard. We don't have a dashboard yet. We will create that in the subsequent lectures. And notice the send redirect we are doing because after submitting the details, if the user presses refresh button on the browser, it's going to go to the dashboard, not to the actual register.jsp. And I observed one mistake I've done. I'm actually redirecting to a JSP here, which is not possible because if you redirect, then it is actually asking the browser to visit /webinf views register.jsp, which will only give you 404 because browsers can't access the webinf folder. So what I was supposed to do is this section. So I'm going to copy this and then paste over here. So with this now, our controller seems to be ready. In the next lecture, let's create this view, which is the register.jsp, so that when I make a request to /register, I get the registration form, and when I submit that, all these things happen. In this lecture, let's address the last missing part, which is the register.jsp under /webinf views folder, which is right here. So I'm going to right click and say new JSP file, and then say here register. Press enter, and that creates a file. And let me get rid of this first and then include the common header and footer. So I'm going to say %@include file equals to ./header.jspf, and then %greater than, copy paste the same thing for footer also. And in between, I want to give here something like, let's say h3 new user registration form, maybe a HR. And now I want to give an HTML form here, which actually submits the content to the same URL that it came from, for which I can simply say form action equals to either an empty string, or you don't even have to give this action at all. But importantly, method equals to post has to be given because that is when the form gets submitted to the do post. And inside this, I want to create an HTML form. But since we are using Bootstrap, which makes our website looks pretty, we need to use the Bootstrap CSS classes for working with forms. So let's go to getbootstrap.com, and that has a documentation. Look for any of the elements that you're working with. For example, currently I'm working with forms, so I'm going to type here form, and you can see it shows the forms. Select that, and here you get the help required for any kind of forms. And there are different kinds of forms over here. All you have to do is to locate the one you want and click the copy button, paste it in your HTML or JSP, and then make the necessary changes. So the one that I want to use is something that has a label on the left side and the text boxes on the right side, which is something like this. And note that it uses a div for each of the rows. So there is an email and an email, or password and password. You can see that the div has a class of form group and row. There's a label, then there is another div. Now, since I already know this by practice, so I'm going to go back to the JSP and use the same thing. I need here name, email, password, and confirm password. So I need 4 rows, and of course one more for the submit button itself. So I'm going to type here div class equals to form group and then a row, A row ideally in Bootstrap consists of 12 grids, and a column can be specified with appropriate number of grids. For example, for a label, I can say I need 4 grids. For the text boxes, I need around, let's say, 8 grids. So to do that, I'll type here label and then say for equals to name, class equals to call MD, let's say 4. MD stands for medium. Bootstrap assumes that you have extra small devices like mobile phones, small devices like a little bigger phones or a smaller tablets. The medium devices include the bigger tablets and laptop screens, and then LG for large correspond to a high resolution screen. And then I'll say here name, and then the second one is going to be a div with a class of call MD and then remaining 8 or less. If you give more, then it cannot fit in one row, it will go to the next row. So the sum of grids used by different columns in a row should be 12 or less. So I can say here 8, and inside that I'm going to have here an input, type equals to text, class equals to form control. This is the one that makes the text box looks very nice. You can also add a placeholder, but I'm already giving a label, so placeholder is not required. Importantly, I'll give here name equals to name. This is the key value pair that goes to the servlet when we submit the form. And since we are using label for equals to name, this corresponds to the ID of the text box. Now, IDs are not used by server-side programmings like Servlets and JSP, but they are typically used by JavaScript. So we will use that when we are doing validation in the future. Right now, this is okay for me. So we got a label and a text box. Now I can copy and paste this few times. I need one for email, one for password, one for confirm password. So I'm going to change the same thing. I'll type here email address, and this is going to be the ID email, which is this one. And this is supposed to be an email because we want to read email in our request object. And this is the email box that I want to give. So on a browser, it doesn't make much of a difference, but on a mobile device, when you tap on the text box, you will see an email keypad coming up. Similarly, this is going to be password, and this is going to be all password here. So the ID I'm going to give password. A type is also password because that way the text is masked with stars. And name is password because that's what I'm actually looking for in the request object. And ID because I gave the label for. So that's also going to be password. And the last one is going to be, let's say, re-enter password or confirm password. And let's call this a C_password everywhere. And the same thing I'm going to give for name as well as ID. Of course, the text box here is going to be the password box. Now, apart from all these, I also want a submit button. You can just type the button right here, but that will be aligned on the left side. If you want the button to be aligned towards this, which is the text box. So let's add one more here. So I'm going to copy this and paste once again. But this is a dummy label, so I don't need any of these. And I don't need a text because it's a dummy label. This is required, but here I'm going to type a button. Class equals to btn primary, and then I type here register. We can also give a reset button as input type equals to reset. When the user clicks on this, all the text that the user has typed will be erased and the form will be reset back to its original appearance. But the class name I want to give it like btn-link, so it looks like a hyperlink. Value is nothing but reset. And now our registration form is complete. So if you go to your servlet over here, when you make a GET request to this, it's going to simply produce the register.jsp. But after submitting that register.jsp, the control comes over here because we said here method equals to post. And the do post is reading all the values over here, sending it to the appropriate service function. And note that when there is an error, we are storing errors as an object in our request attribute, which now your register.jsp has an access to. And errors is a map. Map is nothing but a key value pair. You can use the same errors object in your JSP here and then display if there is any errors. For example, if there was an error over here, I can simply type here div and then I can say class equals to, let's say, text-danger. and this will give you basically a red color text, and I can simply type here $errors dot the key in the map name is one of the key. So that is there in our user service. If you go to the user service over here, you can see we are storing all the field names as keys. So we are basically accessing these in this format. If there is no value for this field, then this whole div is going to be empty. So nothing is going to be displayed. But if there is an error message, that error message will be displayed like this. So I'm going to copy this section and then paste over here and then change this to email. Similarly for password and C password. Notice here we are using C_password, but this is the one we have stored in our map object. So you can see here C password, that's what I've used. So now our model, view and controller is ready. But to check all these things, we'll also provide a hyperlink in our header.jspf so that we can click the hyperlink and check the registration process. So let's go to the header.jspf. After this div, let's add another div whose class is container. And then add here a couple of links. The first link is for the home page itself. So I'm going to say ahref equals to // and then type here home. Let's also add a pipe so that it looks like a separator. The second one is going to be a ahref to /register. This is the one that we want to check right now. So I'm going to type here register. Let's also add one more hyperlink for login, which we don't have at this time. So we'll say href equals to /login and let's call it as login. We'll also give a couple of breaks here so that there is a gap between this and the next section. So now our application looks like ready. Let's go and run our project. So let's right click on the phone book project, run on server. And we got our page and you can see we got the link to home page, register and login. If I click on the register, it's a get request to the servlet and that's supposed to bring me the JSP. You can see we got the HTML page and I should be able to type in the name, email, password, re-enter password and then click on this reset button to clear everything. But if I click on the register, it should actually go to the servlet back, but this time with the post method and then come back with error messages. So if I don't type anything, let's click on the register. You should now see that name is mandatory, email is mandatory, password is mandatory. But if I type something in the password and then when I click on register, you can say it says passwords do not match. Of course, the passwords get erased. And if I type here one letter A and then click on register, you can see that it says at least 3 letters required. So all these are happening properly. Even if I refresh, it's going to ask for resubmission. It will still go back to the servlet and comes back over here. I'm going to type my name, Vinod Kumar. Email address, let me type it as vinod@vinod.co. And password, let's type it as secret. And re-enter password, I'll also type the same thing. Click on register. Now this time it's going to go to the servlet over here and collects all the values, makes a request, gets a valid user object, and that user object will be stored in the session and then it will redirect to something called dashboard. And we don't have dashboard yet, because of which we get a 404 error. But by that time, it should have added a new record in the database table. That's what we are more interested in. Let's go and check the same thing by click on register, expect a 404 error message. So let's click. And you can see we got 404. It says phonebook/dashboard is not there. But if I go to the H2 console over here and let's refresh once and click on connect, click the users and run select star from users command, and I don't see a record over here. This is primarily because we never did commit, and this is supposed to be done in our DaoFactory where we are getting a session object. We have to say here true, indicating it has to do an auto commit. Let's give it a try back. So we go back to our page over here, phone book application. Let's go to the phone book home page, register again, and let's say Vinod at vinod.co. Password is secret and re-entering the same thing. Clicking on register, again I get a 404, that is okay. I go back to the H2 console, Click on run and you will see that we have the newly generated ID 2 and there is a name, email, password is secret and created at is so and so date and time. One thing we don't want is to store the password like this because everybody can know the password of everybody else. So the best way to do is to encrypt the password and store the same thing. In the next lecture, let's encrypt this password and store in the database. In this lecture, let's encrypt the password using something called bcrypt. So the very first thing that we want to do is to add the relevant dependencies to our project. So I go to the Maven Central, look for something called jbcrypt, which provides an implementation of the bcrypt for Java. So I'm going to select the first one, get the latest version in that, copy the dependency, come back to our Eclipse, go to the pom.xml, come back somewhere at the bottom and then paste the dependency, format and save. And if you go and have a look at the Maven dependencies, you will now see that there is something called jbcrypt.jar. So this provides a class called bcrypt and that has got some utility functions where we can encrypt as well as verify whether the password is correct or not. So to do that, let's go to the user service.java because that is where we are trying to add the record to the database using this particular function over here. And just before creating the user, we want to take this password and then encrypt that. So this is the location where we want to actually do the encryption. And this is done by using something called bcrypt, let's say control space to import the same. Dot, you have a function called as hash password. That is the function that we have here. And that takes the password, which is nothing but our password that we have received from the user. The second one is what's called salt. And this is the text that is going to be used for encrypting your password or hashing the password. And you can generate a salt by using something called bcrypt.gensalt. And that actually will do the job. But if you want to specify how many rounds of iteration it should do, you can also supply. Now 12 is considered as a good number. Let's keep that as it is. And the return value of this is going to be our hashed password. You can either assign that back to password or you can actually assign to a variable and then pass it again. So this is the way you can encrypt your password. When we implement the login module, we will see how to verify whether the password given by the user is correct according to the encrypted password. So I'm going to save this now, restart the server. And let's go back to our phone book application. Let's go to the home page once, refresh. And there's a register link here. Clicking on the register should take me to this. We have seen this. Let's go and type a different user this time. So I'm going to type here Sham and say sham@example.com. Password, once again, I'm going to give secret, password again as secret. Click on register and again expect the 404 here. And that's okay. So we are going to the dashboard, which means it must have inserted the record. I go to the console of H2 database and run the select star from users again. And this time you can see that the password is now hashed. So one thing with respect to the bcrypt encoder is that every time you're encrypting your password, the same password may generate a different hash, and that's why it's called as the one-way password encoder. However, it can check whether two hashed passwords originated from the same string or not. And that is what we would be using when we are working with the login. Now, since I don't want these two records anymore, I want to rerun my script. So the script is the dbscript.sql that I have here. And I have a command that I've copied and pasted over here. I'm going to copy this and then paste over here, execute this. Now the tables are dropped and recreated. So if you go and check the users table here now, there is no users. In the next lecture, let's address the missing dashboard. In this lecture, let's create a controller and a view combination, which produces the page for dashboard requests. To do so, let's go to our web package, add a new controller, which is nothing but a servlet. So I'm going to right click on the web package, new class. Let's call this as dashboard servlet. And super class is supposed to be HttpServlet. Let's select that, click OK, click finish to come out of that. Let's add an annotation here, web servlet. To map this to /dashboard URL requests, we'll also add the default serial version UID, get rid of the comment, and this is going to be only a GET request, so there is no POST request for this servlet. So I'm going to type here do GET. Let's get rid of these two lines, and the first thing we have to do here is to check if the user has logged in or not. If the user has not logged in, then we simply have to redirect the user back to either login or register or probably the home page. But if the user has logged in, we simply have to present the dashboard.jsp, which we don't have yet. So to check that, I'm going to say user equals to request.getSession.getAttribute called user, and this has to be created of type user. User is from our entity package, and this requires casting. Let's press command 1 and press enter to add the casting. And now we can check if user equals to null. That means the user hasn't logged in yet. So we'll simply say resp.send redirect to, you can say /, which is nothing but the home page, or you can say /register /login. Ideally, it should be the login page because you are trying to access something that you are not logged in. But since we don't have the login page yet, so we'll simply redirect the user to the home page and then say return. But if everything is okay, we say here request.getRequestDispatcher to /webinf/views/dashboard.jsp. And then we have to do a forward request response. The variable names are req or resp. That's all in the dashboard. There is nothing else. However, we don't have the JSP yet. So I'm going to copy this name, right click on the views, and then say new JSP file and then paste the name, press enter. Get rid of everything and then include the content of header and footer JSPF. So I'm going to say less than %@ include file equals to /header.jspf. Close it and then copy paste, add here footer. In between I can say probably h3, and I want to give a message here, hello, welcome back. And we also want to tell who is that user who's logged in. So remember, we have our session object, so we can always say $session_scope.user. So in the session scope, we have an object called user, and the user has a property called name, which we can use. So it says, hello Vinod, welcome back. And the error you see here is not really an error. So you can select everything, cut it and paste it, and you can see that the error is gone. So let's run the project by right click on the project name, run as run on server. So we have here the home page. I don't have any users right now because I deleted the users over here. So you can see select star from users is not giving any data. If I type directly dashboard like this and then press enter, you can see that it's redirecting back to the home page again. Let's click on register, a new user. Let's type here my full name, Vinod Kumar, vinod@vinod.co. Secret is the password, and again the same thing. Click on register, and this time when I register successfully, it'll say hello Vinod Kumar, welcome back. Once you have logged in successfully, we don't want this register and login buttons. Instead, we want the logout button. But before that, we will provide an option for the user to log in. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In the next couple of lectures, let's implement the login and logout feature. As of now, if I click on the login link over here, I'm going to get 404 because we don't have any servlet corresponding to this URL. What we want is when I click on this, I want to have an HTML form here so I can enter my email and password and try to log in. In this lecture, let's create a Servlet and JSP combination so that when I click on this login, I get an HTML form here. To do so, let's go back to our Eclipse. Notice here we have the ahref in the header that corresponds to a URL called /login. We don't have a servlet corresponding to that. That's why we got the 404. Let's create a new servlet under the web package called login servlet. So it's going to be a new class. Name of the class is going to be login servlet. Super class is going to be HttpServlet. Let's click OK, finish. Add the URL pattern in the web servlet annotation. Import it. Let's also add the default serial version UID for this servlet class. Get rid of the comment. Let's add a doGet by pressing Control space and start typing dog, and let's get rid of these two lines. There are two tasks here. Number one is to check if the user has already logged in. If the answer is yes, let's redirect the user to the dashboard. Number two is if the user has not logged in, render the login form. The first task is done by checking the session for the user object. So I'm going to say here user equals to request.getSession, and from the session we want to say get attribute called user. User needs to be imported from our entity package, and we also may need the casting. Now if this user is not equals to null, that means the user has already logged in. That's why it is there in the session. We simply have to say resp.send redirect to /dashboard. So this is going to be a client-side redirection, and obviously in the dashboard also we're going to check if the user has logged in or not. If the user has not logged in, obviously it's going to go to the login form. Let's also add a return statement, and if the user has not logged in, all we have to do is to say request.getRequestDispatcher /webinf/views/login.jsp .forward request and response. We don't have this JSP yet, so we need to create one. Let's copy this name and then come to the views, right click, new JSP file, paste the name, press enter. Let's get rid of the code inside that and add the header and footer. %@ include file equals to ./header.jspf, close the bracket, copy and paste, change this to footer. Let's add a h3. We'll say existing users please log in here, and then add a HR. We need a form that submits the username and password. In our case it's going to be email and password to the login servlet. So we're going to go and type here form action equals to either an empty string or don't give the action at all. Method is important. Let's give the method as post and then /form. Just like the registration form, we can have a label and text box for each of the fields. So I'm going to copy from the register.jsp, let's say this section. This is the one for email. I need that over here. And then one for password, copy and paste over here. Let's also copy the submit button over here, but there it said register, but in this case we have to say login. Come back and paste over here and then change this to login. Let's format it and save it. Let's go and right click on the project, run as run on server. And let's click the login button and see that we get the login form here. It says existing users please log in here. There's an email address and password, and there is a login button. Of course, if I click on this now, I'm going to get a 405 error, mainly because this is a post submission to the login servlet, and in the login servlet we don't have the do post. Let's give it a try. Click on login and you see we got the 405 method not allowed. Method here is the HTTP post method, which is not supported by the actual servlet. In the next lecture, let's add a do post method in our login servlet, which is able to handle the post submission from the login form. In this lecture, let's write a do post function that is capable of handling this form submission. So let's go to the login servlet and add a do post function here by typing control space DOP and then enter. In the do post function, the very first thing that we are going to do is to say request.getParameter of email. That's the username. Let's assign this to a variable called email, and email should be declared as a string. And similarly, I can also say password equals to request.getParameter of password. Once the inputs have been collected, the controller is supposed to make use of an appropriate service function, pass on these values, and then collect the model data. Since we are dealing with the users, we have to make use of the user service. So let's say user service, service equals to new user service. And then we will call a non-existing function over here by supplying email, password, and a map object. Let's create the map object first. String is the key and string is the values data type. Let's call it as errors equals to new hash map. Hash map also has the same data type and import map from util. Let's assume that the service has a function called login that takes email, password, and errors as parameters, which returns a user object. Notice we don't have a function like that in our service, and that's the reason why Eclipse is giving an error over here. And if I move the cursor on there, it says the method login, which takes string, and a map, is undefined for the type user service. But we are also assigning that to a user object. So now Eclipse can help us create a function in the user service. So if I select the first option here, it says create method called login with so and so parameters in the type user service. If I select that option, you can see that in the user service class, it has added a function which is public, return type is user, name of the function is login, and it takes email, password, and errors as parameters. For the time being, it's returning null. Let's leave that be. Let's come back to our login servlet. And now we see there's no errors. So once this function is implemented, if it has returned a user object, that means if user is not equals to null, that means it is a valid user. In case if the user is null or the size of this errors map is greater than 0, that means there are validation errors. We just have to redirect the user back to the login.jsp. So let's do that first by checking if errors.size is greater than 0. We just have to go back to the JSP. So I'm going to copy this line and then paste over here. But before going, we also have to store these errors in the request scope. So let's do that by typing request.setAttribute errors and errors, so that in the login.jsp, we can make use of these errors. In fact, if you see the login.jsp, we have already made use of that. Here is where we are displaying the errors.email and errors.password. Let's come back to the servlet. In case if size is not greater than 0, that means there are no errors, we can simply say here, else we have to store this user object in the session and then redirect the user to the dashboard. For that, I'm going to say request.getSession.setAttribute. The name of the attribute, I want to keep it as user, because even in the register servlet, we have done the same thing. It has to be common across all your application components. The value also is going to be the user object that we obtained over here. And then I have to redirect the user to the dashboard. So I'm going to copy this line and then paste over here. Let's save all the files. Since this function currently is not implemented, we will not be able to check the working of this doPost function. In the next lecture, let's implement the login function in the service, and then we will verify the working of the whole login module. In this lecture, let's implement this login function of the user service. So this is a business logic function, which is supposed to validate whether email and passwords have been entered or not. Also, it has to invoke one of the DAO function to get the user details based on this email, and then verify whether this password, which is not being hashed as of now, with the one that we have stored in the database, which is currently in the hashed format here. And in case if there are any validation errors, such as email is not entered, password is not entered, or there is no user corresponding to the email given, or the user exists but the password is a mismatch, we have to send those errors via this errors object. But if everything is okay, then we have to return the user object. So first, let's add the validations, and I'm going to copy this section because this we have already done. This takes care of the required validation rule for email and password. So I'm going to copy and paste over here. But we now have to check if there is a user for the given email, which we have done over here. I'm going to copy these two lines and then paste over here. DaoFactory.getUserDao throws an IO exception, so let's throw it away from our function and then come back over here. If user is null, that means there is no user for the given email, so I can put that as an error message. So I'll type here if user equals to null. Let's say errors.put And email is the field for which I want to give an error message and say, for example, invalid email or password. We don't want to really tell the user that whether the user has given a wrong email or wrong password. So we don't want to narrow down the situation to the user. But if user is not equals to null, that means there is a user. However, it is possible that the password entered by the user is different than the password in the user object. And this is where we now have to use the bcrypt utility class to verify whether the password given here is same as the password in the user object. To do that, let's come over here and then type boolean result equals to bcrypt dot. You can see that there is a function called check password. So I'm going to select the check password function. The plain text is the password entered by the user. The hashed password is nothing but user.getPassword. In case if they match, the result will be true. Otherwise, the result will be false. So we can say if result equals to false, we'll give the same error message once again. Once you come out of this if condition, now we have to check if errors.size greater than 0, we have to return null. So I can copy that from here and then paste over here. But if everything is okay, we want to return the user from here. So with this now, our login function of the user service is ready. In fact, the actual login module itself is ready. Let's run the project and check it out. So I'm going to right click on the phone book project, run on server. Let me click on the login link over here. Without typing anything, I click on login and you can see it comes back and says invalid email password. Ideally, this should have been email is mandatory. To fix that, let's go back over here. So since one of this is missing, we don't have to go forward here. So I'm going to copy this and then paste even here also so that the control goes back to the user without having to check in the database. So let's save this, restart Tomcat. Go back to the browser and click on login again. And this time you can see email address is mandatory, password is mandatory. Let's type in the email as vinod@vinod.co. And then let's say I'm going to type ASDF as the password, which is incorrect password. When I click on login, you can see it comes back with an error message saying that invalid email password. Notice the email is getting erased. That's primarily because we are forwarding the control back to the JSP and the JSP has a text box without any values. Now, if you want the previous values to be preserved here, it's very simple. These are part of the request parameters. So I can come back to the JSP here, which is right here. And I can say value equals to, and then use an expression that says param.email. Param corresponds to the parameter or request parameter, which is nothing but this itself. We don't want to preserve the password. Let's leave that as it is. Save this, go back to the browser. Let's do one thing. Let's click on the login button once again. And now I'm going to type here vinod@vinod.co. ASDF as the password. Click on login and you can see it comes back and says invalid email or password. I know that it's the password mistake because the email is valid. Let's type secret, which is the correct password, and click on login. And it should go back to the dashboard and says, hello Vinod Kumar, welcome back. If I go to home here and then type the login once again or click on the login button, it should not ask for the login because user has already logged in and we have taken care of that. So if you go back to the login servlet here, you can see that we have checked if the user is not equals to null, which is coming from the session. We are redirecting the user to dashboard. Since I've already logged in, if I click on the login button again, you can see that it simply goes to the dashboard instead of going to the login form. Of course, the next thing we have to provide is a logout button, and the logout button also should be conditional. So if the user has already logged in, the register and login should not be here, but instead we should have a logout button. In the next lecture, let's implement the same. Let's add another link here called logout. When we click on that, we should simply be logged out of the session and then should be redirected to the login form. So let's go back to our Eclipse and go to the header.jspf. We're going to add a pipe over here and then add a hyperlink ahref equals to /logout. The caption is going to be logout. We want one of these two to be displayed, either this or this should be displayed. We'll do that in the next lecture. But for now, let's provide the logout option. To do that, let's create a servlet called logout servlet, which is only going to have a doGet. So let's right click our web package, new class. Let's call it as logout servlet, superclass HttpServlet. Click finish. Add the annotation @web servlet and a URL pattern of logout. Let's add a default serial version UID, get rid of these comments, and add a doGet over here. And the only thing that it's supposed to do is to remove the session object called user and then redirect the user to the login form. All you have to do is to say request.getSession and then say invalidate. Now invalidate means you remove all the objects that are currently kept in the session. So as you can see, the comment says invalidates this session, then unbinds any objects bound to it. So that's the attributes that it's going to remove. So I'm going to simply call this function. And then we say here response.send redirect to /login. And obviously the user will be taken to the login form. And notice in the login servlet, we are actually checking if the user has logged in. Obviously, because we are now invalidating the session, this is not going to work. But instead, it's going to give the login.jsp. So let's save all the files. Right click our project, run as run on server. First, let's try to log in by clicking on the login button. It says enter email, password. Let's give the valid email. We know that vinod.co, valid password, which is secret. Click on login. Now I'm in the dashboard. It says, hello Vinod Kumar, welcome back. If I click on login, you can see that it still says, hello Vinod Kumar, welcome back. It's not going to the login form. However, if I click on logout, you should now see that it's going to take you back to the login form. Also, if you click on home and click on login, because now I have been logged out, it will take me back to the login form instead of the dashboard like earlier. There's one small issue that we have not addressed. For example, if I am going to log in using the proper email and password, click on login. You can see that clicking the login button takes me back to the dashboard, but clicking the register button will take me to the register form, which is ideally incorrect because I'm already a logged in user. So why would I be able to register? In case if the user tries to visit this register link directly by typing in the address bar, then if the user has logged in already, it should simply go to the dashboard. The solution is the same as what we have done in the login. So let's go back to the login servlet, copy this section, and then go to the register servlet and paste in the doGet. So if you remember, we had added here some to do. So I'm going to paste over there. So if the user has already logged in, we simply are going to redirect to the dashboard. Let's restart Tomcat. And then go back to the browser. Let's log out for once. If I click on the login, it takes me to the login form. If I click on register, it takes me to the register. Click on home, it's working. Click on login and then let's give the username and password properly. Click the login. So I'm now in the dashboard. So if I go to the home, come back to the login, it'll take me back to the dashboard. If I go to the home and click on register, it'll still take me back to the dashboard. So the register form will not appear because I've already logged in. The moment I log out, it takes me to the login form. And if I click the register, now it'll take me to the register form. So this is what we wanted actually. The only thing that is missing now is the conditional displaying of these buttons. I either need a combination of register login or logout button, not together. In the next lecture, let's address the same thing. In this lecture, based on the user's login status, let's conditionally display these menu items. For that, let's go to the header.jspf and close all other files. We need to write an if condition based on whether the user has logged in or not. But we don't want to write a Java code here, and that is where JSTL comes into picture. Now JSTL has two tags which allows us to conditionally render some HTML content. Number one is the c:if, which is only for an if condition. There is no else part of it. Whereas if you want an if-else kind of solution, then you have to use something called c:choose, and then you can give multiple conditions inside that. This time, let's address the issue using c:if. The first thing you have to do is to add the taglib directive less than %@ taglib URI equals to, and then wait for a second. If you don't get this IntelliSense, you press Control space, select the JSP JSTL core, and then press enter. Prefix equals to C, that is the preferred prefix. And now I come down here, I make some room. So this is supposed to be one condition, and this is supposed to be inside another condition. The condition I have to use here is sessionscope.user equals to null. That means there is no user logged in. So we need to render this. But if the user has already logged in, then this is the one that I have to give. So it's very simple. We're going to type here c:if, and the condition should be given as a test. So this is how you need to give. The same thing I am also going to give here. This is the complementary condition that we may have to give here, which means if I given here some condition, it's the exact opposite condition I have to give. So the condition here is $sessionscope.user equals to null. Whereas here I have to give the condition as not equals to null. So let's copy paste the same thing and type here not equals to null, then the logout. So let's format the same, save it, restart the server, go back to the browser, refresh the page once, or probably go to the home. And now you can see we got register and login. Because our server got restarted, the user has been removed from the session. So I see a register and login. Let's go to the login. And then type the username as vinod@vinod.co, and then the password is secret. Click on login. And now you can see that the register and login has gone and logout has come back. So even if I type manually here, login, press enter, you can see I'm taken back to the dashboard. Likewise, if I type here register and press enter, you can see I'm taken back to the dashboard again. So the only way you can go back to the register form now is to click on the logout and then click the register button. You may also see that there is an additional pipe here. This is because in the header.jspf, I have an additional pipe. Let's get rid of that, save it, come back and do a refresh. You should now see that that's gone. And of course, if I log in with the proper email and password, you can see our header is displaying the links properly. Now that we have login, logout, and register in place, in this lecture, let's see how to secure other resources that we are going to develop in the future. We already have one resource which requires login, that is the dashboard. For example, if I go to the address bar here and then type dashboard myself and then press enter, you can see that I am redirected back to the home page. Ideally, I should be taken to the login page, and that can be done simply by going to the dashboard servlet. You can see here in the do-get, we are actually checking whether the user is logged in or not. And if the user is not logged in, we are actually redirecting the user to the home page. But instead, I can simply say here /login. Let's save this, restart Tomcat, and then go back to the browser. Again, if I try the same thing by typing dashboard here manually and press enter, you can see that I'm taken to the login form. From now on, whatever the servlets that we're going to write for managing the contacts of the currently logged in user, if the user has not logged in, the user has to be taken to the login page just like this, which means this code is common for a lot of other servlets. Instead of repeating the same code in multiple places, we can make use of the servlet filter to address the issue. So let's create a filter called login check filter and shift this code into that. To do so, let's right click on the web package, new class, and I'm going to type the name of the class as login check filter. Unlike the previous classes where we used to extend a class called HttpServlet, this time our class is supposed to implement an interface called filter. So I'm going to click on the add button and then say filter. Filter is supposed to come from Java x.servlet package, Click OK and then click Finish. Here is the do filter that gets executed for every servlet request that this filter intercepts. Let's get rid of this to do. But only one thing is, here the argument is a servlet request, whereas the servlets receive an argument of HttpServlet request. Also, the get session is a function available only in the HttpServlet request interface, not in the servlet request. Let's quickly change the name of these arguments to REQ, RESP, and then let's call it as chain, and convert servlet request and servlet response into their HTTP counterparts. And that is done by simply assigning to a variable of HTTP servlet request and then doing a cast, similarly for HTTP servlet response. So I'll say here HTTP servlet request, let's call it as request equals to REQ. Let's import HTTP servlet request from java x.servlet.http package. The second error is that it needs a casting, so let's add the casting also. And the same thing I have to do for HTTP servlet response. Response equals to RESP. Press command 1 or control 1 to import it, and then again command 1 or control 1 to add the cast. Now that I got the request response like this, I simply have to check whether the user has logged in or not. So the code is already available in our dashboard servlet. I'm going to cut that code from here and then come back and then paste the code after this statement. Let's format it. But the request object is named here as request, not REQ. REQ still corresponds to the servlet request. So I just have to change the variable name to request and then say get session. There's no error. Similarly, send redirect is available only in the HTTP servlet response. So let's use that variable and then call that function. So the filter will now take care of checking if the user is null, then redirecting to the login page. But if the user is not equals to null, that means the user has already logged in, we now have to let the filter chain take care of passing the control to the next filter available or the intended servlet. And that is done by just going and typing here chain.doFilter. Notice you can supply the request in the form of servlet request or HTTP servlet request. Both are variables representing the same object, so it doesn't matter. One thing that we have to do is now we have to tell the filter what are the requests that it's supposed to intercept. That can be done in two ways. Number one is using an annotation. Number two is going to the web.xml and then adding appropriate XML content. Since we are following annotations everywhere, so let's also use an annotation. The annotation is called @webfilter, which takes URL patterns as an element, which is supposed to be an array of strings. If you have only one URL pattern, then you can just give a double quoted text. Otherwise, we are going to give an array. Since I'm going to have a lot of URL patterns, in advance, let's use an array. The first one that I want to protect is /dashboard. As in when we write new servlets that require authentication, we simply come here and add the corresponding URL patterns or the names of the servlets. Let's format, save, and restart Tomcat. Notice in the dashboard servlet, we have removed that code, but still, if I go to home and then go here and then type dashboard manually, press enter, you can see that it still takes me to the login page because this time the filter checks if the user has logged in, which the user is not, and automatically redirects the user to the login page. And now if I log in here by typing the valid email and password, click login, and notice the request to the dashboard is still going through the filter, but the filter knows that the user has already logged in. It simply lets the actual dashboard servlet to do its job. So one thing to keep in mind now is that every time I'm going to write a new resource that requires authentication, I have to come to the login check filter and add a comma and then a double quoted text representing the URL pattern corresponding to that particular servlet. So that's all in this lecture. In the next few lectures, let's address adding a new contact for the logged in user. In this lecture, let's provide a link in the header to add a new contact, and that should be available only if the user has logged in. And when the user clicks on that link, we should get an HTML form to add a new contact details. To do so, first let's go to the header.jspf And this is the location where we have to give all the links that should be available only when the user has logged in. Let's click here and then press enter. Let's add a new link, ahref equals to /add contact. Let's type the caption as add contact and then a pipe symbol as a separator. Let's save this, and if I come back to the browser and then do a quick reload here, you'll see that we now have a new link for adding a new contact. However, if I do logout, I don't see that link over here. So the next thing is to create a servlet and map it to this URL. Let's quickly do the same thing by right-clicking on the web package, new class. Let's call it as add contact servlet. Superclass is HttpServlet. Click OK and finish. First, let's add the web servlet annotation. Map it to the URL add contact. Add the default serial version UID, delete these comments, and then add a doGet. And inside the doGet, let's delete these 2 lines. And the only thing that I have to do now here is to forward the request to the form, which is going to be, let's call it as contact form. I have to say request.getRequestDispatcher/webinf/views/contact-form.jsp.forward request response. This page doesn't exist. We now have to create a new one. Let's copy this name, go to the views, and then paste over here. Press enter. Let's get rid of all the code here, but include the header and footer JSPF. So I have to type <@ include file equals to ./header.jspf. Close it and then copy paste the same thing. Make that necessary change, which is going to be footer.jspf. Let's add a h3 and give a caption as add new contact details and a HR. Now, if you observe every new JSP that we create, we have this content common. So what we can do is we can create our own templates. So every time I create a new JSP, I can use this template and say create a new JSP. To do that, let's copy this whole text and then go to Eclipse preferences. For Windows users, this option will be under Window Preferences. So I'm going to go back to that Eclipse preferences and look for templates, and under the template you can see that there is Java editor templates. If you scroll down under web JSP files editor templates, if I select that, you can see that there are a lot of templates that are already available. The one that we have been using is JSP with HTML5, so this is the one that we are using. So if you click on edit here, you'll see that it says new JSP file HTML5, context is new JSP, automatically insert, and then there is a description and the code corresponding to that. And the cursor will be included in a particular location by using this $cursor. That's important. Let's click cancel and create a new one. The name is going to appear in the list, so I'm going to type here phone book JSPs, and then context is new JSP, automatically insert. Description, if you want, you can say include header and footer, and then paste what we copied from that contact form.jsp. And I don't need this one, but instead I want the cursor to come over there, so I can simply type here $cursor and close the bracket, say OK, apply and close. Let's delete this contact form.jsp and recreate the same using this template. So I'm going to right click this contact form.jsp, delete this, say OK, and then right click the views, new JSP file. Let's give the name as contact form.jsp. Next, you can see the one that we created is listed over here. I select this and click on finish, and now our JSP consists of this. Ideally, the cursor should have come over here. Somehow it did not come. Let's not worry too much about that, and let's add the new heading, add new contact details. This is supposed to have an HTML form that takes the control back to the same servlet, add contact servlet. but with the post request method. Let's add that first. So I'm going to say form action equals to either an empty string or no need to give that at all, and then say method equals to post, and inside this I need text boxes representing contact details. And if you look at the contact.java, we have 12 fields here. ID is auto generated, as well as created at can be given like equals to new date here itself. So the remaining is the 10, and all the 10 of them are string in this case. For each one of them, we have to create one text box and a label corresponding to that. And for that, I can make use of the one that we used in the register.jsp. And from the register.jsp, we can take one of them and then copy and paste in the contact form and make the necessary changes. And the changes is nothing but the caption. In this case, it's the first name, input type equals to text, name equals to first name, ID is equals to first name or anything else you want like fname, and the same ID is given here for the label also. This represents one text box, and now I have to do the same thing for the remaining 9 of them. Since this is a copy paste and edit, I'm going to pause the video and then come back again. So I have added one text box for each one of these. Let's save all the files. Notice add contact servlet needs to be authenticated, and this is the URL for the same. So let's copy this URL and go to the login check filter and then make another entry over here for the same. So every time somebody tries to access this particular URL without logging in, it will simply go to the login page. So let's go and check the same thing. If I manually type over here add-contact and press enter, because the filter is in place, I'm being redirected to the login page. Let's log in. I'm going to type here vinod@vinod.co. Password is going to be secret. Let's click login. I do have a link here now. When I click on this add contact, the entire form is supposed to be shown. And you can see that the text boxes have the same lengthier width over here. But if you want to customize, saying, for example, for first name, I need only half of these. For email address and the avatar or the street address, I want that to be big. But for city, state, pin code, country, I want half of them. You can control all of them by going and giving the call size for each of the text box. For example, I can go to the contact form.jsp and change this one to call MD4 instead of 8. So that's going to be half of its size. The same thing is going to be done for last name, email address, probably a little lengthier, phone number, again I can say 4, avatar being a URL, let it be full width, street address also let it be full width, city, state, pin code, etc. Instead of even 4, I can even say 3 here. And the country also is going to be 3. Let's save all of these and then come back to our JSP here, and then if I reload, I should now see the modified version, which looks nice. So one small note here is that I have included the div for error message for each of the fields. Of course, this is supposed to be first name, and the rest of them have been given properly. But remember, not all of them require validation. For example, first name is mandatory and minimum 3 letters is required. But for last name, there is no need of any validation. Email can be made mandatory, unique, as well as it has to be of appropriate pattern. Similarly, phone number is mandatory. It has to be unique, as well as it has to be only, for example, certain type of digits and characters. But for rest of them, you probably don't need to do any validation at all. But having these extra fields, they don't really matter, but at least let it be there. So in case if we decide to have some validation in the future, this will act as a placeholder for the same. So with this now, our add contact get request is taken care of. In the next lecture, let's handle the post request of this form. If I click on the save details button here, we get 405 because HTTP post is not supported by the relevant servlet. In this lecture, let's add a doPost method to handle this particular form submission. So let's go back to our add contact servlet. and add a doPost function by typing control space and then start typing DOP, press enter, get rid of these two lines from here. So the very first thing that you have to do in any controller is to read the inputs coming from the request object. In our case, these are nothing but the form fields that are sent by the user. They're all accessible in the form of request.getParameter. Let's go back to the servlet and then type here string first name equals to request.getParameter of first name. And in the same manner, I have to create 9 other variables. And using these variables, we will create a contact object that needs to be saved into the database. So I'm going to say here contact C equals to new contact, and contact is supposed to be imported from our entity package. And then C dot set first name of first name. Likewise, I have to do the same thing for the remaining 9 setters. And now that I have called all the setters, we now have to pass this to the service layer to add this as a new contact. Of course, the service layer will receive this, do some validations. If there is any error, it's going to give me back those errors. If there is no error, it's going to return the contact object. And this returned contact object will also have a newly generated ID. And once we take that, we store it in the request scope and then proceed to the next page. In case if there are any errors, we're going to store that error in the request scope and then respond to the user the same contact form, which will display those error messages. So to do this, first let's create our contact service. Service equals to new contact service. Let's create an errors object, which is going to be a map. So I'll say map from java.util, which take string and string as key value data types. I'll call this as errors equals to new hash map. And now I'm going to say here C is equals to service dot add new user. Let's pass the contact object C and the errors object, which is errors. Notice this function doesn't exist. That's why Eclipse is giving an error, but we are following the top-down approach. This function doesn't exist. We want this function to be automatically created in the contact service. And Eclipse can do that. If I simply move the cursor on this error, it says create a method called add new user, contact, and then map. These are the 2 parameters of this in the contact service class. And since I've also assigned this to C, it will define the return type to be of type contact. Let's give it a try. And you can see that we got a public contact add new user, and the first parameter is of type contact. The variable is C. If you want, you can change that over here. The second parameter is a map, and then the variable name is errors. This is all fine for me. For the time being, I'm just going to ignore this and return null. Come back to add contact servlet. Now there is no error. After the execution of this statement, you have 2 outcomes. Either there is a contact object with a newly generated ID, or there is an errors collection with 1 or more errors. So let's check that. If errors.size is greater than 0, that means there are 1 or more validation errors. So we have to store this errors in the request as an attribute. So I'll do the same thing. I'll call it as errors. The key is important because this is the one that is being used in the contact form.jsp, and the object that I want to store is errors itself. After that, I have to forward the control back to this particular JSP, which is nothing but this line. So I'm going to copy and then come back here and then paste the same. But if there are no errors, then probably I have to redirect the user to view the details of the contact that is added newly. So I'm going to say else response.send redirect to a non-existing URL for now. Let's call it as view contact details question mark ID equals to plus the ID of the newly added contact object, which is available in c.getID. As of now, this URL doesn't exist. So after successfully adding, it's going to give you 404. But we'll create a Servlet and JSP combination to handle this request in the subsequent lectures. At that time, after adding a new contact, you will see that you will be redirected to a page that displays the details that you just added. Since this service function is not ready yet, we will not be able to test the working of this application as of now. In the next lecture, let's implement this add new user, where at least the validation part we will be able to test. In this lecture, let's implement this function add new user of the contact service class. But before that, I forgot to add the user ID of the currently logged in user to this contact object. So from the session, we can retrieve the user object, and the user object has an ID, and we have to set that as the c.setUserID. So to do that, let's first say user equals to request.getSession.getAttribute called user. Now this is not going to give you any error because we have already checked whether the user has logged in or not using the filter, which means that this is going to return a valid object that we are going to cast into user type. And of course, I have to import user from our entity package. So let's do the same thing. And now we have to set this user ID to the contact object's user ID. And let's go to the contact.java. And you can see that I don't have a field representing user ID. Let's go and type here private integer or int user ID. If you check the dbscript.sql, we have a column corresponding to the same thing here called user_ID. So now that there is a setter for this because of the annotation here. So if I come back to my add contact servlet and then type here c.setUserID user.getID. So this is how we are associating the foreign key of the users table. Now let's go to the contact service class and implement this function. Now here I want to take care of basic validations for name, email, and phone number. Apart from that, we also have to check whether there is already a contact available with the given email or with the phone. And if the answer to these questions is yes, then we can simply return the control back to the servlet, and servlet will take care of displaying the error messages back to the user. Otherwise, we proceed to add this contact object as a new record in the database table. For that, we may have to make use of the contact DAO. So first, let's take care of the validations for first name, email, and phone number. For the sake of simplicity, let's assign the first name from the contact object to a variable called fname equals to c.getFirstName.trim and declare the variable fname of type string. Now I can check here if fname.length equals to 0, that means you haven't entered any value at all, or you might have entered few spaces. Then I am supposed to say errors.put, and the key is first name, and that's what actually displayed over here in the contact form.jsp. You can see that we have got here errors.firstname, and that's the reason this key is important. And the value for that is, let's say for example, first name is required. You can also check else if fname.length is less than 3 letters, then I can give another error message, errors.put. The key is the same thing, first name, and the value is, let's say for example, at least 3 letters required for first name. Similarly, I can check if email is entered or not. For that, I'm going to copy this and paste. And this is supposed to be c.getEmail.length. Of course, you can also check .trim.length. If it's equals to 0, then I can say email address is required as the error message. The phone number, exactly the same thing. I'm going to copy and paste this over here. So c.getPhone.trim.length equals to 0. Field for which the error is required is phone, and then I can say phone number is required. Of course, if you feel that the phone number and email are not mandatory, you can just remove these two validations. But if you're adding a new contact, it's worth having the phone number and email, otherwise you will not be able to contact them anyways. Apart from this now, I have to check if there is already a record for this email or already a record for this particular phone number. But that requires us to connect to the database and get the details. But if any of these errors are already there, we will simply send these errors back to the controller. And if there are no errors here, then we will check that with the database. So to do that, let's go and check here if errors.size is greater than 0, then we'll say return null. But otherwise, I'm coming here and then talking to the database. To talk to the database, I need a DAO. So we can say here contact DAO. DAO equals to DaoFactory dot get contact DAO, which throws an IO exception. Let's throw it away from this function by pressing command 1 or control 1 and then press enter, and you will see that it says throws IO exception. Since this is being called from the doPost function of a servlet, which already has this throw signature in the doPost function, so there is no problem. Let's come here and call a function which doesn't exist as of now in the DAO, but which is supposed to return a contact object for a given email. Let's call it as contact C1 equals to DAO.getContact by email, and we'll supply this C.getEmail as the parameter. And this function doesn't exist, that's why we are getting an error. And it's very simple right now. You can press command 1 or control 1 and ask Eclipse to create this function. Remember, we are doing the top-down approach here. So press command 1 or control 1, press enter, and you can see that in the contact DAO, now we have one query function called getContact by email, and it's singular because there's only one contact for a given email or zero contact. Let's come back to our contact service. You can see that the errors are gone. So if C1 not equals to null, that means you already have a contact with this email. So I can just give a message for this particular field. Let's say here errors.put. The field is email, but the message is there is already a contact for this email. But if C1 is equals to null, that means there is no problem. This is considered as a new contact object. But we also have to do the similar check for phone number. So I'm going to copy this line from here to here, paste, and then change this to get contact by phone and c.getPhone as parameter. Again, there is no such function. This time Eclipse gives me a couple of options. One, it says, hey, you might have made a mistake. Change this to get contact by email, or you can say create a method called get contact by phone. That's what we want. So I select this option and we got another function here, contact, get contact by phone with string phone as a parameter. Let's save this, come back to contact service. Assuming that this function is going to return an object if this phone number is already existing, again the same thing we have to do. If C1 not equals to null, you have to send an error message related to the phone. We can say there is already a contact for this phone. I'm going to copy that and paste here and change this to phone because that's the field for which we want to display the error message. And the error message is there's already a contact for this phone number. So we're going to copy this and paste here because if there are errors for these two, we will send it back. But if there are no errors, we simply have to call a function on the DAO that can take our contact object and save into the database as a new record. So let's call a non-existing function DAO.createContact, and then let's apply the C. C is the input parameter that we have received, which now is valid according to all these conditions. And this function doesn't exist, so Eclipse is complaining about the same. Let's move the cursor on the error and say create a method called createContact. Let's select that. It's a public void createContact function, takes contact object as a parameter. Let's save this and come back to contact service. And if everything is okay, let's return the same C as the return value from here. Let's save this and test, at least for the validations. We'll not be able to test this section because this requires communication to the database, and none of our functions have SQL mapping, but at least we can check if first name mandatory, first name length, email is mandatory, phone is mandatory, whether those validations work or not. Let's right click our phone book project and then say run as run on server. If I try to directly access add contact, it's going to take me to the login page. That's what we expected. Let's type here the valid email. We know that vinod.co, password secret, click login. Now I have a menu here, add contact. Let's click on this and let's click save details straight away. And I should get error message for first name, email and phone number. You can see it says first name is required. Similarly, if I type here say AS maybe a data for email. Let's say, for example, johndoe@example.com. Click on save details. You can see that the error message will be a little bit different. It says at least 3 letters required for the first name. However, I lost what I typed here, and then email was proper, but even I lost that also. Now this can be addressed easily using the Servlet and JSP combination here. So in the add contact servlet, we have all the details in the form of contact object over here. And if there is an error, we are going to the contact form.jsp carrying only the errors, but we can also store this contact object in the request scope and then go there. And in the contact form, we can make use of the same contact object and display that as values. For example, let's add request.setAttribute. Let's call it as C or contact. And then C is the variable I want to store. And in the contact form.jsp, which is right here, for each of the text boxes, I also have to say here value equals to $contact.firstname, and then copy the same thing for each one of them and then paste, make the necessary changes. For example, I'm going to copy this and paste here, but this is going to be last name. I'm going to pause the video and then do the same thing and then come back. So I've done the same thing for all of them. And let's give it a try now. Let's save all the files, restart Tomcat. Go back to the form and let's click the save details once. And of course, because the Tomcat got restarted, so the session was invalidated automatically and I've been taken to the login form. Let's log in first. Vinod at vinod.co, secret, login, add contact. Let's set the first name as Shyam and then last name as Sundar, email as, let's say, shyam@example.com. But I'm not going to give the phone number, and probably city is Bangalore, state as, let's say, Karnataka, country as India. If I click on save details, and because there is a missing phone number, ideally I should get the error message and all these values should be preserved. Let's click the save details and see what happens. And I don't see the values again here. And if I right click and then say view page source, you can see that there are all values are blanks. I believe it should be probably because of an assignment here. So we are assigning C is equals to service.addNewUser, and the add new user is returning a null because of validation error. So let's get rid of this assignment. So now C is intact. It's the same object. Now this should work. So let's save our servlet, restart Tomcat, and probably refresh. Let's see if I've been logged off. Yes, let's log in again. Vinod at vinod.co, secret. Let's click the login button, add contact. Let's give a name here, Shyam, Sundar as the last name. Email address, let's say shyam@example.com. Phone number, I want to deliberately leave it blank because I want to see if these are preserved if validation error occurs. And let's give the country as India and then click on save details. And this time you can see the error message comes over here and the remaining ones are preserved. Even if I type here, let's say Bangalore and then save details, and you can see still I get the same thing. If I remove the email and then click on this, the error message for email also comes, but the rest of them are preserved. And if you just check the page source by right click here and then say view page source, you'll see that the value comes because of our expression that we have given here. So value equals to contact email, contact first name, last name, etc. So the only thing that is now missing is if I send all valid details and click on save details, it should be added to the database table as a new record, which currently is not implemented because our contact DAO is incomplete. In the next lecture, let's complete this task. In the previous couple of lectures, we implemented the add contact servlet's do post function, where it's calling this function called add new user from the contact service. But I realized that the function name is wrongly given because we are not adding a new user, we are adding a new contact. However, Eclipse gives us a feature where I can rename this function and it gets affected everywhere. You can also check the usage of this function in the entire project. You can just right click and then say here references and then say project. And Eclipse will show you where this function has been called, and you can see in the do post it's been called. We can just click on this or double click this to select, go to refactor, rename, let's call it as add new contact, and then press enter. And if I go to the add contact servlet, you can see even there also it's been reflected. With that change done, let's go to the contact DAO and add the relevant Mybatis annotations. Also, let's group all the functions into CRUD and queries separately. So let's type here CRUD and queries. And this is supposed to be the CRUD function because it's the create contact. And these are queries because they either return a single entity or a list of entities. And the first one here is going to be @insert. And insert should be imported from Mybatis package. And the SQL command is going to be insert into contacts, and then the field names which we want to insert and the values which we are supposed to supply. And the contacts table has 12 different columns. Let's open the DB script. So these are the columns. This one is something that we don't want to supply because it's going to be auto-generated. And the rest of them we are going to supply, and notice that user ID and created at have an underscore, but in our object we have camel caps. Let's go to the contact DAO and give all the columns that we are going to insert here. So it's going to be first name, last name, email, phone, avatar. Then we have the address, city, state, pin code, country, user underscore ID, created underscore at. You can press enter here to break up the string and continue in the next line, so it becomes easy for us to view completely. And then here I have to type hash, and inside the bracket I'm supposed to give the fields that come from this contact object corresponding to these column names. They're all same, like first name, last name, everything is same up to here. Only the user underscore ID, created underscore at change. So let's start typing first name and then a hash, curly bracket, last name. And I'm going to pause the video and complete this string. So I finished adding all the column names, and the next two functions are more or less similar. So we have to annotate using @select, import from Mybatis package. And the query is going to be select star from contacts, where email equals to hash email, like this. We know that email is a unique column. In our DB script, we have ensured that email and phone numbers are unique, which means if at all there is a record, there's going to be maximum of one record, and hence Mybatis knows how to convert that into a single contact object. However, when it retrieves the column names user underscore ID and created underscore at, they don't have any relevant field names in here. And that is where we have to use what is called @results. So we're going to say @results because there are two of them. And inside the bracket, we open a curly bracket to say there is an array of result annotations. And we say @result, this is singular. And there we have to say what is the property name and the column name. So in this case, the column name happens to be user underscore ID. And then the property is nothing but the user ID with camel caps. I copy the same thing, give a comma, and then paste it. And this is going to be created underscore at, and this is going to be created at. So the same thing I can copy from here and then paste and then change this to phone, because we want to now retrieve a record based on the phone number. Of course, the column name is also going to be phone, and the second one corresponds to the field here. So one other thing that missing here is the assignment of auto-generated ID. And if you remember from the user DAO, we have to add another annotation called @options coming from Mybatis package. The option is basically use generated keys equals to true, and you need to specify what is the key property, which is nothing but ID. So if you have not done this, then the auto-generated ID will not be assigned to this contact object. So let's go back to the service here. And in the service, you can see that we receive a contact object, we do some validations. So if there is any validation error here, we are returning the same C object, which is coming from the parameter. And similarly, we go and check in the database whether the record exists for an email or phone number. If the answer is yes, we are returning the same contact object again. But if there is no validation error, then we are trying to add a new record here. Now this is exactly where that use generated keys come into picture. That is now assigned to this C, and we are returning the same C object over here, which is received in our add contact servlet. And on successful adding the new contact, we have the contact object with the ID, and the same ID is used over here. So let's right click on our project and run this to check it out. So I'm going to run on server. Let's log in using Vinod at vinod.co as the email, secret as the password. Let's click login. Let's add a new contact. Let's add the first contact here, Shyam, and Sundar as the last name. Email is shyam@example.com. Phone number, let's give an arbitrary phone number 98765-87654. I don't want to give any of the other fields. Let's give the country as India and say save details. Because we haven't implemented the view contact details yet, to which we are actually trying to redirect, this will give you 404. But meanwhile, a record for this should be added in the database table. So let's click on save details and see if it works accordingly. And you can see now that it says there is a 404 because this is not available. But importantly, you can see that the ID generated is passed as the query string parameter here. Plus, if I go to the H2 console, select star from users, let's change this to contacts and click on run, and you should now see that there is a record that we have inserted, one Shyam Sundar and so and so. If I try to add another record with the same phone number or email, you'll see that a relevant error message comes for either email or phone number. Let's type the name as Kishore, last name as Kumar. Email address, let's type here kishore@example.com. Phone number, let me give the same thing, 98765-87654. Let me leave all the other things blank because they're not mandatory. Let's click on the save details. And now you see that it says there's already a contact for this phone number. Similarly, in case if this were to be Shyam@example.com, I would have got the similar error message. It says there's a contact for this email. Let's change this back to Kishore. Let's change the last digit to say 3 and click on save details. And once again, I get a 404, but importantly, a record has been added in the database table. And notice that the user ID, which is the foreign key, also has been assigned with the ID of the person who is logged in. So with this now, our add new contact module is ready. In the next few lectures, let's implement view contact details so that after successfully adding the contact, we should be reviewing the details that we have added. We have seen both top-down as well as bottom-up approach. From now on, I will be following the bottom-up approach where I start from the DAO, make use of the DAO in the service, make use of the service in the controller, and then render the JSP as a view. In the next few lectures, let's address the view contact details use case, where given an ID in the URL in the form of query string parameter, we should be able to retrieve the contact details of the person based on this ID. So obviously on the DAO side, we need a function that will take ID as a parameter, returns a contact as an object. So let's go and address the same issue. Let's go to the DAO package, open the contact DAO. Let's add a function which is the get function. So that's supposed to be the R of the CRUD operations. Let's write a function here called contact is the return type. Let's call it as get contact. And the parameter is going to be either int or integer. I prefer to use the wrapper types rather than the primitives. So I'll type here integer ID. Put a semicolon, add an annotation here @select, and then give the query as select star from contacts, where ID equals to #ID. Also, we need to map the columns with underscores to the respective fields of this contact object, and we have done that here. It's simply a matter of copying and then pasting over here. And now our DAO function is ready. In the next lecture, let's try to write a service function that acts as a facade for this particular function, only to receive an ID from the controller and return the contact object from here. In this lecture, let's create a function in the service class that acts as a facade for this DAO function. Let's go to the contact service, write a function somewhere at the bottom. Let's make some room here and write a function here that takes ID as a parameter and then returns a contact object. So the function is going to be public, returns a contact object. Let's call it as get contact by ID. And let's take ID as the first parameter here. So integer ID. And unlike the other service functions that receive errors as an object here, this may not require the errors object because there is not much validation left here, because the user is supplying an ID and we take this ID, try to get the data from the database. If there is data, we will return that as a contact object. If there is no data, we're going to return a null object. You can think of some validations like ID cannot be null or ID cannot be less than or equals to 0. All those things you can add. But in my opinion, those validations are not necessary, because in case if you are supplying a negative number or null, we don't have a record, we are simply going to return null anyways. So let me not add the validation errors over here. I'm going to open the bracket and then I'm going to copy this line where I'm creating an instance of contact DAO and then paste here. And then I will say here, return DAO.getContact and then supply this ID. This function itself is going to take care of returning null in case if the ID doesn't have a corresponding record. The DaoFactory.getContactDao throws an IO exception. Let's simply throw it away further, save our file, and our service function is ready. So that's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, let's write a controller to handle this use case. In this lecture, let's create a controller and map it to this URL pattern, so that when you add a contact successfully, you will be able to review the details of the contact that you have added. So let's go to the web package, right click and say new class. Name the class as view contact servlet. Let's add a super class as HttpServlet. Click finish. Add the @web servlet annotation and map it to a URL pattern view contact details. Let's add the default serial version UID for good practice. Get rid of this comment. And let's override the do get, because response.sendRedirect always makes a get request. Also, it is possible that we may give a hyperlink somewhere so that clicking on a contact will show you the details of the contact. Let's get rid of these two lines. This do get is going to be very simple, because all we have to do is to get the input from the request object, which is nothing but the ID. I have to assume that there is going to be a query string parameter called ID. As you can see in the servlet, we are making a request here with a question mark ID equals to an ID. And we need to receive that ID. So let's try to do that. String input equals to request.getParameter of ID. It is possible that the user might not have typed the ID at all, in case if the user is typing the URL request in the address bar directly, in which case input is going to be null. I can straight away say if input equals to null. Maybe we can simply redirect the user back to the home page. So I'll say response.sendRedirect to / and then say return. But if there is an input, let's convert that into an integer, because IDs are supposed to be integers. To do that, let's say integer ID equals to new integer of input. There is a possibility that the user might have passed a non-numerical values, especially if the user is attempting to invoke this servlet from the address bar, in which case this throws a number format exception, which will be further thrown away from this particular function. And eventually it will reach Tomcat, and Tomcat will collect that exception and then render the stack trace to the user. We will have a look into that. But instead of putting that in a try catch and handling that here, there is a simpler method, because these kind of exceptions are possible from many servlets. we can centralize the exception handling mechanism. But assuming that ID is okay, it's a number, now we need to make use of the service that we wrote in the previous lecture and then collect the contact object, store it in the request scope, and then forward the request to our JSP. To do that, let's say contact service equals to new contact service, and then we say contact C equals to service dot get contact by ID, and then supply this ID. Contact needs to be imported from our entity package, and I pressed Command Shift O to do the same thing. Now in this case, C may be null, may be a valid contact object. We don't have to worry about that here, but in the view, we can check if C is null. We can just tell that, hey, there is no contact for the given ID. But if C is not equals to null, let's display the details in a nice HTML format. So all I have to do is to say request.setAttribute, and then the attribute name, maybe I'll give it as contact, but the object I'm storing is C. And one final thing that we have to do is to forward the request to a JSP, which we don't have as of now. So let's say request.getRequestDispatcher /webinf/views/ let's call it as show contact.jsp, and then we say .forward request and response as parameters, and now our controller is also ready. The only thing that is now missing is the show contact.jsp. In the next lecture, let's finish that also. In this lecture, let's create a JSP called showContact.jsp under webinf/views folder, which will look for an object called contact in the request scope. And if it is found, it's going to display the details. If it's not found, it's simply going to output a message to the user that there is no contact for the given ID. So let's copy this name, right click on views folder, new JSP file, paste the name. In the next section, simply select your phonebook JSP template, click finish, and we already have ready to use JSP. The heading for this, I want to give it as contact details for ID, and then I want to give the ID of the request parameter. And any request parameter you can access with the help of an expression $param, and then say what is the parameter that you want to access. In our case, we want to access the ID, so I'll simply have to say .id. So this is equivalent of request.getParameter of ID. We also want to check if this contact object is null or not. So for that, I'm going to make use of JSTL, and for JSTL, we have to include a tag library. And to include a tag library, I'll go somewhere here and then type %@ taglib URI equals to, and wait for a second, and then you can see a huge list comes up. We need to select this java.sun.com/jsp/jstl/core, and the prefix preferred is C, and we choose the same thing. I can come down here and then say C:\if, and then give the condition as contact equals to null, and then display the message. We already have seen C:\if. In this use case, let's see another conditional construct, which is called C:\choose. You can prefer C:\choose when you have multiple conditions to address. So let's say C:, and then press Control space. You see that there is a C:\choose and then /C:\choose. Inside this, for each of the conditions, you have to use something called C:\when. I'm going to type here C:\when. Test equals to, here is where I'll say $request scope dot contact equals to null. Is this true? Then we have to give the output inside this. So the output would be simply an error message. H5 class equals to text danger. And then we'll say here, sorry, we didn't find any contact with ID, and then we'll say $param.id. And in case if this condition fails, you can add multiple other conditions and an optional C:\otherwise to indicate an else option or the default option. If all the conditions fail, this C:\otherwise will be executed. So I'm going to type here C:\otherwise, and inside that, now I want to display the details of the contact because contact is not equals to null. let's add two sections. On the left side, I want the image of the person, and on the right side, I want the details of the person. So to create two sections, I'm simply going to use div class equals to row and add two columns in it. Maybe the first column is a smaller one because there is only a small image. And I'm going to have here div class equals to call dash md dash maybe 4 or 5 I can use. And another one is going to be the remaining 7 out of 12, because the sum of 5 and whatever I give here should be 12, and that's what I'm giving here now. Of course, if you wanted multiple columns, then the sum of grids used in all the columns should become equals to or less than 12. So the first one is going to be just an image here. So I'll type here img class equals to img dash thumbnail. src equals to, this is the avatar that we want to give. So I'm going to type here $contact.avatar. It is possible that contact.avatar is either null or an empty string. We can display a default profile picture also here because this is an expression, and we can use a ternary operator to check if avatar is equals to an empty string. If so, display a default avatar. We'll do that a bit later. So the image tag is over. The rest of the details, let's go here in the second section and then add a table class of table. And inside the table, I'm going to have one row for each of the field value with a label and a value. So let's add here tr with two tds in it. The first one is just going to be a label. Let's type here first name. And the second one is going to be the value for that, which is nothing but $contact.firstname. And the same thing I have to copy and paste for each one of these now. So I'm going to just copy this section, paste over here. This is going to be last name and last name here as well. And I have to do another 8 of them. So I'm going to pause the video, complete the table, and then come back again. So I have completed the entire table now. Let's go and try to access this Servlet JSP combination. To do that, let's right click the project, run on server. The server gets restarted and will now open that in the browser. If I type here manually, for example, view-contact-details $ID equals to, for example, 1. This should not give me the details because only logged in users should be able to access. However, if I press enter, you can see I am getting the details of that person, Sham Sundar, etc. I don't have an image though. This shouldn't have happened. To address this issue, let's go to the view contact servlet, copy this URL pattern and open the login check filter where I have to paste this as an additional URL. So for every URL that requires authentication, you have to come here and then add that URL pattern. Let's save this, restart Tomcat. Go back to the browser. If I now refresh, because I'm not logged in, it should simply take me back to the login form. Let's click on reload here. And you can see now it is protected and only logged in users can access that. So if I go here, Vinod at vinod.co and secret is the password. Let's press enter. Now I'm going to come here and then type view-contact-details ID equals to 1. We get the details of the person. Of course, I need a default profile image over here. Let's address the same thing. What we do is we go to the Google images. I'm going to go type here images.google.com and look for default profile avatar. We get many of them. Let's pick one of them. I'm going to simply select this, right click and then say save image as. I'm supposed to save that in our projects asset folder. So under desktop, I have my training workspace. We have the phone book, SRC, under main web app assets. We have styles here. Let's also create a new folder called images and then give the name as, let's say, default-profile. Let's click on save, come back to Eclipse. If I come over here under web apps, assets, if I right click the assets and do a refresh, I should see a new folder called images, and inside that I have default profile.jpeg. So let's go to the JSP now and then say if this contact.author is an empty string, which I can check by just using the double equals to and a string like this. Notice inside the expression I can use a single quotes here, not a problem. If the answer is yes, then I have to give a different picture here, which is nothing but /assets/images/default profile.jpeg. But if it is not an empty string, then I have to give contact.author itself. So let's save this, restart Tomcat, go back to the browser, let's close this tab, and then if I do a refresh, since I've been logged off, most probably it should take me to the login page. Let's log in again and press enter. Look for view contact details ID equals to 1. I press enter and you can see that we got a default profile picture. However, if I go and add a new contact over here, let's give the first name as Robert, last name Miller, email address, let's say robertmiller@example.com. Phone number, let's give some arbitrary number. So I'm going to give here 9786756453. The avatar, I can give it from one of my website link. So I have here http://kvinod.com/profile pictures/men/1 to 100, any number I can use. Let's say, for example, 3.jpg. So if I copy this and open that in a new tab, this is how it's going to look like. Let's close this, come back here. Let's say street address, I want to leave it blank, Dallas, Texas, and the country, let's say USA. Let's click save details, and remember, when I click save details, it's going to send a post request to add contact servlet. It makes use of the service makes use of DAO, adds this detail as a record, comes back with a newly generated ID, and then uses that ID to visit view contact details. And hopefully, if everything works well, when I click on save details, I should be able to see the details of this record, and you can see it works just fine. Couple of things to notice here. For example, if I don't supply ID equals to and then press enter, ID is equals to null in our servlet here. So this condition is now satisfied and it simply redirects me back to the home page. So if I press enter here now, you can see I'm taken to the home page. However, if I go and type in here something, let's say for example 777, I don't have an ID 777. Obviously, it's going to come back and tell me that there is no record for this ID. So if I press enter, you can see we got, sorry, we didn't find any contact with ID 777, and that's coming not from the servlet but from the JSP. In JSP, we took care of that over here, saying that if contact is null, we are giving this error message. But if I type here ASDF, which is an alphanumerical value here, and that is when in the servlet we have checked, is it equals to null? It is not null because it is ASDF. And we are trying to convert that ASDF into an integer, and that throws an unchecked exception called number format exception. We are not handling that. It's being handled by the servlet container, which is Apache Tomcat. And Apache Tomcat is simply going to give me the stack trace, which is not good because we now lost the common look and feel of our application. So we know that this is an internal server error, so the status is 500. Also, the exception is number format exception. So if you want to have separate pages for separate exceptions, you can have it, or you can have one for each of the status codes. For example, for 404, you can have one. For 500, you can have another one. So to configure this, let's go to our web.xml. So after the welcome file list, let's add a section for error pages. So the error page can be because of a error code like this. Maybe I can have here 404, and then I have to give what is the location that your Tomcat is supposed to visit, and that's supposed to be starting from /, and then you can give a location of your JSP or probably a URL pattern of a servlet. In our case, let's give here webinf/views/ let's say, for example, page not found.jsp. We don't have this JSP, so we need to create one. Likewise, I can also have one more for 500. So I'm going to just copy this and then paste over here. So the status code is going to be 500. So webinf views, let's call it as probably server-error.jsp. So instead of error code, you can also say exception type and give a specific exception that you are interested to handle. So we don't have these two files. Let's create both of them. I'm going to create this first, server-error.jsp, and then right click the views, new JSP file, paste it, click next, make sure that we are selecting our phonebook JSP template, click finish. Probably I can just type here internal server error. I'm going to give a simple message here, P, there was an error while processing your request. Please try after some time. Or contact help desk /p. In this page, if you want to display the details of the exception, you can also add a page directive and say that, hey, this is an error page, give me an exception object. And then you can start accessing the exception implicit object as well. For now, I'm not going to do that. So let's save all the files. Let's go to web.xml, copy this file name, page not found.jsp, right click views, new JSP file, paste the name, next. Make sure to select the phonebook JSP template, click finish. And here I can say probably, oops, the page you are looking for does not exist. And if you want, you can display some nice 404 image. And if you want, you can go to a website called pixabay.com. Look for any image. For example, if I type here page not found, press enter. Now there are some images over here, some sponsored and some non-sponsored, free of them. So I'm going to select this one. It says here free download. So I'm going to click on this. It says what is the size you want. I'm going to look for a smaller one here. So 1280 by 655. Click on download. It'll probably ask me a CAPTCHA here. So click on that, download. Once again, I'm going to save it onto my images folder under the assets. I'm going to call this as 404. Click save, close this, come back over here. Maybe you can refresh the images folder here and see that it says 404.jpg, JPG. So I'll type here img src equals to /assets/images/404.jpg and also a class of img-thumbnail. And let's close that, save it, restart Tomcat. Let's test both of the scenarios. This is where I typed id is equal to asdf, and if I press enter, I should get the login page because I haven't logged in. So let's first log in and then try again. Vinod at vinod.co, secret, press enter. And here I'm going to type view contact details, id is equal to asdf, that's what I want to look for. And this time it should simply come back and say internal server error. There was an error while processing your request. Please try after some time or contact help desk. So that's okay. But if I type here some page that I don't have, let's say phonebook/a, some arbitrary text, and this should come back with our 404 page. So with this, our view contact details use case is addressed. In the next few lectures, let's try to get the details of all the contacts that a user has. Now that we are able to get details of one single contact, in the next few lectures, let's try to get the list of all the contacts that we have as a logged in user. And since we decided to go with the bottom-up approach, in this lecture, I'm going to create the DAO function required for getting the list of all contacts. It's going to be very, very simple. Let's go to the contact DAO and add a query function here, which returns list of contact. And the name of the function is get all contacts. There is no parameters here. Let's import list from util by pressing Command Shift O or Control Shift O on Windows, and then map this to a simple select statement that says select star from contacts without any conditions. So I can simply copy this part and then paste over here, and then remove the where condition. That gives me the list of all the contacts now. With this, now we are able to talk to the database, get all the contacts in the form of a java.util.list. In the next lecture, let's write a service function that acts as a facade or superficial layer to invoke this function on behalf of the controller. Our DAO function to get the list of all contacts is ready. In this lecture, let's write a service function to invoke this function and then return the list of contacts to the controller. So let's open the contact service and then probably write a function called public list of contact get all contacts, and no parameters, not even errors, because there is no input from the user. There is nothing to validate over here. Let's also say throws IO exception, because our DaoFactory dot get contact DAO throws an IO exception. We can simply straight away say return DaoFactory dot get contact DAO dot get all contacts and import list from java.util.list, and our service function is ready. Since we followed this one-liner approach, we can do the same thing even for the previous function. So let's cut this from here and then paste it over here and then remove this line. So our service functions are super simple. That's all in this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's create a controller servlet that can give list of contact details to the user. First, let's go to the header.jspf, and for a logged in user, let's provide an option to view the details of all the contacts that he or she has. And this is where we are going to provide the links which are accessible only for a logged in user. So I'm going to come here, press enter, ahref equals to /view all contacts. Let's also give the caption in a similar style. We'll say view all contacts, and let's add a pipe here as a separator and create a servlet that has a URL mapping of this text. So I'm going to copy this, right click the web package, new class. The name of the class I'm going to give it as view all contacts servlet, and super class as usual HttpServlet. Click finish. Give the URL pattern using the annotation web servlet as view all contacts. Import web servlet. Add default serial version UID. Get rid of these comments. Add a do get by pressing Control space, start typing DOGE and then press enter. Get rid of these two lines. A typical controller servlet is supposed to read the inputs from the request, but I don't have any inputs coming from the user here. So obviously the first step is not required, but then we need to make use of a service object and then get the list of contacts, which I can just do by typing contact service equals to new contact service, and then we say here list equals to service dot get all contacts. List needs to be created as a variable. I have to press command 1 on Windows, press control 1, press enter, and then we got the list of contacts. We need to store this in the request scope. So I'm going to say request.setAttribute. Let's call it as contacts and then say list. So contacts is the attribute that JSPs will use. List is the object that we have over here. Of course, to avoid the unnecessary creation of variables, you can simply cut this from here and then paste over here. After that, we just have to forward the request to a JSP. Currently, I don't have this JSP. Let's assume that we're going to have a JSP called showcontacts.jsp. So I'm going to say request.getRequestDispatcher/views/showcontacts.jsp, and then we have to say .forward by passing the request and response object as parameters. One other thing that we also have to do is to ensure that only logged in users can access this URL, and that is done by simply copying this URL pattern, going to the login check filter, and then put a comma here and paste that URL pattern. And our controller is now ready. The only missing thing is the JSP called showContext.jsp. In the next lecture, let's create the same. In this lecture, let's create a JSP that can loop over the collection of contacts that we have and then display a contact in the form of a card. A card typically looks like this. There is an image, there is a title, and there is some text, and there is some kind of a button if you want. And this card template is provided by Bootstrap. So you can simply come to the getbootstrap.com, click on the documentation, search for cards here, and then you get this. So here is the HTML snippet corresponding to the same thing. So we're going to copy and paste this and make some necessary changes. So let's go first to our Eclipse. Copy this name showContext.jsp. Right click the views folder, new JSP file, and then paste the name, press enter. And we got our template here. So here is where I want to just type a list of all your contacts. And in case if you don't have any contacts you just created and you're trying to click the hyperlink, you should probably get a message saying that, hey, sorry, you don't have any contacts. Please click the add contact to add a new one. But otherwise, we have to loop over a collection, and the collection is an object called contacts. This is the list of contact objects. I have access to that in my JSP. In order to loop over that collection, I need to first include the JSTL tag library. So I'm going to come down here and then say less than %@ taglib URI equals to JSP JSTL core, prefix equals to C. And now I come here and then say C:(for each, and for each requires a mandatory collection. We need to use the attribute called items equals to $ and then say here contacts. That is the attribute name that I've stored here. But if you want to be more specific, you can always say request scope dot contacts. And from the contacts collection, I want to process one at a time. So that one variable I can say var equals to C, which is the contact object from the collection. Now that I have one contact, I just need to display that in this format. And because this is going to occupy a smaller space, I can say that, hey, in one row, I need either 3 of them or 4 of them. And I can make use of the row and column combination to do the same thing. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to surround this C:(for each with a div class equals to row and then /div after this. And inside this, I now have to say one column, but the column is going to occupy maybe 3 grids or 4 grids. If you say 4 grids, that means there's going to be 3 columns. So that should be okay for me. So I'm going to just copy this text. I have a copy icon over here. Click on that, come back and then paste. We got a div class equals to card. Here I'll also type call-md-4. And because this is going to occupy a fixed width within a given row, I don't need this style equals to and so width. img src equals to is nothing but the c.avatar. So that's going to be here. Let's type $c.avatar. The class is fine. Alternate text is going to be the name of the contact. I will say $c.firstname, probably with a space, $c.last name. So the first name last name combination is going to be the alternate text. And inside the card body, we have a card title, and the card title, I'm going to copy this section and paste because that's the name of the person I'm interested in over here. And then I have a paragraph which displays some text. I'm just going to display the city and state of the contact. So I'm going to type here $c.city, give a space, and then say $c.state. Let's format it and see how this is going to look like when I access this. So I'm going to right click my project, run as run on server. And in the address bar, if I type directly view all contacts, this will take me directly to the login form because it is protected via the login check servlet. So first let's log in. Vinod at vinod.co, secret, press enter. And now I have a link here to say view all contacts. I don't have to manually type here, but when I click on this link, it's supposed to show me the details of 3 people. And I also probably may display the default contact picture over here. And to do that, we need to use a condition here. So if c.author is equals to empty string question mark, then I have to give a default value. Otherwise, I have to give c.author. And this is going to be /assets/images/default-profile.jpeg. Save this, go back to the browser, and now you can see I got the details of these people. I also have here something called go somewhere. Instead of this, I want to probably have a link to view the details of this person. So I can go back over here. Let's say ahref equals to, let's give the /view contact details question mark id equals to $c.id. Now notice the c.id comes dynamically, so the ID of the person that I'm actually looping over. And this we addressed in the previous use case where we are able to see the complete details of the person. And instead of button primary, I can say btn-link, that looks like a hyperlink. And then I can say view details. Save this, go back to the browser, refresh once, and now you see it looks neater. I click on view details of one person and you can see it comes back with this page. So I click view all contacts and I can say view details. And if you don't want 3 of them and you want 4 per row, all you have to do is to come back and change this column to call MD3. So each card is going to occupy 3 grids. That means out of 12, now you'll have 4 different cards. So if I save this, go back and then refresh, you will see that they become smaller because there's a room for 1 more here now. And since it is possible that some people don't have the city and state, the alignment of this is going up and down. So what we can do is we can remove this part from here. So instead of giving c.city and c.state, probably I can say c.email and a space and c.phone. Let's save this, go back and then refresh. And you can see now we have details like this. There is one more small issue that we have to address. Remember, this is supposed to show the list of all the contacts that a user has logged in. Right now I have logged in as Vinod at vinod.co, and if I go to my H2 console and look at the users, there is only one user as well. So let's go and log out here for now and then create a new user, and I'll give the username as, let's say for example, Kumar at example.com. Password, let's also give it a secret and re-enter password also secret. Let's click on register. So I have now logged in as Kumar, not as Vinod. And if I go to H2 console and say run, you can see that there are 2 users. But if I go and click on this view all contacts, you can see that the contacts added by Vinod is also listed over here, which is totally wrong because we wanted to have a user specific contact list here. I will be able to see the complete details of anybody that other users would have added as well. So to address this issue, let's first go to our Eclipse, go to the contact.dao.java. The query here says select star from contacts, select star from contacts where email equals to so-and-so, and likewise for the phone. Each one of them also should filter based on a user ID, and the user ID is nothing but the ID of the person who has logged in. And these functions are invoked from contact service. And the contact service function should receive those user IDs from the controller. And in the controller, we can retrieve the user ID from the session. First, let's go to the controller that is invoking this. And that happens to be view all contact servlet. And this is where I'm invoking that. And just before invoking this function, we should get the user details from the session and then pass the user ID to this function. So let's do the same thing. Let's say here user equals to user, that's the casting, and then request.getSession.get attribute called user, and user needs to be imported from our entity package. So Command Shift O or Control Shift O on Windows and then press enter. And now we can say user.getID, that is the ID of the person who is logged in. And notice now Eclipse is complaining that this function doesn't take such a parameter. Either you have to create a new one or you have to alter that. So if I move the cursor on that, You can see it says remove the arguments to match this function, or change the method get all context, add parameter integer. That's what we want. So if I click on that option, in our contact service, a new argument is passed, and the name of the argument, let's give it as user ID here. And that user ID is what I may have to supply to this function. So let's do that. And Eclipse once again tells me the same thing, that the get all context doesn't take any parameters in the DAO. So we have to again say change the method get all context, add parameter integer. Let's click on that, and that comes over here. So we got the user ID. This can be now supplied to our select statement here, saying where user underscore ID equals to hash user ID. So this is how you filter users based on a user ID. Let's save all our files and then restart Tomcat and go back to the browser. Let's log out for a minute. I would like to log in as kumar@example.com, and then password is secret. Let's click on login. I'm in the dashboard. Let me click on view all contacts, and you can see that it simply comes back with a blank page here. It would be good if we display an error message saying you don't have any contacts in your phone book. Let's go log out here and log in as Vinod@vinod.co, and then secret, click login, click on the view all contacts, and you can see now I got all my contacts back. Let's log out and add a contact to Kumar's phone book. Let's enter the username as kumar@example.com. Secret is the password. I'm going to go and click on add contact. Let's add a name Jane Doe at example.com. Phone number, some arbitrary number. And then probably avatar, I'm going to give http://kvinod.com/profile pictures. And this time I should say women/ any number from 1 to 100 would do. So I'm going to give here 4.jpg. Street address, city, state, everything I'm going to leave it blank, but country I'm going to give it as USA. Click on save details, and this is where I will be able to see her details as well. If I go to view all contacts, I should see one person over here. If I log out and then log in as Vinod, I will not see Jane Doe's details over here because that doesn't belong to the user Vinod. However, I can still go here and then say view dash contact details question mark ID equals to 4, and that is Jane Doe's data. And you can see I'm still able to access, which is not correct. And this can be fixed in the same way as we did for the list. So remember, view contact details is actually the servlet that we have here. So view contact servlet. And here when I'm actually getting the data using this service.getContact by ID, I have to supply the user ID. I'm going to copy the code from the other servlet. So where I said user equals to request.getSession. So I'm going to copy this, come back over here and then paste somewhere here, and then supply that user.getID. This will give an error in the service. So let's go to change this method signature. We need to receive the user ID and then pass it to the getContact function over here. The getContact function in the DAO also needs to be modified. So let's change the method signature over there as well. So we got the variable, and let's make use of that variable in this select statement. So the select statement should now be select star from contacts, where ID equals to hash ID, as well as user underscore ID equals to hash user ID, like this. Let's restart Tomcat and then go back to the browser, log in as Vinod@vinod.co, paste the URL, and then when I press enter here, you can see we got an internal server error. There was an error while processing your request. So if I go back to the console here and let me full screen the console, you can see it says parameter ID is not found. Available parameters are arg1, arg0, param1, param2. Now this is primarily because when you have a single parameter, there is no problem. But when you have multiple parameters, you have to map each of these function arguments to these parameters that we have used over here. By default, these parameters have been given name as arg0, arg1, param0, param1. But if I want to change this to something like ID and user ID or whatever that you want to use it over here, you can say @param. Param is from the Mybatis package. So I'm going to select param, give the new name for this. So whatever the name you give here should be used over here. And the same way I can give here @param and then user ID. I'm keeping the same name as the variable name so that there is no confusion. So let's save this now, restart Tomcat, and then go back to the browser. I would have been already logged out. So if I click on view all contacts or anything, I will be taken to login form. Let's enter Vinod at vinod.co, secret, press enter. And now if I come down here and then paste that URL, you can see it says, sorry, we didn't find any contact with ID 4 because I've logged in as Vinod, not as Kumar. So I can still say, give me the one with the 3, that's not a problem. And when I log out and log in as Kumar, you can see that I will be able to access the one with the ID 4, but not any other because the others do not belong to Kumar. So now we have an application that allows user-specific contacts to be viewed either one at a time or as a list. In the next few lectures, let's provide a feature where a user can edit the details of a contact. For that, let's provide a button in this particular page. This output is coming from the showContact.jsp. So this is the one where I'm displaying the details. Let's provide a button after this table/table so that when I click on that, the details here should be loaded onto the same HTML form that we use for add contact. So we want to reuse this feature. To do that, let's go first add a button. Right below this table, let's provide a hyperlink. Ahref equals to /edit and update contact. Let's also give a class that makes this hyperlink look like a button. So we say btn primary. The caption of that is going to be, let's say, edit details. Save this. So if I come back to the browser and go to the previous page here, refresh, I should see there is a edit details button now. Clicking on which will only take me to the 404 because I don't have the corresponding servlet. So I need to create a servlet and map it to this URL. So let's create a servlet called edit update contact servlet. Let's go to the web package here, right click, new class. I'll call it as edit update contact servlet. As usual, the super class is going to be HttpServlet. Let's click finish. Add @web servlet annotation and then give the URL pattern as /edit and update contact. Add the default serial version UID as a good practice, get rid of these comments, and then add both doGet and the doPost functions. Now the doGet is the one that is supposed to render this particular form but preloaded with all the details of the contact. But when I click on the save details, that's supposed to be a post request, and that is going to be handled by doPost. So let's begin by adding the doGet. So control space DOGE and then press enter. Get rid of these two lines. And in this doGet, what we are supposed to do is to get the ID from the query string parameter and then get the contact details of that, store that in the request scope, and then go to the contact form.jsp. But the ID is supposed to come from the address bar here. For example, if I go to view all contacts, view details, when I click on this edit details, we are supposed to supply the ID of the person here as query string parameter. So let's go first to the show contact JSP. We'll also put a question mark here and then say ID equals to $contact.id. Contact is the object using which we are displaying all the other details. Let's save it, reload this. And if I click on this edit details button, now you can see it says here edit and update contact ID equals to 4. That ID I can retrieve from the request object using string input equals to request.get parameter and then type ID. In case if the user is manually trying to enter this and ID is not supplied, input would be null. So I can say if input equals to null, then probably I can redirect the user to either to the home page or to the list of all the contacts. Let's redirect the user to the home page. Response.send redirect to /, that's the home page, followed by return. Let's come down here. If input is there, which means ID has been passed, but it is possible that the user might have entered something like alphanumeric, but that will cause a number format exception when I'm trying to convert into an integer. But that is already handled by our web.xml configuration, so let's not worry about that. We're going to simply say here integer ID equals to new integer and then supply that input. Now that we got the ID, we can make use of the service function. So let's create a contact service object first. Service equals to new contact service. The service function, to get the details of the contact, requires the user ID of the person who is logged in. So we need to get the user object from the session. So let's copy that line from here. So this is the one that I've used. Copy and then come here and then paste. And now I can say service.getContact by ID. ID is the input given by the user. User ID is nothing but user.getID. Let's assign this to a variable called contact and then create that variable of type contact. And now we have to store this contact in the request scope. So let's do that by typing request.setAttribute. Contact is the key. Now this is important because this is the one that is used by our contact form. So if I open the contact form.jsp here, you can see everywhere I am saying contact.firstname, contact.lastname, etc. So that is important. The second parameter is the object that you want to store, which I named as contact itself. Now one last step is to forward the request to the contact form.jsp. So let's do that by typing request.getRequest/webinf/contact-form.jsp.forward request and response as parameters. Let's save all the files, restart Tomcat and go to the browser. Let's log off and log in as Kumar. Click on view all contacts, click the view details for GenericServlet and click on edit details. This now should bring me the same form that we used in add contact, already loading the details of GenericServlet. So when I click on save details here, this is going to be a post submission, because if I go and view page source, you'll see that the HTML form has a method of post. So it will be submitted to the same URL, edit contact and update contact, which is nothing but the servlet that we just wrote, but it will go to the do post function. And in the do post function, we should collect all these details, call a service function to update this contact, which will then do some basic validation. For example, if first name is entered or entered with minimum number of characters, email is entered or not, phone number is entered or not. And that whole process, let's follow the bottom-up approach. So we start from the DAO function for the update, then the service function, then we will write the do post function. So to begin with, in the next lecture, let's write the DAO function for the same. And before we move on, we also have to make sure that only authenticated users access this particular servlet. So I'm going to copy this URL, go to the login check filter. In the list of already existing URL patterns, let's also add this one, save this. And now edit contact details can be done only by logged in users. In this lecture, let's write a DAO function that can take the details of a contact from the contact object and update the details in the corresponding record. So let's go to the contact DAO. Let's close all other files. Now we are addressing the U of the CRUD operation. So we have the create and retrieve. Let's write here a function which is going to be a void function. So it's going to be a public void. Let's call it as update contact. And the parameter is going to be of type contact. Let's call it as contact C. Put a semicolon. We need to use @update annotation from Mybatis package and map it with an update statement. So the update statement looks something like this. You say update the table name, which is nothing but contacts. You have to say set individual column names you have to give, saying that first name equals to hash first name, comma last name equals to hash last name. And this has to be done for all the remaining columns, and I'm going to fast forward this process. So I have given for all the columns except created at, because created at is the date and time of the object creation or the record creation. So we don't want to change that ever. And finally, we also have to say where ID equals to hash ID. So a single record is going to be updated based on the ID of this particular contact object. So with this now, our DAO function is ready. In the next lecture, let's have a look at about the service function that is going to invoke this DAO function. In this lecture, let's write a service function that receives the contact details and then does some basic validations, just like the one that we did in the add contact, and then invoke the DAO function to update the changes in the database. So let's begin by writing a function here. So somewhere after this add contact, I'm going to write a function called public void update contact. The first parameter is going to be integer ID, and this is the ID of the contact that you are trying to edit. And the second parameter is going to be the contact object. Let's call it as C. And the third one is going to be an errors object, which we are going to fill in based on validation errors. So I'm going to create a map here of type string as key and value data types. And the variable name, I'm going to call it as errors. This function is a void, so there's nothing to be written from here. So the step number one is to pass on this ID to the contact object, because the contact object may not have any ID, because in the HTML form that we are using here, there is no field for the contact ID, and the contact ID comes from the parameter here. So obviously we have got one set of details representing the contact object and one request parameter representing the ID of the contact. So that is the reason we have to do it over here. Now, since ID is an object reference type here, so you can always check for nullness and then add a validation error also. However, because we are invoking this update contact from the servlet, there we are trying to convert a string ID into an integer ID, and obviously if that is null, you will get a number format exception. So that is the reason we don't have to worry about that. So we will now say c.setID of ID, and that is done. Now we need to do the validation for this contact C, which is nothing but the validations that we have done already over here. So I'm going to copy the code from here till here. So copy this and then paste over here. And I don't need to return C from here because it's a void function. So I'll say here return. And notice we will not be able to check for duplicate email or duplicate phone number, because this email and phone number already exist in the database table for the same record. So we will skip that. In case if every other validation is okay, so all I have to do is to call the DAO function called update contact. And to do that, let's simply copy this line where I'm creating a contact DAO object, paste over here, and then DAO.update contact of C. We'll also throw away the IO exception coming from this line, and our service function is now ready. In the next lecture, let's make use of this function in the controller. In this lecture, let's write the doPost function in the edit and update contact servlet, where I have to receive the parameter ID as well as the form fields that the user submits, and then construct a contact object and invoke the service function. So the code is very similar to the code that is written in the add contact servlet. So where I'm supposed to read all these from the HTML form, create a contact object, get the currently logged in user detail from the session, create an error object. All these things are going to be exactly same. So I'm going to simply copy this and then come back to the edit and update contact servlet. Let's write the doPost over here, control space DOPO, and then press enter. Replace this code with this one. Now instead of copying and pasting this code, which is where I'm converting a request object into a contact object, We can achieve the same thing using a filter, which we will do in the next lecture. But for now, let's keep this as is. We now have the contact object that is going to be updated. We have an errors collection. We have the service object. All I have to do is to call this function service.updateContact. The ID is supposed to be retrieved, which I haven't done yet. So let's keep that as it is. C is the contact object. Errors is the errors collection. Let's retrieve this ID from the request parameter. So I'm going to go to the beginning somewhere here. And that code is going to be more or less this one. So I'll copy this part and then paste over here. So if ID is not present, it's going to be redirected back to the home page. And in case if ID is entered, it is a non-numerical value, then this will throw an exception, and we have handled that error 500 in the web.xml. But if everything is okay, we are now updating the contact. But after updating the contact, it is possible that there are some validation errors. If validation errors exist, I would like to go back to the same form. But if there is no error, then I would like to go to the view contact details, which is what we have done in the add contact servlet. So I can basically copy this entire stuff and then come back here and then paste it without making any changes. So let's save this, restart Tomcat. Let's go back to the browser, log off, log in as Kumar with password secret, view all contacts, click on view details, edit the details. Let's give the city as Dallas and state as Texas. Click on save details. And now you can see it's been updated, and it's also being shown here in the view contact details page. However, if I go to edit details and let's say, for example, I'm going to remove these two letters here and click on save details, because we have the validations in the service, you can see that it comes back with a validation error message. So that is taken care of. And if I don't have the phone number, for example, click on save details, we get that error message. So our edit is functioning as expected. Before we finish, one small change to be done. You can see that when I clicked on the edit, the caption still says add new contact details. And that's primarily because we are making use of the same JSP that we use for add, which is the contact form. And the caption here is a hard-coded one. Instead of this, I can make use of a JSP expression, which is going to check if title exists, then we will use the title. But if title doesn't exist, let's use something called, let's say, contact form. Save this. Now the title is not there in any of the scopes. So obviously if I refresh here, or if I click on save details and then come back again, you can see it says contact form because title is not found. The same thing is going to happen if I go to the add contact. You can see there also it's going to say the same thing as contact form. We can control this now by keeping an attribute called title in the request scope just before going to the form. So in the add contact servlet, for example, this is where the form is rendered, and what I can do is I can keep the title in the request scope here. So I will say request.setAttribute, and the attribute name is going to be title. The value is going to be, let's say, add a new contact details. And the same thing I may give here also. Save this. Whereas in the edit contact servlet, I can say here in the do get, just before going to that JSP, I can say request.setAttribute title. Let's give the caption as edit contact details. Save this. Let's restart Tomcat because we are making changes to Java files. And then come back to our browser, log off. I'll log in with Vinod at vinod.co, secret. If I click on add contact, I was expecting a different title here. That's probably because in the JSP, we will use a condition here. Instead of giving it like this, you say if title not equals to null, display the title, otherwise contact form. So let's save this, go home and then come back to add contact. And now you should see add a new contact details. I go to the view all contacts, click on Robert Miller's details, edit details, and this is where it says edit contact details. So with this now we are done with the edit and update contact details module. However, we will do a bit of refactoring by shifting this code into a filter, which we'll do in the next lecture. In this lecture, let's shift this code into a filter which can intercept both add contact servlet as well as the edit update contact servlet. So let's right click on our web package and say new class, and let's name the class as request to contact filter. There is no superclass to extend, but there is an interface called filter that you need to implement. Click finish, and comes with the doFilter function, which has a servlet request and servlet response as parameters along with the filter chain. However, the request.get parameter functions that we have called here, they come from the HTTP servlet request. So the first thing we will do is to rename these variables to request response, and let's call this as chain. Let's get rid of the to do. And the second thing that we have to do is to convert this request and response into their HTTP versions. So I'm going to say here HTTP servlet request req equals to request, and Eclipse will suggest me to do a casting. Let's do the same. Let's also do the same thing with the HTTP servlet response, even though we are not using the same. HTTP servlet response. Let's call it as resp equals to response. Command 1 or control 1 to add the cast. And then we now have to copy this entire code. In fact, we can cut this entire code from here and then paste that right here. But the contact object that you created here is a local variable, and we need to make this available to our servlets. And the way you do is you store this object C in the request scope. So let's say req.set attribute. Let's give the name of the scoped variable as contact, and the C is the local variable that we have. And then I have to use the chain to proceed further to any other filters that are available or to the actual servlet. So that's done by using the doFilter function. The argument is the request and response. And since I stored something in the request, the same request is going to be received by your servlet here. And from the request, I can obtain this variable C. So to do that, let's type here contact C equals to, let's add a cast, and then say req.get attribute of contact. So now you can see our code is much simpler. And the same thing I have to give even in the add contact servlet. So I'm going to copy this code and go to add contact servlet. So this is the section that we want to replace with the one that I copied. I'm going to paste it over here. Now you can see our do post even in the add contact servlet is much simpler. Let's save this. And one last thing that we have to do is to tell this filter what are the requests that it is supposed to intercept. So that can be done by typing here @webfilter, and note the web filter has a couple of elements. There is an element for URL patterns, but there is no element for HTTP methods because this is nothing to do with the HTTP protocol. So the filters are independent of the protocols. So let's use this URL patterns equals to an array of, in our case, it's going to be 2 of them. So add contact servlet, that is /add contact. That's the number 1 URL pattern that I want to intercept. And the second one is the edit and update contact. So I'm going to copy this and then come back to our filter, paste it over here. But both of them have a do get and do post. So we want this to filter only if the request is post request. Otherwise, I don't want to really do anything. So what I can do is I can check using this request object if request.get method dot equals ignore case of post. If the answer is yes, then do all these things. So I'm going to cut this part from here and then paste it over here. So in case if the user is making a get request or any other request, this complete section is skipped and it simply goes to the intended servlet. But in case if the user has made a form submission and that happens to be post, this will take place, and that is only for the add contact and edit and update contact. So with this now our filter is ready, as well as our servlets look simpler and the reusable code is not unnecessarily duplicated in multiple places. So let's save all the files, restart Apache Tomcat, and then go back to the browser. Let's log off first. Log in with, let's say, Vinod at vinod.co, secret, view all contacts. Let's give a picture to Kishore. So go to the view details, edit contact details. So far so good because we made a get request and there was no error. You can check even in Eclipse console, there is no error as such. Come back over here, give the avatar as http://kvinod.com/profile pictures/men/2.jpg. Let's say city is, say, Shimoga, Karnataka, and let's say India. Let's save details. And now you can see we got the details of this person get updated. Similarly, you can also try adding a new contact. Let's give first name as John, Doe as the last name, John Doe at example.com. Phone number, some arbitrary 10-digit number I'm giving. Avatar, again, I'm going to give http://kvinod.com/profile pictures/men/ let's give it as 5.jpg. And probably the remaining ones, I'm going to leave it as it is. Country, probably USA. Click on save details. And now you can see that we got John Doe's details added to the database as well. So the filter is working fine. Our add, edit, view, all of them are working fine. So with this now, our edit contact module is done. Now that our application has add contact, view all contacts, as well as modify contact, let's also try to provide a delete contact option. So we're going to provide a button over here that says delete contact details, clicking on which it should ask a confirmation from the user so that accidental deletes can be avoided. There are a couple of ways you can do that. One of the method is where you pop up a alert or a dialog box and then ask the user, are you sure you want to do that? And if the user says yes, then you can proceed further to delete. Here is an example from GitHub. This is one of my repository, and if I go to the settings and scroll down at the bottom, you can see that there is an option called delete this repository. When I click on this button, you can see that there is a dialog box that comes up and it says this action cannot be undone, and this is going to permanently delete the repository and every other resource associated with that. And I have to manually type this entire text. Now this is to avoid any malicious bots to perform the delete operations. So unless I type exactly as what is typed over here, this is not going to be deleted. Similarly, here is another example. I have a course here, and if I want to delete this course from this platform, I have a button here clicking on which it shows me a few options. One of them happens to be the delete this product. When I click on that, you can see another dialog box comes and then says, hey, are you sure you want to permanently delete this? And then if so, I have to type here delete and then confirm. Anything else I type, the button is disabled. So these are few options that we can think of. In our application, what we are going to do is provide a button here. On clicking this button, we should get another screen where it shows few details of this contact and then asks the user to enter the phrase permanently delete. And only after user types that and clicks on the button, then we're going to delete that, which means deleting is a two-step process. One is a get request and the other is a post request. In the next couple of lectures, let's handle this entire scenario. To begin with, in this lecture, let's address the DAO part of it. So let's go back to Eclipse and then open the DAO. That's the contact DAO. We have the create, read, update over here. So let's also add one more function after the update. And this is also going to be a void function. Let's call it as delete contact. And then the argument to this would be an integer ID. And we're going to add an annotation here, @delete. And you need to get this from the Mybatis package. And let's write the SQL delete statement like this. So it's going to be delete from contacts where ID equals to hash ID. And now our DAO function is also ready. In the next lecture, let's write a service function that does some validation and then invokes this function. In this lecture, let's create a function in our contact service class which invokes this delete function after certain validations. So let's open the service package, and from that the contact service. Let's come down somewhere at the bottom. Let's make some room here and then write a function public void delete contact by ID. And this takes two parameters because we want to ensure that only logged in user is actually performing this operation. For example, if I have logged in as Vinod at vinod.co, I can only delete my contacts, not anybody else's. So I can do that validation over here. So I'm going to say here integer ID and then integer user ID, as well as a map where I can put some error messages. So I'm going to say here map with string and string as key value data types, and the name of the map I'm going to give it as errors. And inside that we have to check whether this ID is one of the contact ID corresponding to this user. To do that, first let's get the DaoFactory.getContactDao. So I'm going to just copy this one and then assign this to a variable called Dao equals to this. And of course, I need to press command 1 to create that variable, as well as throw the exception from the function. Now that I have the DAO, I can get the contact object corresponding to this ID. Let's call it as C1 equals to DAO.getContact, which takes the ID as well as the user ID as parameter. Press command 1 again to auto generate that variable. And now notice that if the ID doesn't belong to this user, C1 will become null. Otherwise, C1 is a valid contact object. So I can check here if C1 equals to null. That means this ID either doesn't exist or the contact may exist, but it doesn't belong to this particular user. So we need to give that error message. So I'm going to say here errors.put. The key is probably user ID. Message that says permission denied for deleting this contact. After that, I don't have to do any other stuff, so I can simply say return from here. And now that I have the validation taken care of, I simply have to say dao.deleteContact and then supply the ID of the contact that I want to delete. And with this now, our service function is also ready. In the next lecture, let's create a controller that asks the user to delete the record permanently, and after the user confirms, deletes this record by calling this function. In this lecture, let's write a controller that responds to a button click here and displays the details once again to ask the confirmation from the user to permanently delete the record. And if the user confirms deletion by typing whatever the text asked, then it is supposed to permanently delete and then redirect the user back to probably the home page. So let's go to the JSP corresponding to this view contact details, which is the showContact.jsp. This is where I am displaying the details, and there is a ahref that looks like a button here, edit details. And the same thing that I'm going to do once more. So this time I'm going to say ahref equals to /delete contact. But I need to supply the ID of the contact to be deleted. So I'm going to say $contact.id. We'll also give a class of btn outline danger, and then the caption as delete this. Let's go back to the browser and refresh this and see how this is going to look like. So you can see that there is a delete this. It looks like an outline, but when I move the cursor on there, you can see it says delete this. So now when I click on this, it's going to come back with a 404 because we don't have any servlet corresponding to this. So let's address that controller part now. Let's go back to our Eclipse. In the web package, let's create a servlet that says delete contact servlet. Right click, new class. The name of the class is going to be delete contact servlet. Superclass is going to be HttpServlet. Let's click finish. Add annotation here. @web servlet, and the URL pattern is nothing but delete dash contact. That is the one that I just now used in the hyperlink over here, delete contact. That must have a do get to process this parameter. Let's go and add a do get. Let's also import the web servlet from the Servlet API. Add the default serial version UID. Get rid of this comment. And now let's add the do get to handle that request. And in the query string parameter, we are receiving ID. So we're going to say string input equals to request.get parameter of ID. And in case if input equals to null, that means you are trying to invoke this servlet without supplying the ID directly on the address bar. We simply want to return the user back to some location, and then obviously the preferred location is the home page. And if the user has logged in, it will go to the dashboard. If the user has not logged in, it has to go to the login page. Let's say here response.send redirect to /, and then we say return. We also want to ensure that this is being authenticated. So I'm going to copy this and then go to the login check filter and add in the list of existing servlets over here. So I'm going to put a comma and then paste this. So let's come back to our servlet. So if input is null, then you're going to be redirected to the home page. But if the user has entered something in the form of ID, then we're going to convert that into an integer ID equals to new integer of input. If this fails because of a number format exception, the user will be taken back to the default error page, which we have configured in our web.xml. But assuming that the user has entered the ID properly, it is a number, or user would have clicked on a button. Now we need to retrieve the details for this ID and then ask for the confirmation from the user. So we're going to go and get the logged in user ID. I can say here user equals to user. This is the casting, and then say request.getSession.getAttribute of user. Let's import user from our entity package. And now I need to say service.getContact, which takes these two as parameter. So to use the service, I need to create a service object, new contact service dot get contact by ID, that takes the ID and the user ID. And this user ID comes from user.getID. The return value of this function is a contact object. So let's assign that to a variable called C1. Press command 1 to auto generate the variable type. We are simply going to store this C1 in the request scope, like set attribute, and then call it as C or contact, and then C1 is the variable. And we simply forward this to a JSP called confirmDeletion.jsp or confirmDelete.jsp. So we'll say here request.getRequestDispatcher /webinf/views/ let's say confirmDeleteContact.jsp, and then say forward request response. And in this JSP, we're going to check if C1 is null, then we will display an error message. If C1 is not equals to null, then we will display few details of the contact, then ask the user to confirm deletion by allowing the user to type in some text like permanently delete or something like that. When the user clicks on that confirm button, that's going to be a submit button, and that's going to come to a do post. So let's add a do post here. And in the do post, I'm supposed to retrieve two parameters from the request object. Number one would be the ID of the contact to be deleted. The second is the phrase permanently delete, whether the user has entered correctly or not. And if the user hasn't typed correctly, so then we are going to re-render this JSP. But if the user has entered correctly, that means we are supposed to proceed towards deletion. So let's handle the same in the do post now. Let's come back over here and then say integer ID equals to new integer of request.getParameter of ID. That's the first one. As well as second one, we're going to say string confirm equals to request.getParameter of confirm. That's the text box where user would have entered whatever was asked to enter. So in order for us to delete the contact, we also need the logged in user. So we're going to copy this part and then paste over here. Now let's check if the user has typed the text permanently delete properly or not. By using an if condition, I can say if confirm dot equals, and the text is permanently delete. That's the text that we are expecting the user to type. If that's equals to false, that means user has not confirmed. We don't want to proceed with the deletion. So we are going to store the contact object in the request scope and present the same JSP once again. So that requires these 3 lines. I'm going to copy this and then paste over here. But if the user has typed the text correctly, then we're going to come back and say else, and this is where we need to proceed towards deletion of the record. And here also we need a contact service object. So instead of creating the contact service object twice, so we can assign this to a variable called service. So I'm going to cut this from here, type something called service, and this is going to be service equals to new contact service. Since service has not been declared, so it's giving an error. Command 1 and then enter, or control 1 on Windows. Create the local variable. This is fine. Now that the service variable is here, I can reuse the same thing even in the else block. And all I have to do is to say service dot delete contact by ID, and the parameters are ID, user ID, which is nothing but user dot get ID. We don't have errors right now, so let's declare an errors object by pressing command 1 and then press enter. It creates a map object, but it's not been initialized, so it's asking me to initialize. If I again press command 1 and enter, it will initialize that with null. Of course, I don't want null, I need new hash map. So let's press control space, import the same thing from java.util. At the end of this delete operation, there are 2 outcomes. Number 1, either there is an error because of which the delete didn't take place, or there is no error, the delete was successful. So if the delete was successful, we are only going to redirect the user back to probably the home page or the list of contacts. But if there are errors, we want to re-render this JSP once again, saying that, hey, there were some errors. So the way we do is we come here and then type if errors dot size is equals to 0, then we are going to say response dot send a redirect. So we are doing a client side redirection because the deletion has been successful. We want to go to the home page probably after deletion, but otherwise we may have to go back to the same JSP to say that there was an error. And just before proceeding further, we're going to store that errors collection in the request scope so we can display that error message. So I'm going to copy this line and paste over here. But before that, I'm also going to say request.setAttribute. We're going to store errors as the key, and errors is the object that we want to store. And hopefully our controller is now ready. We have addressed all permutation combinations here. The only remaining aspect is the view that we will address in the next lecture. So that's all for this lecture. See you in the next one. In this lecture, let's create the JSP that is supposed to display the details of this user with a confirmation dialog box on clicking this button. So in the servlet, we have written a name here called confirm delete contact.jsp that doesn't exist in our view. Let's go and create the same thing. I'm going to copy this name, right click the views folder and then say new JSP file, paste it. In the next step, make sure to select the phone book JSP template, click finish, and here we'll say confirm deletion. And if you want that to be in red color, you can always say class equals to text danger. And this is where we need to check whether the contact object exists in the request scope. Look at the delete contact do get here. We are storing this C1 after retrieving. In case if the user has manually typed the ID of the contact to be deleted on the address bar, and if that is either invalid or it doesn't belong to the current user, this is going to be null. So I need to check if this attribute contact, is it null? So I can check here using the JSTL, and in order to use the JSTL, I need the tag library. So I'm going to go to the beginning and then type here less than % at tag lib, URI equals to JSP JSTL core prefix equals to, and then say C. Come back here. Either you can use a C colon if or C colon choose when. So let's say C colon if test equals to dollar, and then say contact double equals to null. If the answer to this condition is yes, that means the ID is invalid or the contact doesn't belong to the user. Let's tell the same thing to the user. I'm going to say H5, the ID supplied is either invalid or the contact does not belong to your phone book. But if the contact is not null, we have to write the condition again. So I'm going to say here C colon if test equals to dollar contact not equals to null. That means the user has access to this contact so that he can delete, but we need the confirmation from the user. So we're going to display a couple of details, probably the image and the first name, last name. Or if you want to display all the details like you did in the case of the show contact, I can copy that section completely from the beginning of this row to the end of that row up to here. So I'm going to copy that, come back to this confirm delete contact JSP and then paste over here. Of course, I don't want to give these two buttons because they don't make sense over here. The only thing that I want to type here would be a text box where the user is supposed to enter permanently delete. So I'm going to open a paragraph tag and then type this is going to permanently delete the record from our database and cannot be undone. Close the paragraph, give another paragraph. If you are sure, then type permanently delete in the text box given below. Let's close the paragraph. And we need to give a form here that submits the contact ID that we are trying to delete along with a text box. So we're going to write the form. Action is not required because action is going to go back to the same servlet, but method is important. So I'm going to go give the method as post. And the contact ID, we'll give it in the form of a hidden field. So I can type here input type equals to hidden. So it's not visible to the user. Name is important, which is called ID. And the value for that comes from contact.id, which is the object that we are using to display all these details. Then we're going to give an input type equals to text box. And to format that nicely, so we're going to give here a div class equals to form dash group and a row. And the text box is going to occupy probably around 4 grids. So I can type here input type equals to text, class equals to call dash md dash 4. Name is important, that's the confirms. And that is what actually we are reading in the delete contact servlet. That's here. And now we need to give the button. So I'm going to type here button class equals to btn danger. That's the complete red color button. We'll also give the class call dash md dash 3 and then the caption here saying that delete. So let's save this, restart Tomcat, and then go back to the browser. I may have to log in again. Let's do that. I'm going to log in as Vinod at vinod.co and press enter. Go to view all contacts, delete one person. There's a delete this option. When I click on this, you can see that it takes me to the similar page because we copied and pasted a lot of content. It says here confirm deletion in red color. That's the text danger class we used. The details are displayed and it says here this is going to permanently delete the record from our database and cannot be undone. If you are sure, then type permanently delete in the text box given below. I'm going to type here and then click delete, and that's supposed to delete the actual content. But if I type here something like say 56, which is not a valid ID, when I press enter, you can see it's going to come back and say the ID supplied is either invalid or the contact does not belong to your phone book. And that's what we expected earlier. But if I type here, let's say 2 and press enter, Now if I come here and then type something, or if I don't type anything at all and click on delete, it's going to come back to the same page and supposed to display an error, but we don't have any placeholder for the error, and the error is supposed to be because of this, but I haven't stored any error message. So it's a good idea to store an error message here so that we can say the text did not match or something like that. So I'm going to go give here request.setAttribute and then probably error message. The error message is going to be like, you have to type the text permanently delete to confirm deletion. And now we need to display this error message in the JSP. So that is, error message should be displayed somewhere probably below this or right below the div here. So I can say h5 class equals to text danger. And then I can type here $error message. In case if there is no error message, obviously initially there is no error message, so this won't be even visible, but once you submit, the same JSP is going to be rendered and then you're going to see that error message. Let's save this, restart Tomcat because we made some changes in our servlet, and go back to the browser. This would have actually logged me off, so I'm going to log out myself. Log in again as Vinod at vinod.co, secret, press enter. View all contacts, view details, delete this, and I'm going to actually type some ASDF or whatever. This is supposed to display the error message right below the form. Let's hope that's going to work like that. Click on this. You can see it says you have to type the text permanently delete to confirm deletion. And let's see if that works. So I'm going to type here, although I can copy and paste. But if you're using some JavaScript, you can disable the copy paste also. I'm going to say here permanently delete and then click on the delete button. Hopefully the record should be deleted from the database and I should be redirected to the home page. Let's click on delete. If I go to the view all contacts, you can see that record corresponding to Kishore Kumar has been deleted. We can also go and verify the same thing in our database. So the record number 2, Kishore Kumar, doesn't exist after this. Let's click run. And you can see record number 2 has been deleted permanently. With this now, our delete operation along with all the CRUD operations have been completed. We can always add additional feature to enhance the application. One such feature is to change the look and feel dynamically, rather allow the user to change that dynamically. So in the next lecture, we will provide a couple of options here on the footer so that the user can switch between the themes. Currently, I'm using this Yeti. Remember, we actually got this from bootswatch.com. So if I scroll down at the bottom, there is one called Yeti. So this is the one that we are using. Let's select a couple of other options, like for example, United or Superhero, some of them with different contrasts, and allow the user to choose them based on the user's choice. The theme also should be applied. Now that our application is ready, one last thing that we will do is to provide an option at the footer somewhere here for the user to select a different look and feel for the application, but this should happen dynamically, which means that if the user is going to say, this is the theme that I want, from that point until the user changes, the theme should remain the same. And currently we are using a theme called Yeti, and the theme is nothing but the bootstrap.min.css that we have used in the header.jspf. So if I open that, you can see we have given here a link, rel equals to style sheet, type equals to text/css, but importantly, the href corresponds to bootstrap.min.css, which is available under our assets/styles. Obviously, when the user makes a selection, we have to change this .css file. We can make use of the cookies for the same. Currently, I have only one single file here, bootstrap.min.css. Let's add a couple of more by going to this bootswatch.com and then scroll down and choose 3 or 4 different themes of your choice. So I'm going to select this one because that has a totally different look compared to the one that we have. Let's click on download and it's going to download that with the same name, bootstrap.min.css, but since I already have bootstrap.min.css under our styles, it's giving a different name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this name to bootstrap.united. And then min.css over here. Let's click save. Likewise, I'm going to download superhero. Same way, I'm going to rename this as bootstrap.superhero.min.css. Probably one more. Let's click this pulse download. Again, I'm going to rename this as bootstrap.pulse.min.css. And one last probably is darkly. Let's click download and change the name to bootstrap.darkly.min.css. Notice for Yeti, we still have the name as bootstrap.min.css. We didn't change this one. So let's first refresh the styles folder so that the list of all the files are visible over here. And we'll rename this bootstrap.min.css to Yeti. So I'm going to press F2 here, or you can right click and then say refactor rename. So I'm going to rename this as bootstrap.yeti.min.css. Let's click OK and quickly change that over here. Otherwise, you will see that the styling would be removed. But this has to be dynamic, which means that we have to use some kind of a JSP expression here to replace this part with the theme that we are using. Let's come back and do that in a bit. But first, let's go to the footer.jspf and add a couple of links over there so that user has an option to change the theme. So I'm going to open the footer.jspf, and this is where I have the copyrights. So I'm going to just press enter, make some room here, give another div, and inside this div I want to have a couple of hyperlinks. So I'm going to go give here a href equals to /theme ? Name equals to, let's give Yeti, and then I'll type Yeti in Pascal case. Let's give a separator. Let's copy this and paste 4 more times and change each one of these to match this particular text over here. So I have darkly pulse superhero united. So I'm going to change this to darkly. And let me remove the last pipe and also add a text here to say that choose one of the themes. So when the user clicks on this hyperlink, it is supposed to go to a server-side program called theme, supposed to be a servlet, and I don't have any servlet for this URL pattern. But let's give it a try by going to our phone book application, right-click, run as, run on server. And in the browser, you can see in the footer, we have something called change theme, Yeti, darkly, superhero, pulse, and united. Clicking on which right now I'm only going to get the 404 because the page doesn't exist corresponding to this URL pattern. So let's go quickly create a servlet. Under the web package, let's right click and say new class. Let's call it as change theme servlet. Superclass is going to be HttpServlet as usual. Click finish. Add an annotation here for mapping the URL pattern, which is called web servlet. The URL pattern is /theme. Add the default serial version ID as always for the best practice. And the do get, because we are associating this servlet with a hyperlink, so it has to be do get. Get rid of these 2 lines. And this is where I need to read the name of the theme that user is sending, which is a parameter called name. So let's go here and type string theme equals to request.getParameter of name. And all I have to do now is to store this text in the form of a cookie and send it back. And if you want the cookie to be remembered forever, then probably create a persistent cookie which lasts for a longer period of time, like an year or so, and send it back to the browser. And the header should read this theme and then apply the appropriate styling. That's all what we have to do. So first I'm going to create a cookie. So I'll say cookie c1 equals to new cookie, and the cookie needs to be imported. And the constructor has 2 parameters. So I'm going to give the theme as the cookie name and theme variable is the value. in case if the user is trying to manually type that over here, and that is not one of these, like ASD something, obviously the cookie will be stored with that name, and the header is trying to look for bootstrap.asd.min.css, which doesn't exist. So it is a good idea to check if the theme that is coming here is one of the themes that I already have. So what we do is we're going to create a list of all the themes that we have in the form of a collection. So I'm going to type here arrays.asList and then give a list of themes that we have. So which is Yeti, United, Superhero, Pulse, and Darkly. List needs to be created of type java.util.list. Let's do the same thing. Before we can assign to this now, I can check if the list contains what the theme that the user is sending, then no problem. But if it's equals to false, that means the user has typed something manually and that is not one of these. And let's assume Yeti is the default one. So I'm going to say here theme equals to Yeti. With this validation, the cookie that contains the theme is always going to be one of these. Let's also add the age of the cookie as an year. So I'm going to say here c1.setMaxAge. So let's say 365 days into 24 hours into 60 minutes into 60 seconds. If you want 10 years, then just multiply this with 10. Next, we have to send this back to the browser by adding that in the response. So I'm going to say here resp.addCookie of C1. After this, you have to render some page back to the user. By default, a servlet doesn't produce any output. So if I just leave that as it is now, the user will get a blank page. Obviously, we don't want that. So let's redirect the user back to the home page by typing resp.sendRedirect to .. And now our servlet is ready. However, in the header, we need to read the cookie that we have stored and then change the link to the bootstrap.min.css. And that's very simple. Let's go to the header.jspf. Instead of hard coding the value 80 here, it has to be an expression, and that expression should check the value of a cookie called theme. If it is there, it should actually put that over here. Otherwise, it should give the default value as 80. So let's replace this with a $curly bracket. Do not give any additional space before and after this expression. Inside that expression, it's fine. So here is where I'll say cookie, which is an implicit object, dot theme, that is the cookie object. So this is the object representing this C1 here, and that has name, value, and couple of other data. But we are interested in the value property of that. But if cookie.theme is null, then we want to display Yeti. Otherwise, this is the value. So I'm going to go add an expression here by typing cookie.theme equals to null question mark. Then I have to type here 80. Otherwise, it's going to be whatever the value of that cookie. Let's save this, reload our application by running it again on the server. Let's click Darkly, and now you can see the theme has changed, and this is Superhero, we have Pulse, and we have United. Let's select Darkly and then go to Login, and you can see that now the browser remembers the user's choice and applies that theme for all the other pages as well. So if I'm going to log in with, let's say, vinod@vinod.co, secret, press enter. Now you can see I'm in the dashboard with the same theme, view all contacts, same theme, view details, same theme. Every page contains the same theme. Now you can also check by closing the browser as well as quitting Google Chrome. That means there is no Chrome running on my computer at this time. If I open Chrome again and visit localhost 8080 phone book, press enter, you can see that it still remembers my previous decision, which is Darkly. If I select Superhero, exit, close Chrome forever, and then open that again, and then visit localhost 8080 phone book. You can see it remembers the superhero theme as well. You can also highlight the currently selected theme, in this case superhero, by converting the appearance of this link into a button so it stands out compared to the rest of them. And that can be done by dynamically adding a CSS class to each of these hyperlinks. So I'm going to go and add here class equals to btn-link. That is going to be the default for each one of them. So I'm going to copy this and then paste over here. But instead of hard coding link here, we can change this to primary dynamically based on the value of the cookie. And that again can be done using an expression. So I'm going to go and use a $cookie.theme.value. Is it equals to Yeti? Then we need to change this to button. Otherwise, it's going to be link. At this time, our theme is superhero. So obviously the condition here doesn't match because the cookie contains superhero. Superhero equals to Yeti is false. It's going to be a link. But the same expression I'm going to copy and then paste to each one of them and then make the necessary changes. And this is going to be darkly. The next one is the superhero. Here it's going to be pulse. So let's change this Yeti to pulse. And one last is this one, which is going to be called United. Save this. Let's go and delete the cookie from our browser. So I'm going to go to the View, Developer Tools. I need to go to the application. There is cookies, and you can see there is a cookie called theme. And let me remove this and close the browser and reopen the same thing. So I'm going to close it, quit the browser, open Chrome again, and then visit localhost 8080 phone book. Because there is no cookie, you can see that none of the buttons are highlighted, plus it comes back to the Yeti by default. But if I click on darkly here, this is supposed to have been a primary button. Let's see what's the mistake. And you can see that I've given the value here as button. It's all supposed to be primary. So I'm going to use a Command F to search and replace button with primary. There are 5 of them. Let's just click replace find, and I think it's done. Let's click on close, save it. And if I do a reload, you should now see that it's highlighted over here as darkly. I select superhero. That's the primary for the current theme. And here is the pulse. And here is United. Each one of them will show you it in a different way, but at least it's highlighting the current theme. So this is how AT would look like, and darkly. So with this now, our new feature for changing the themes dynamically has been completed, and our application is ready for deployment. So in the next lecture, let's create a production build, which is nothing but a WAR file. There are a couple of different mechanisms to do the same thing. And after that, we will deploy this onto a local Tomcat server. So our application is now complete. We need to deploy this onto a server like Tomcat. And if you're wondering, aren't we running the project on the Tomcat server right now? The answer is yes, but the Tomcat is within Eclipse. So if I close Eclipse, the Tomcat server will be shut down and you will not be able to access the application anymore. So we need to create a production build, which is nothing but a WAR file, which is the web archive, that can be given to any server for the deployment. Creation of a production build is very, very simple. I'm going to first stop the Tomcat server and collapse the project structure over here. Let me close all the files also. If I right click my project, I have an option here for export. This is a feature provided by Eclipse. So we have an option straight away that says export WAR file. So I can click on this. It brings up a dialog box. It'll ask you what's the name of the project. This is phone book. Anyway, we right clicked on that. That's why it is picked up automatically. What's the destination? This has to be a location along with a WAR file name. I can click on this and choose desktop. So let's expand this and say I want it on desktop. You can see that the name it is taken automatically as phonebook.war. Let's click save. And it also says target runtime optimized for a specific server runtime, because we have that option under our project properties called the targeted runtime, which we have chosen as Apache Tomcat 9. It has already selected, and also there's only one server that is configured as of now, so there is nothing else going to be listed. It also says, hey, do you want to export the source code within the WAR file? Ideally, you shouldn't export the source code unless it's a open source project. If you're developing for a customer, then definitely it's a big no here. Of course, this is really not required because next time when you're trying to recreate this WAR file on the same desktop, it'll anyway confirm before overwriting, so we can skip that option. Let's click finish. And if you go to the desktop, you should see now there is a new file called phonebook.war. So this is our production file. And just to see the content of this, I'm going to open a terminal. Let's go to a new tab. And here I can say cd desktop. That's the location where that war file exists. So you can check here that I have the war file called phonebook.war here. And we can use a command called jar tvf, T for table of content, V for verbose, F for specifying the file name, and then the phonebook.war. This is going to list out all the files that are available in the phonebook.war. So if I press enter, you can see that it's showing me the list of all the files. There is a meta.nf folder and some content. So this is really not required by Apache Tomcat. Then you have the web.inf. Web.inf has a folder called classes, and then classes has all the classes in the respective package folders, as you can see over here. And it also has the Mybatis config.xml. Remember, in our Eclipse, this is under resources folder, but it's been copied over here. And then we have the views folder also along with the web.xml. And then you have the lib consisting of all the jars that we have added through Maven dependencies, along with the contents of the web app folder, which is nothing but the assets, images, and styles. The other way to do is to make use of Maven. Now Maven comes with few goals, and one of the goal is called package. Depending on what kind of project is this, an appropriate jar file or war file will be created. Remember, in our pom.xml we have something called packaging, and the packaging says war. So all I have to do is to right click this and then go to run as Maven build. Now Maven build will take few parameters, and the parameters are nothing but the goals. Some of the goals are listed over here, like Maven clean. This will actually clean the target folder. Basically, all the generated artifacts will be removed from here. Let's go back to the Maven run option. So run as Maven build, and you can see few other options. There's a Maven install. If you click on this, this is going to compile your Java code. It's also going to run any test cases if you have. It's going to create a jar file, in this case war file, and then installs that on our Maven repository, which is our home folder, .m2 folder. There's a repository. We don't want to really install that onto our repository. We just want to create a distributable war file. So let's go to the Maven build with the triple dot here. And you can mention here a space delimited multiple goals. Some of the goals have dependencies. For example, if you are packaging your project, then you don't have to give compile and test because they're included automatically. So let's give here clean space and then package. So clean removes everything in the target folder. Package will run a goal called compile, test, and then does the packaging part, which is nothing but creating a war file. All I have to do is to click the run button over here. If you're doing it for the first time, Maven has to download a lot of jar files for this particular process itself. But the second time onwards, this will be a bit faster. Since I've already created war files using Maven for other projects, so the base jar files have already been downloaded, so it would be a little bit quicker than probably on yours. Let's click the run button and find out. And you can see some activity on the console here now. And I have a failed build here. So if I scroll up over here, you can see that it comes back with an exception. The Servlet API is not found in our application. And if you observe carefully, we don't have the Servlet API in our Maven dependencies. We added the server dependencies from Apache Tomcat. So this is the library which contains the Servlet API, whereas Maven is only going to look for those in this. So obviously we have to add the Servlet API also. And to add the Servlet API, let's go and add another dependency over here by going back to mvnrepository.com and look for Servlet. Press enter. This is the Servlet API, Java Servlet API, last updated on 2018 April. Let's select the latest version, which is 4.0.1. Copy the dependency and then come back to Maven pom.xml and then paste it, format it and save it. And now you should see that a Servlet API also has been downloaded. Let's run the Maven goals once again. So I'm going to go right click on Phonebook project, run as Maven build, clean and package. So these are the two goals that we want to run. Let's click on run. Let's full screen the console. And you can see it says build is successful and it has created a jar file with the extension .var and the name it has taken from the name of the artifact version. So you can also change this in your pom.xml by specifying what is the final build name. So you can go to the build option over here and then say, hey, no matter what is the artifact ID and version, so the final build name should be phonebook. So you can give something like this, save it. Let's run the package goal once again. I'm going to right click, run as Maven build, and I'll say clean package, press enter. And this time it should be quicker because it already has all the dependencies it requires. And at the end you can see it says phonebook.var has been created, which is inside the project/target folder. So if I go back over here, refresh the target folder once, you can see that we have a var file here, which is the phonebook.var. And this is our production build. In the next lecture, let's deploy this var file on a local Apache Tomcat server so that we can access our website without running Eclipse. Now that we have a distributable var file, in this lecture, let's run this var file on our local Tomcat server. So I don't need this Eclipse anymore. I'm going to go to Eclipse and then say quit Eclipse, say exit, and open a Finder window. On desktop, I have Apache Tomcat folder. This is my application server folder. There is a bin directory which contains all the binaries both for Windows as well as Linux, Mac OS, etc. On Windows, you simply have to run the startup.bat by double clicking on that. But on Linux and Mac OS, we have to run it from the command prompt or terminal. Also, we may have to change a couple of permissions. So let's do one thing. Let's open the terminal and then go to a new tab. Let's get into our CD desktop. We have Apache Tomcat. Then we have the bin directory. If you see that there are few shell scripts, and the one that I have to run is the startup.sh. But if you look at the permissions here, it has only read-write permission for me, no execution permission for anybody. So if I type here /startup.sh and press enter, you can see it says permission denied /startup.sh. So we need to add the execute mode also to this startup.sh. So to do that, we have to simply type chmod and then say for the user, add the X permission, and the file is the startup.sh. Press enter. Now if you see, it is done. So it's right here. You can see that there is an execute permission given. Let's clear this again. And now if I type /startup.sh, we get another error saying the Catalina.sh is not having the execute permission. So this is a dependency by startup.sh. So we have to type here chmod user plus X, and we have to say Catalina.sh. Press enter. And now we can go and run the startup.sh. So I'm going to use the arrow key to select the previous command, the /startup.sh. If I press enter, you can see on Linux and Mac OS, it simply runs this on a background and comes back with a command prompt. Tomcat is started. So I can exit this terminal and Tomcat would still be running. To check if the Tomcat is running, let's go to a browser and open localhost 8080. Press enter. That brings up Apache Tomcat homepage from the local installation. So now that our Tomcat is up and running and we are able to access the home page, if you try to access /phonebook, press enter, you can see it comes back with 404 because the one that we were running earlier was deployed on the Apache Tomcat within our project workspace. So the deployment folder was inside our workspace, whereas right now this is coming from a folder which is on desktop. So now we have to deploy the WAR file onto Apache Tomcat. And to do that, let's go back to the Finder window. You can see here that there is a web apps folder. All I have to do is to drag and drop this phonebook WAR file onto here. And because Tomcat is running, it is going to automatically deploy. We call this as a hot deployment. And you will see that the phonebook.war will be exploded into a folder here. So I'm going to drag this and drop on over here. Keep an eye on the folder. The WAR file will get exploded into an actual folder. You can see that happened. So there's a phonebook project. There's a webinf classes with all the package classes and the configuration files, lib with all the relevant jars, then views with all the JSPs and JSPF files, and then you have the web.xml. Of course, assets with images and styles. Now if I go here and then do a refresh, you should now see that there is a phonebook application working perfectly all right, and our application just works fine. So we can even check the login and then see if this is going to allow the user to log in. So let's give the email as vinod@vinod.co, password secret. Let's click login. And you see now that we are able to access all the details that we currently have in our phonebook. So this is how you can deploy any WAR file on a local Tomcat installation. The process of copying the WAR file may differ onto a production server, but in theory, this is what actually you do even in the production server also.